This ebook edition was published by Global Grey. You can find this book and lots more at my site, globalgreyabooks.com. Contents: Preface, Apologetic, Introductory Note, Apology on Idolatry, the Shows, or De Spectaculis, the Chaplet, or De Corona. To Scapulo ad Nations, an answer to the Jews, the Soul's Testimony, a treatise on the soul, anti-Marcion introduction, by the American editor, the Prescription against Heretics, the 5 books against Marcion, against Hermogenes, against the Valentinians, on the flesh of Christ, on the resurrection of the flesh, against Praxis Scorpius, against all heresies, ethical, on repentance, on baptism, on prayer, ad martyris, the passion of the holy martyrs perpetua, and felicitas. On patience. Preface. We present a volume widely differing, in its contents, from those which have gone before. It contains the works of the great founder of Latin Christianity, the versatile and brilliant Tertullian. Not all his works, indeed, for they could not be contained in one of our books. This book, however, considerably overruns the promised number of pages, and gives 3 complete parts of Tertullian's writings, according to the classification of our editor-in-chief. The 4th volume will begin with the 4th class of his works, those which exhibit our author's ascetic ideas and the minor morals of the primitive Christians, that collection being closed by the 4 treatises which were written in support of a defined and schismatical Montanism. The editor-in-chief has been in active correspondence with representative men of diverse theological schools, hoping to secure their cooperation in editorial work. As yet, however, the result has not enabled us to announce more than one additional collaborator, the rapidity with which the successive volumes must be furnished proving an almost insurmountable obstacle in the way of securing as co-workers divines actively engaged in professional duties and literary tasks. The sympathy and encouragement which have been expressed by all with whom a correspondence has been opened, have been most cheering. To the Reverend Dr. Riddle, of Hartford, well known as one of the most learned of the American revisers of the New Testament, we are indebted for his consent to edit one of the concluding volumes of the series, accompanying it with a bibliographical review of the entire literature of the Patrology of the Ante-Nicene period, supplying therein a compendious view of all the writers upon this period and of the latest critical editions of the Ante-Nicene authors themselves. The editor-in-chief will continue his annotations in the usual prefaces, in Professor Riddle's volume, but will be relieved, in some degree, of the laborious and minute attention to details which earlier volumes have necessarily exacted. It is needful to remind the reader that he possesses in this volume what has long been a desideratum among divines. The crabbed Latin of the great Tertullian has been thought to defy translation, and the variety and uncertain dates of his works have rendered classification and arrangement almost an equal difficulty. But here is the work achieved by competent hands, and now, for the first time, reduced to orderly and methodical plan. We have little doubt that the student, on comparing our edition with that of the Edinburgh series, will congratulate himself on the great gain of the arrangement, and we trust the original matter with which it is illustrated may be found not less acceptable. Apologetic. Introductory Note. AD 145-220, when our Lord repulsed the woman of Canaan, Mud 15:22, with apparent harshness, he applied to her people the epithet dogs, with which the children of Israel had thought it piety to reproach them. When he accepted her faith and caused it to be recorded for our learning, he did something more. He reversed the curse of the Canaanite and showed that the church was designed for all people, Catholic alike, for all time and for all sorts and conditions of men. Thus the North African church was loved before it was born. The Good Shepherd was gently leading those that were with young. Here was the charter of those Christians to be a church, who then were Canaanites in the land of their father Ham. It is remarkable indeed that among these pilgrims and strangers to the West the first elements of Latin Christianity come into view. Even at the close of the 2nd century the Church in Rome is an inconsiderable, though prominent, member of the great confederation of Christian churches which has its chief seats in Alexandria and Antioch, and of which the entire literature is Greek. It is an African presbyter who takes from Latin Christendom the reproach of theological and literary barrenness and begins the great work in which, upon his foundations, Cyprian and Augustine built up, with incomparable genius, that Carthaginian school of Christian thought by which Latin theology was dominated for centuries. It is important to note, 1. That providentially not one of these illustrious doctors died in communion with the Roman see, pure though it was and venerable at that time, and, 2. That to the works of Augustine the Reformation in Germany and continental Europe was largely due, while, 3. The specialties of the Anglican Reformation were, in like proportion, due to the writings of Tertullian and Cyprian. The hinges of great and controlling destinies for Western Europe and our own America are to be found in the period we are now approaching. The merest schoolboy knows much of the history of Carthage, and how the North Africans became Roman citizens. How they became Christians is not so clear. A melancholy destiny has enveloped Carthage from the outset, and its glory and greatness as a Christian see were transient indeed. It blazed out all at once in Tertullian, after about a century of missionary labors had been exerted upon its creation, and having given a Minucius Felix, an Arnobius and a Lactantius to adorn the earliest period of Western ecclesiastical learning. In addition to its nobler luminaries, it rapidly declined. At the beginning of the 3rd century, at a council presided over by Agrippinus, Bishop of Carthage, there were present not less than 70 bishops of the province. A period of cruel persecutions followed, and the African church received a baptism of blood. Tertullian was born a heathen, and seems to have been educated at Rome, where he probably practiced as a jurisconsult. We may, perhaps, adopt most of the ideas of Alex, as conjecturally probable, and assign his birth to AD 145. He became a Christian about 185, and a presbyter about 190. The period of his strict orthodoxy very nearly expires with the century. He lived to an extreme old age, and some suppose even till AD 240. More probably we must adopt the date preferred by recent writers, AD 220. It seems to be the fashion to treat of Tertullian as a Montanist, and only incidentally to celebrate his services to the Catholic orthodoxy of Western Christendom. Were I his biographer I should reverse this course, as a mere act of justice, to say nothing of gratitude to a man of splendid intellect, to whom the filial spirit of Cyprian accorded the loving tribute of a disciple, and whose genius stamped itself upon the very words of Latin theology, and prepared the language for the labors of a Jerome, in creating the Vulgate, and so lifting the Western churches into a position of intellectual equality with the East, the latter as well as Street. Augustine himself were debtors to Tertullian in a degree not to be estimated by any other than the providential mind that inspired his brilliant career as a Christian. In speaking of Tatian I lay the base for what I wish to say of Tertullian. Let God only be their judge. Let us gratefully recognize the debt we owe to them. Let us read them, as we read the works of King Solomon. We must, indeed, approve of the discipline of the primitive age, which allowed of no compromises. The church was struggling for existence, and could not permit any man to become her master. The more brilliant the intellect, the more dangerous to the poor church were its perversions of her testimony. Before the heathen tribunals, and in the marketplaces, it would not answer to let Christianity appear double-tongued. The orthodoxy of the church, not less than her children, was undergoing an ordeal of fire. It seems a miracle that her testimony preserved its unity, and that heresy was branded as such by the instinct of the faithful. Poor Tertullian was cut off by his own act. The weeping church might bewail him as David mourned for Absalom, but like David, she could not give the ark of God into other hands than those of the loyal and the true. I have set the writings of Tertullian in a natural and logical order, so as to aid the student, and to relieve him from the distractions of such an arrangement as one finds in Older's edition. Valuable as it is, the practical use of it is irritating and confusing. The reader of that edition may turn to the slightly different schemes of Niender and Kay, for a theoretical order of the works, but here he will find a classification which will aid his inquiries. He will find, first, those works which connect with the apologists of the former volumes of this series, which illustrate the Church's position toward the outside world, the Jews as well as the Gentiles. Next come those works which contend with internal differences and heresies, and then, those which reflect the morals and manners of Christians. These are classed with some reference to their degrees of freedom from the Montanistic taint, and are followed, last of all, by the few tracts which belong to the melancholy period of his lapse, and are directed against the Church's orthodoxy. Let it be borne in mind, that if the sad close of Tertullian's career cannot be extenuated, the later history of Latin Christianity forbids us to condemn him, in the tones which proceeded from the Virgin Church with authority, and which the law of her testimony and the instinct of self-preservation forced her to utter. Let us reflect that Saint Bernard and after him the schoolmen, whom we so deservedly honor, separated themselves far more absolutely than ever Tertullian did from the orthodoxy of primitive Christendom. The schism which withdrew the West from communion with the original seats of Christendom, and from Nicene Catholicity, was formidable beyond all expression, in comparison with Tertullian's entanglements with a delusion which the See of Rome itself had momentarily patronized. Since the Council of Trent, Not a theologian of the Latins has been free from organic heresies, compared with which the fanaticism of our author was a trifling aberration. Since the late Council of the Vatican, essential Montanism has become organized in the Latin churches, for what are the new revelations and oracles of the pontiff but the deliria of another claimant to the voice and inspiration of the Paraclete? Poor Tertullian! The sad influences of his decline and folly have been fatally felt in all the subsequent history of the West, but surely subscribers to the modern creed of the Vatican have reason to speak gently of their father's fall. To Dellinger, with the old Catholic remnant only, is left the right to name the Montanist heretics, or to upbraid Tertullian as a lapser from Catholicity. From Dr. Holmes, I pen the following introductory notice. I, Quintus Septimius Florens Tertullianus, as our author is called in the MSs of his works, is thus noticed by Jerome in his Catalogus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum. Tertullian, a presbyter, the first Latin writer after Victor and Apollonius, was a native of the province of Africa and city of Carthage, the son of a proconsular centurion. He was a man of a sharp and vehement temper, flourished under Severus and Antoninus Caracalla, and wrote numerous works, which, as they are generally known, I think it unnecessary to particularize. I saw at Concordia, in Italy, an old man named Paulus. He said that when young he had met at Rome with an aged amanuensis of the blessed Cyprian, who told him that Cyprian never passed a day without reading some portion of Tertullian's works, and used frequently to say, "Give me my master," meaning Tertullian. After remaining a presbyter of the church until he had attained the middle age of life, Tertullian was, by the envy and contumelious treatment of the Roman clergy, driven to embrace the opinions of Montanus, which he has mentioned in several of his works under the title of the New Prophecy. He is reported to have lived to a very advanced age, and to have composed many other works which are not extant. We add Bishop K's notes on this extract, in an abridged shape. The correctness of some parts of this account has been questioned. Doubts have been entertained whether Tertullian was a presbyter, although these have solely arisen from Roman Catholic objections to a married priesthood, for it is certain that he was married, there being among his works 2 treatises addressed to his wife. Another question has been raised respecting the place where Tertullian officiated as a presbyter, whether at Carthage or at Rome. That he at one time resided at Carthage may be inferred from Jerome's statement, and is rendered certain by several passages of his own writings. Alex supposes that the notion of his having been a presbyter of the Roman Church owed its rise to what Jerome said of the envy and abuse of the Roman clergy impelling him to espouse the party of Montanus, Optatus, and the author of the work De Hierarchibus, which sermon edited under the title of Protestantinius, expressly called him a Carthaginian presbyter. Semler, however, in a dissertation inserted in his edition of Tertullian's works, contends that he was a presbyter of the Roman Church. Eusebius tells us that he was accurately acquainted with the Roman laws, and on other accounts a distinguished person at Rome. Tertullian displays, moreover, a knowledge of the proceedings of the Roman Church with respect to Marcion and Valentinus, who were once members of it, which could scarcely have been obtained by one who had not himself been numbered amongst its presbyters. Semler admits that, after Tertullian seceded from the Church, he left and returned to Carthage. Jerome does not inform us whether Tertullian was born of Christian parents, or was converted to Christianity. There are passages in his writings which seem to imply that he had been a Gentile, yet he may perhaps mean to describe, not his own condition, but that of Gentiles in general, before their conversion. Alex and the majority of commentators understand them literally, as well as some other passages in which he speaks of his own infirmities and sinfulness. His writings show that he flourished at the period specified by Jerome, that is, during the reigns of Severus and Antoninus Caracalla, or between the years AD 193 and 216, but they supply no precise information respecting the date of his birth, or any of the principal occurrences of his life. Alex places his birth about 145 or 150, his conversion to Christianity about AD 185, his marriage about 186, his admission to the priesthood about 192, his adoption of the opinions of Montanus about 199, and his death about AD 220. But these dates, it must be understood, rest entirely on conjecture. 2. Tertullian's work against Marcion, as it happens, is, as to its date, the best authenticated, perhaps the only well authenticated, particular connected with the author's life. He himself mentions the 15th year of the reign of Severus as the time when he was writing the work, at 15 Jam Severium Praetoris. This agrees with Jerome's chronicle, where occurs this note: Anno 2223 Severi XV degrees Tertullianus, Celebrator. This year is assigned to the year of our Lord 207, but notwithstanding the certainty of this date, it is far from clear that it describes more than the time of the publication of the first book. On the contrary, it is nearly certain that the other books, although connected manifestly enough in the author's argument and purpose, compare the initial and the final chapters of the several books, were yet issued at separate times. No cell shows that between the Book I and Books II, IV, Tertullian issued his due proscript, Haeret, and previous to Book V he published his tracts, De Carne Christi and De Resurrectione Carnis. After giving the incontestable date of the 15th of Severus for the first book, he says it is a mistake to suppose that the other books were published with it. He adds, although we cannot undertake to determine whether Tertullian issued his books II, III, IV, against margin, together or separately, or in what year, we yet venture to affirm that Book V appeared apart from the rest, for the tract De Resur Carnis appears from its second chapter to have been published after the tract De Carne Christi, in which latter work, chapter 7, he quotes a passage from the fourth book against margin, but in his Book V against margin, chapter X, he refers to his work De Resur Carnis, which circumstance makes it evident that Tertullian published his Book V at a different time from his Book IV. In his Book I he announces his intention, chapter I, of some time or other completing his tract De Proscript, Haeret, but in his Book De Carne Christi, chapter 2, he mentions how he had completed it, a conclusive proof that his Book I against margin preceded the other books. 3. Respecting Margin himself, the most formidable heretic who had as yet opposed revealed truth. Enough will turn up in this treatise, with the notes which we have added in explanation, to satisfy the reader. It will, however, be convenient to give here a few introductory particulars of him. Tertullian mentions Margin as being, with Valentinus, in communion with the Church at Rome, under the episcopate of the blessed Eleutherus. He goes on to charge them with ever restless curiosity, with which they infected even the brethren, and informs us that they were more than once put out of communion. Margin, indeed, with the 200 sesterces which he brought into the church, he goes on to say, that being at last condemned to the banishment of a perpetual separation, they sowed abroad the poisons of their doctrines. Afterwards, when Margin, having professed penitence, agreed to the terms offered to him, that he should receive reconciliation on condition that he brought back to the church the rest also, whom he had trained up for perdition, he was prevented by death. He was a native of Sinope in Pontus, of which city, according to an account preserved by Epiphanius, which, however, is somewhat doubtful, his father was bishop, and of high character both for his orthodoxy and exemplary practice. He came to Rome soon after the death of Hyginus, probably about AD 141 or 142, and soon after his arrival he adopted the heresy of Certain IV. It is an interesting question as to what edition of the Holy Scriptures Tertullian used in his very copious quotations. It may at once be asserted that he did not cite from the Hebrew, although some writers have claimed for him, among his varied learning, a knowledge of the sacred language. BPK observes, page 61, N1, that he sometimes speaks as if he was acquainted with Hebrew, and refers to the anti-margin IV 39, the ADV, Proxime V, and the ADV, Judaeos 9. Be this as it may, it is manifest that Tertullian scripture passages never resemble the Hebrew, but in nearly every instance the Septuagint, whenever, as is most frequently the case, that version differs from the original. In the New Testament there is, as might be expected, a tolerably close conformity to the Greek. There is, however, it must be allowed, a sufficiently frequent variation from the letter of both the Greek Testaments to justify Semler's suspicion that Tertullian always quoted from the Old Latin version, whatever that might have been, which was current in the African Church in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. The most valuable part of Semler's Dissertatio de Vario et Inserta Indo Librorum QSF Tertulliani is his investigation of this very point. In section IV he endeavors to prove this proposition, hic scriptur non in manibus habut Gracchus libros sacras, and he states his conclusion thus: certissimum estate nec Tertullianum nec Cyprianum nec olim scriptorum Latinus illis ecclesiasticis provocare quam agricorum librorum octoritidum si val maxime obscura aut contraria lectio occurrit, and again, ex his satis cerdum estate, Latinos satis deus acutus fus octoritidum suorum librorum adversus Gracchus, nec concessus nicis Arius, cum Augustini et Hieronymi nova auctoritas juver fideritur. It is not ignorance of Greek which is imputed to Tertullian, for he is said to have well understood that language, and even to have composed in it. He probably followed the Latin, as writers now usually quote the authorized English, as being current and best known among their readers. Independent feeling, also, would have weight with such a temper as Tertullian's, to say nothing of the suspicion which largely prevailed in the African branch of the Latin Church, that the Greek copies of the Scriptures were much corrupted by the heretics, who were chiefly, if not wholly, Greeks or Greek-speaking persons, would have a perverting effect Tertullian's secession to the sect of Montanus may have had on his judgment in his latest writings. It did not vitiate the work against Marcion. With a few trivial exceptions, this treatise may be read by the strictest Catholic without any feeling of annoyance. His lapse to Montanism is set down conjecturally as having taken place AD 199. Jerome, we have seen, attributed the event to his quarrel with the Roman clergy, but this is at least doubtful. Nor must it be forgotten that Tertullian's mind seems to have been peculiarly suited by nature to adopt the mystical notions and ascetic principles of Montanus. It is satisfactory to find that, on the whole, the authority of Tertullian, as the learned Dr. Burton says upon great points of doctrine, is considered to be little if at all affected by his becoming a Montanus. Lectures on Eccle, Hist. Volume 2, page 234. Besides the different works which are expressly mentioned in the notes of this volume, recourse has been had by the translator to Depans Hist. Eccle, Writers, Trans. Volume 1, pages 69-86, Tillmont's Memoirs Hist. Eccle 3, 85-103, Dr. Smith's Greek and Roman Biography, Articles Marcion and Tertullian, Schaff's article in Herzog's Cyclopedia on Tertullian Munters, Primordia Eccle. Africana, pages 118-150, Robertson's Church Hist. Volume 1, pages 70-77, Dr. P. Schaff's Hist. of Christian Church, New York, 1859. Pages 511-519, and Archdeacon Evans' Biography of the Early Church, Volume 1, Lives of Marcion, pages 93-122, and Tertullian, pages 325-363. This last work, though of a popular cast, shows a good deal of research and learning, expressed in the pleasant style of the once popular author of the Rectory of Alehead. The translator has mentioned these works, because they are all quite accessible to the general reader, and will give him adequate information concerning the subject treated in the present volume. To this introduction of Dr. Holmes must be added that of Mr. Thelwall, the translator of the third volume in the Edinburgh series, as follows: to arrange chronologically the works, especially if numerous, of an author whose own date is known with tolerable precision, is not always or necessarily easy. Witness the controversies as to the succession of St. Paul's epistles. To do this in the case of an author whose own date is itself a matter of controversy may therefore be reasonably expected to be still less so, and such is the predicament of him who attempts to perform this task for Tertullian. I propose to give a specimen or two of the difficulties with which the task is beset, and then to lay before the reader briefly a summary of the results at which eminent scholars, who have devoted much time and thought to the subject, have arrived. Such a course, I think, will at once afford him means of judging of the absolute impossibility of arriving at definite certainty in the matter, and induce him to excuse me if I prefer furnishing him with materials from which to deduce his own conclusions, rather than venturing on an ex cathedra decision on so doubtful a subject. Either book, as Dr. Holmes has reminded us, of the date of which we seem to have the surest evidence, is ADV. Mark I. This book was in course of writing, as its author himself, c. 15, tells us, in the 15th year of the empire of Severus. Now this date would be clear if there were no doubt as to which year of our era corresponds to Tertullian's 15th of Severus. Pamelius, however, says Dr. Holmes, makes it AD 208. Clinton, whose authority is more recent and better, 207-2. Another book which promises to give some clue to its date is the De Paleo. The writer uses these phrases: Presentis imperii triplex virtus, Deo tot Augustus in unum favent, which show that there were at the time three persons unitedly bearing the title Augusti, not Caesars only, but the still higher Augusti, while the remainder of that context, as well as the opening of C1, indicates a time of peace of some considerable duration, a time of plenty, and a time during and previous to which great changes had taken place in the general aspect of the Roman Empire. and some particular traitor had been discovered and frustrated. Such a combination of circumstances might seem to fix the date with some degree of assurance, but unhappily, as Kay reminds us, commentators cannot agree as to who the three Augusti are. Some say Severus, Caracalla, and Albinus, some say Severus, Caracalla, and Geta. Hence we have a difference of some 12 years or thereabouts in the computations, for Albinus was defeated by Severus in person, and fell by his own hand, in AD 197, and Geta, Severus' second son, brother of Caracalla, was not associated by his father with himself and his other son as Augustus until AD 208, though he had received the title of Caesar 10 years before, in the same year in which Caracalla had received that of Augustus. For my own part, I may perhaps be allowed to say that I should incline to agree, like Samasius, with those who assign the later date. The limits of the present introduction forbid my entering at large into my reasons for so doing. I am, however, supported in it by the authority of Neander, in one point, though I should hesitate to agree with Oler, who appears to follow Samasius and others herein, namely, in understanding the expression et cacto et rubos ad alla familiaritas convulso of Albinus. It seems to me the words might with more propriety be applied to Plotinus, and that in the word familiaritas we may see, after Tertullian's fashion, a play upon the meaning, with a reference not only to the long-standing but mischievous intimacy which existed between Severus and his countryman, perhaps fellow townsman, Plotinus, who for his harshness and cruelty is fitly compared to the prickly cactus. He alludes likewise to the alliance which this ambitious Praetorian prefect had contrived to contract with the family of the emperor, by the marriage of his daughter Plautilla to Caracalla, an event which, as it turned out, led to his own death. Thus in the Rubo there may be a reference to the ambitious and conceited bramble of Jotham's parable, and perhaps, too, to the thistle of Jehoshaphat. If this be so, the date would be at least approximately fixed, as Plotinus did not marry his daughter to Caracalla till AD 203, and was himself put to death in the following year, 204, while Geta, as we have seen, was made Augustus in 208. 3. The date of the Apology, however, is perhaps at once the most contested, and the most strikingly illustrative of the difficulties to which allusion has been made. It is not surprising that its date should have been more disputed than that of other pieces, inasmuch as it is the best known, and, for some reasons, the most interesting and famous, of all our author's productions. In fact, the dates assigned to it by different authorities vary from Mosheim's 198 to that suggested by the very learned Alex, who assigns it to 217. 4. Once more, in the Tract de Monogamia, c. 3, the author says that since the date of St. Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians about 160 years had elapsed. Here, again, did we only know with certainty the precise date of that epistle, we could ascertain about the date of the tract. But, the date of the epistle is itself variously given, Burton giving it as early as AD 52, Michaelis and Mill as late as 57, and B. Tertullian only says, Armis surcitor CLX exint productus, while the way in which, in the Agnat, within the short space of 3 chapters, he states first that 250, and then, in C9, that 300 years had not elapsed since the rise of the Christian name, leads us to think that here again he only desires to speak in round numbers, meaning perhaps more than 150, but less than 170. These specimens must suffice, though it might be easy to add to them. There is, however, another classification of our author's writings which has been attempted, finding the haplessness of strict chronological accuracy. Commentators have seized on the idea that peradventure there might be found at all events some internal marks by which to determine which of them were written before, which after, the writer's secession to Montanism. It may be confessed that this attempt has been somewhat more successful than the other, yet even here there are 2 formidable obstacles standing in our way. The first and greatest is, that the natural temper of Tertullian was from the first so akin to the spirit of Montanism, that, unless there occur distinct allusions to the new prophecy, or expressions specially connected with Montanistic phraseology, the general tone of any treatise is not a very safe guide. The second is, that the subject matter of some of the treatises is not such as to afford much scope for the introduction of the peculiarities of a sect which profess to differ in discipline only, not doctrine, from the Church at large. Still the result of this classification seems to show one important feature of agreement between commentators, however they may differ upon details, and that is, that considerably the larger part of our author's rather voluminous productions must have been subsequent to his lamented secession. I think the best way to give the reader means for forming his own judgment will be, as I have said, to lay before him in parallel columns a tabular view of the disposition of the books by Dr. Ninder and Bishop K. These two modern writers, having given particular care to the subject, bringing to bear upon it all the advantages derived from wide reading, eminent abilities, and a diligent study of the works of preceding writers on the same questions, have a special right to be heard upon the matter in hand, and I think, if I may be allowed to say so, that, for calm judgment, and minute acquaintance with his author, I shall not be accused of undue partiality if I express my opinion that, as far as my own observation goes, the palm must be awarded to the bishop. In this view I am supported by the fact that the accomplished Professor Ramsey follows Dr. K's arrangement. I premise that Dr. Ninder adopts a threefold division, into 1. Writings which were occasioned by the relation of the Christians to the heathen, and refer to the vindication of Christianity against the heathen, attacks on heathenism, the sufferings and conduct of Christians under persecution, and the intercourse of Christians with heathens. 2. Writings which relate to Christian and church life, and to ecclesiastical discipline. 3. The dogmatic and dogmatical controversial treatises, and under each head he subdivides into A. Pre-Montanist writings, B. Post-Montanist writings, thus leaving no room for what K calls works respecting which nothing certain can be pronounced, for the sake of clearness. This order has not been followed in the table. On the other side, it will be seen that Dr. K, while not assuming to speak with more than a reasonable probability, is careful so to arrange the treatises under each head as to show the order, so far as it is discoverable, in which the books under that head were published, i.e., if one book is quoted in another book, the book so quoted, if distinctly referred to as already before the world, is plainly anterior to that in which it is quoted. Thus, then, have Ninder I Premontanus 1, De Ponententia 2, De Oratione 3, De Baptismo 4, Ad Uxorem I 5, Ad Uxorem 2, 6, Ad Martyr 7, De Patientia 8, De Spectaculis 9, De Idolatria 10, 11, Ad Nations I 2, 12, Apologeticus 13, De Testimonio Anima, 14, De Prasker, Hereticorum 15, De Cult, Fem I 16, De Cult, Fem 2, 2, Montanist 17-21, ADV, Mark I 2, 3 IV 22, De Anima 23, De Carne Christi 24, De Res Carn 25, De Cormil 26, De Verge, Vel 27, De Ex, Cast 28, Demonic 29, De Jejuniis 30, De Pudicitia 31, De Paleo 32, Scorpius 33, Ad Scapulum 34, ADV, Valentinianus 35, ADV, Hermogenem 36, ADV, Proxime 37, ADV, Judaeos 38, De Fuga and Persecutioner, K. I Premontanist, probably. 1. De Ponententia 2, De Oratione 3, De Baptismo 4, Ad Uxorem I 5, Ad Uxorem 2, 6, Ad Martyr 7, De Patientia 8, ADV, Judaeos 9, De Prasker, Hereticorum 2, Montanist, certainly. 10. ADV, Mark 11, ADV, Mark 2, 12, De Anima 13, ADV, Mark 3, 14, ADV, Mark I 15, De Carne Christi 16, De Resurrectione Carnis 17, ADV, Mark V 18, ADV, Proxime 19, Scorpius 20, De Corona Militis 21, De Virginibus Villandis 22, De Exhortationis Custoditis 23, De Fuga and Persecutionis 24, De Monogamia 25, De Jejuniis 26, De Pudicitia 3, Montanist, probably 27, ADV, Valentinianus 28, Ad Scapulum 29, De Spectaculis 30, De Idolatria 31, De Cultu Feminorum I 32, De Cultu Feminorum 2, IV, works respecting which nothing certain can be pronounced. 33, The Apology 34, Ad Nations I 35, Ad Nations 2, 36, De Testimonio Anima, 37, De Paleo 38, ADV, Hermogenem. A comparison of these two lists will show that the difference between the two great authorities is, as K remarks, not great, and with respect to some of the tracts on which we differ, the learned author expresses himself with great diffidence. The main difference, in fact, is that which affects two tracts upon kindred subjects, the De Spectaculis, and Idolatria, the De Cultu Feminorum, a subject akin to the other two, and the Adv. Judaeos, with reference to all these, except the last, to which I believe the Archdeacon does not once refer. The bishop's opinion appears to have the support of Archdeacon Evans, whose learned and interesting essay, referred to in the note, appears in a volume published in 1837. Dr. K's lectures, on which his book is founded, were delivered in 1825. Of the date of his first edition I am not aware. Dr. Niender's Ante-Gnosticus also first appeared in 1825. The preface to his second edition bears date July 1, 1849. As to the Adv. Judaeos, I confess I agree with Niender in thinking that, at all events from the beginning of C9, it is spurious. If it be urged that Jerome expressly quotes it as Tertullian's, I reply, Jerome so quotes it, I believe, when he is expounding Daniel. Now all that the Adv. Judd has to say about Daniel ends with the end of C8. It is therefore quite compatible with the fact thus stated to recognize the earlier half of the book as genuine, and to reject the rest, beginning, as it happens, just after the 8th chapter, as spurious. Perhaps Dr. Niender's Jewish birth and training peculiarly fit him to be heard on this question. Nor do I think Professor Ramsey, in the article above alluded to, has quite seen the force of K's own remarks on Niender. What he does say is equally creditable to his candor and his accuracy, namely, the instances alleged by Dr. Niender, in proof of this position, are undoubtedly very remarkable, but if the concluding chapters of the tract are spurious, no ground seems to be left for asserting that the genuine portion was posterior to the third book against Martin, and none, consequently, for asserting that it was written by a Montanist, with which remark I must draw these observations on the genuine extant works of Tertullian to a close. The next point to which a brief reference must be made is the lost works of Tertullian. Lists of these are given both by Oler and by K, viz. 1. A book on Aaron's robes, mentioned by Jerome, Epist 128, et Fabiolum Divis Sacerdotali, Tom 2 page 586, Op-ed Bend 2, a book on the superstition of the age 3, a book on the submission of the soul 4, a book on the flesh and the soul. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are known only by their titles, which are found in the index to Tertullian's works given in the Codex Agabardi, but the tracts themselves are not extant in the MS, which appears to have once contained 5. A book on Paradise, named in the index, and referred to in De Anima 55, ADV, Mark 3, 12, and 6. A book on the Hope of the Faithful, also named in the index, and referred to ADV, Mark 3, 24, and by Jerome in his account of Papias, and on Ezek 36, and by Gennadius of Marseille 7, 6 books on ecstasy, with a 7th in reply to Apollonius, see Jerome, c. 2, J. A. Fabricius on the words of the unknown author whom the Jesuit sermon edited under the name Protestanitus, who gathers thence that Soter, Pope of the city, and Apollonius, Bishop of the Ephesians, wrote a book against the Montanists, in reply to whom Tertullian, a Carthaginian presbyter, wrote, J. Pamelius thinks the 7 books were originally published in Greek. 8. A book in reply to the Apellesites, i.e. the followers of Apelles, referred to in De Carne Christi, c. 9. A book on the origin of the soul, in reply to Hermogenes, referred to in De Anima, cc 1, 3, 22, 24, 10. A book on fate, referred to by Fulgentius Planchiades, page 562, Merck, also referred to as either written, or intended to be written, by Tertullian himself. De Anima, c. 20. Jerome states that there was extant, or had been extant, a book on fate under the name of Minucius Felix, written indeed by a perspicuous author, but not in the style of Minucius Felix. This, Pamelius judged, should perhaps be rather ascribed to Tertullian. 11. A book on the Trinity, Jerome says, Novatian wrote, a large volume on the Trinity, as if making an epitome of a work of Tertullian's, which most men not knowing regarded as Cyprian's. Novatian's book stood in Tertullian's name in the MSs of Jaganius, who was the first to edit it, in a Malmesbury MS which Sig. Gelenius used, and in others 12, a book addressed to a philosophic friend on the straits of matrimony. Both K and Oler are in doubt whether Jerome's words, by which some have been led to conclude that Tertullian wrote some book or books on this and kindred subjects, really imply as much, or whether they may not refer merely to those tracts and passages in his extant writings which touch upon such matters. K hesitates to think that the book to a philosophic friend is the same as the exhortation or Custoditus, because Jerome says Tertullian wrote on the subject of celibacy in his youth. But as Cave takes what Jerome elsewhere says of Tertullian's leaving the church about the middle of his age to mean his spiritual age, the same sense might attach to his words here too, and thus obviate the bishop's difficulty. There are some other works which have been attributed to Tertullian, on circumcision, on animals clean and unclean, on the truth that God is a judge, which Oler likewise rejects, believing that the expressions of Jerome refer only to passages in the Anti-Marcion and other extant works. To Novatian Jerome does ascribe a distinct work on circumcision, and this may, Comp 11, just above, have given rise to the view that Tertullian had written one also. There were, moreover, 3 treatises at least written by Tertullian in Greek. They are, 1. A book on public shows, CD Corsi 6, 2. A book on baptism, CD Bapsi 15, 3. A book on the veiling of virgins, CD VVC 1. Oler adds that J. Pamelius, in his epistle dedicatory to Philip II of Spain, makes mention of a Greek copy of Tertullian in the library of that king. This report, however, since nothing has ever been seen or heard of the said copy from that time, Oler judges to be erroneous. It remains briefly to notice the confessedly spurious works which the editions of Tertullian generally have appended to them. With these K does not deal. The fragment, Adv omnes hereses, Oler attributes to Victorinus Patavianensis, i.e., Victorinus Bishop of Petua, on the Drava, in Austrian Styria. It was once thought he ought to be called Pataviensis, i.e., of Poitiers, but John Launoy has shown this to be an error. Victorinus is said by Jerome to have understood Greek better than Latin, hence his works are excellent for the sense, but mean as to the style. Cave believes him to have been a Greek by birth. Cassiodorus states him to have been once a professor of rhetoric. Jerome's statement agrees with the style of the tract in question, and Jerome distinctly says Victorinus derided versus omnes hereses. Alex leaves the question of its authorship quite uncertain. If Victorinus be the author, the book falls clearly within the Ante-Nicene period, for Victorinus fell a martyr in the Diocletian persecution, probably about AD 303. The next fragment, of the execrable gods of the heathens, is of quite uncertain authorship. Oler would attribute it to some declaimer not quite ignorant of Tertullian's writings, but certainly not to Tertullian himself. Lastly we come to the metrical fragments. Concerning these, it is perhaps impossible to assign them to the rightful owners. Oler has not troubled himself much about them, but he seems to regard the Jonah as worthy of more regard than the rest, for he seems to have intended giving more labor to its editing at some future time. Whether he has ever done so, or given us his German version of Tertullian's own works, which, see Deus adjuverit, he distinctly promises in his preface, I do not know. Perhaps the best thing to be done under the circumstances is to give the judgment of the learned Peter Alex. It may be premised that by the celebrated George Fabricius, who published his great work, Potum Veterum Ecclesiasticorum Opera Christiana, etc., in 1564, the 5 books in reply to Marcion, and the Judgment of the Lord, are ascribed to Tertullian, the Genesis and Satum to Cyprian. Pamelius likewise seems to have ascribed the 5 books, the Jonah, and the Satum to Tertullian, and according to Lardner, Bishop Bull likewise attributed the 5 books to him. They have been generally ascribed to the Victorinus above mentioned. Tilmont, among others, thinks they may well enough be his. Regaltius is content to demonstrate that they are not Tertullian's, but leaves the real authorship without attempting to decide it. Of the others the same eminent critic says, they seem to have been written at Carthage, at an age not far removed from Tertullian's. Alex, after observing that Pamelius is inconsistent with himself in attributing the Genesis and Satum at one time to Tertullian, at another to Cyprian, rejects both views equally, and assigns the Genesis with some confidence to Salvian, a presbyter of Marseille, whose Flaruit Cave gives Cyr 440, a contemporary of Gennadius, and a copious author, to the Cities. Alex thinks that Gennadius alludes in his Catalogue of Illustrious Men, c. 77. The Judgment of the Lord Alex ascribes to one Veracundus, an African bishop, whose date he finds it difficult to decide exactly. He refers to 2 of the name, one Bishop of Tunis, whom Victor of Tunis in his chronicle mentions as having died in exile at Chalcedon AD 552, the other Bishop of Noba, who visited Carthage with many others AD 482. at the summons of King Huneric, to answer there for their faith, and would ascribe the poem to the former, thinking that he finds an allusion to it in the article upon that Veracundus in the De Viris Illustribus of Isidore of Seville. Aller agrees with him. The 5 books Alex seems to hint may be attributed to some imitator of the Victorinus of Pertuis named above. Aller attributes them rather to one Victorinus, or Victor, of Marseille, a rhetorician, who died AD 450. He appears in G. Fabricius as Claudius Marius Victorinus, writer of a commentary on Genesis, and an epistle ad Salomonum Abata, both in verse, and of some considerable length, Apology, translated by the Reverend S. Thelwall, late scholar of Christ's College, Cantab. The Apology, Chapter 1. Rulers of the Roman Empire, if, seated for the administration of justice on your lofty tribunal, under the gaze of every eye, and occupying there all but the highest position in the state, you may not openly inquire into and sift before the world the real truth in regard to the charges made against the Christians, if in this case alone you are afraid or ashamed to exercise your authority in making public inquiry with the carefulness which becomes justice, if, finally, the extreme severities inflicted on our people in recently private judgments stand in the way of our being permitted to defend ourselves before you, you cannot surely forbid the truth to reach your ears by the secret pathway of a noiseless book. She has no appeals to make to you in regard of her condition, for that does not excite her wonder. She knows that she is but a sojourner on the earth, and that among strangers she naturally finds foes, and more than this, that her origin, her dwelling place, her hope, her recompense, her honors, are above one thing. Meanwhile, she anxiously desires of earthly rulers, not to be condemned and known. What harm can it add to the laws, supreme in their domain, to give her a hearing? Nay, for that part of it, will not their absolute supremacy be more conspicuous in their condemning her, even after she has made her plea? But if, unheard, sentence is pronounced against her, besides the odium of an unjust deed, you will incur the merited suspicion of doing it with some idea that it is unjust, as not wishing to hear what you may not be able to hear and condemn. We lay this before you as the first ground on which we urge that your hatred to the name of Christian is unjust, and the very reason which seems to excuse this injustice, I mean ignorance, at once aggravates and convicts it. For what is there more unfair than to hate a thing of which you know nothing, even though it deserve to be hated? Hatred is only merited when it is known to be merited, but without that knowledge, whence is its justice to be vindicated? For that is to be proved, not from the mere fact that an aversion exists, but from acquaintance with the subject. When men, then, give way to a dislike simply because they are entirely ignorant of the nature of the thing disliked, why may it not be precisely the very sort of thing they should not dislike? So we maintain that they are both ignorant while they hate us, and hate us unrighteously while they continue in ignorance, the one thing being the result of the other either way of it. The proof of their ignorance, at once condemning and excusing their injustice, is this, that those who once hated Christianity because they knew nothing about it, no sooner come to know it than they all lay down at once their enmity. From being its haters they become its disciples. By simply getting acquainted with it, they begin now to hate what they had formerly been, and to profess what they had formerly hated, and their numbers are as great as are laid to our charge. The outcry is that the state is filled with Christians, that they are in the fields, in the citadels, in the islands. They make lamentation, as for some calamity, that both sexes, every age and condition, even high rank, are passing over to the profession of the Christian faith, and yet for all, their minds are not awakened to the thought of some good they have failed to notice in it. They must not allow any truer suspicions to cross their minds. They have no desire to make closer trial. Here alone the curiosity of human nature slumbers. They like to be ignorant, though to others the knowledge has been bliss. Anacharsis reproved the rude venturing to criticize the cultured. How much more this judging of those who know, by men who are entirely ignorant, might he have denounced? Because they already dislike, they want to know no more. Thus they prejudge that of which they are ignorant to be such, that, if they came to know it, it could no longer be the object of their aversion, since, if inquiry finds nothing worthy of dislike, it is certainly proper to cease from an unjust dislike, while if its bad character comes plainly out, instead of the detestation entertained for it being thus diminished, a stronger reason for perseverance in the detestation is obtained, even under the authority of justice itself. But, says one, a thing is not good merely because multitudes go over to it, for how many have a bent of their nature towards whatever is bad, how many go astray into ways of error. It is undoubted, yet a thing that is thoroughly evil. Not even those whom it carries away venture to defend as good. Nature throws a veil either of fear or shame over all evil. For instance, you find that criminals are eager to conceal themselves, avoid appearing in public, are in trepidation when they are caught, deny their guilt, when they are accused, even when they are put to the rack. They do not easily or always confess. When there is no doubt about their condemnation, they grieve for what they have done. In their self-communings they admit their being impelled by sinful dispositions, but they lay the blame either on fate or on the stars. They are unwilling to acknowledge that the thing is theirs, because they own that it is wicked. But what is there like this in the Christian's case? The only shame or regret he feels, is at not having been a Christian earlier. If he is pointed out, he glories in it. If he is accused, he offers no defense. Interrogated, he makes voluntary confession. Condemned, he renders thanks. What sort of evil thing is this, which wants all the ordinary peculiarities of evil, fear, shame, subterfuge, penitence, lamenting? What is that a crime in which the criminal rejoices, to be accused of which is his ardent wish, to be punished for which is his felicity? You cannot call it madness, you who stand convicted of knowing nothing of the matter. Chapter 2. If, again, it is certain that we are the most wicked of men, why do you treat us so differently from our fellows, that is, from other criminals, it being only fair that the same crime should get the same treatment? When the charges made against us are made against others, they are permitted to make use both of their own lips and of hired pleaders to show their innocence. They have full opportunity of answer and debate. In fact, it is against the law to condemn anybody undefended and unheard. Christians alone are forbidden to say anything in exculpation of themselves, in defense of the truth, to help the judge to a righteous decision. All that is cared about is having what the public hatred demands, the confession of the name, not examination of the charge. While in your ordinary judicial investigations, on a man's confession of the crime of murder, or sacrilege, or incest, or treason, to take the points of which we are accused, you are not content to proceed at once to sentence. You do not take that step till you thoroughly examine the circumstances of the confession. What is the real character of the deed? How often, where, in what way, when he has done it, who were privy to it, and who actually took part with him in it? Nothing like this is done in our case, though the falsehoods disseminated about us ought to have the same sifting, that it might be found how many murdered children each of us had tasted, how many incests each of us had shrouded in darkness, what cooks, what dogs had been witness of our deeds. Oh, how great the glory of the ruler who should bring to light some Christian who had devoured 100 infants! But, instead of that, we find that even inquiry in regard to our case is forbidden. For the younger Pliny, when he was ruler of a province, having condemned some Christians to death, and driven some from their steadfastness, being still annoyed by their great numbers, at last sought the advice of Trajan, the reigning emperor, as to what he was to do with the rest, explaining to his master that, except an obstinate disinclination to offer sacrifices, he found in the religious services nothing but meetings at early morning for singing hymns to Christ and God, and sealing home their way of life by a united pledge to be faithful to their religion, forbidding murder, adultery, dishonesty, and other crimes. Upon this Trajan wrote back that Christians were by no means to be sought after, but if they were brought before him, they should be punished. O miserable deliverance, under the necessities of the case, a self-contradiction. It forbids them to be sought after as innocent, and it commands them to be punished as guilty. It is at once merciful and cruel, it passes by, and it punishes. Why dost thou play a game of evasion upon thyself, O judgment? If thou condemnest, why dost thou not also inquire? If thou dost not inquire, why dost thou not also absolve? Military stations are distributed through all the provinces for tracking robbers. Against traitors and public foes every man is a soldier. Search is made even for their confederates and accessories. The Christian alone must not be sought, though he may be brought and accused before the judge, as if a search had any other end than that in view. And so you condemn the man for whom nobody wished a search to be made when he is presented to you, and who even now does not deserve punishment, I suppose, because of his guilt, but because, though forbidden to be sought, he was found. And then, too, you do not in that case deal with us in the ordinary way of judicial proceedings against offenders, for, in the case of others denying, you apply the torture to make them confess. Christians alone you torture, to make them deny, whereas, if we were guilty of any crime, we should be sure to deny it, and you with your tortures would force us to confession. Nor indeed should you hold that our crimes require no such investigation merely on the ground that you are convinced by our confession of the name that the deeds were done, you who are daily wont, though you know well enough what murder is, nonetheless to extract from the confessed murderer a full account of how the crime was perpetrated, so that with all the greater perversity you act, when, holding our crimes proved by our confession of the name of Christ, you drive us by torture to fall from our confession, that, repudiating the name, we may in like manner repudiate also the crimes with which, from that same confession, you had assumed that we were chargeable. I suppose, though you believe us to be the worst of mankind, you do not wish us to perish, for thus, no doubt, you are in the habit of bidding the murdered deny, and of ordering the man guilty of sacrilege to the rack if he persevere in his acknowledgment. Is that the way of it? But if thus you do not deal with us as criminals, you declare us thereby innocent, when as innocent you are anxious that we do not persevere in a confession which you know will bring on us a condemnation of necessity, not of justice, at your hands. I am a Christian, the man cries out. He tells you what he is, you wish to hear from him what he is not, occupying your place of authority to extort the truth, you do your utmost to get lies from us. I am, he says, that which you ask me if I am. Why do you torture me to sin? I confess, and you put me to the rack. What would you do if I denied? Certainly you give no ready credence to others when they deny. When we deny, you believe at once. Let this perversity of yours lead you to suspect that there is some hidden power in the case under whose influence you act against the forms, against the nature of public justice, even against the very laws themselves. For, unless I am greatly mistaken, the laws enjoin offenders to be searched out, and not to be hidden away. They lay it down that persons who own a crime are to be condemned, not acquitted. The decrees of the Senate, the commands of your chiefs, lay this clearly down. The power of which you are servants is a civil, not a tyrannical domination. Among tyrants, indeed, torments used to be inflicted even as punishments, with you they are mitigated to a means of questioning alone. Keep to your law in these as necessary till confession is obtained, and if the torture is anticipated by confession, there will be no occasion for it. Sentence should be passed, the criminal should be given over to the penalty which is his due, not released. Accordingly, no one is eager for the acquittal of the guilty, it is not right to desire that, and so no one is ever compelled to deny. Well, you think the Christian a man of every crime, an enemy of the gods, of the emperor, of the laws, of good morals, of all nature, yet you compel him to deny, that you may acquit him, which without him denial you could not do. You play fast and loose with the laws, you wish him to deny his guilt, that you may, even against his will, bring him out blameless and free from all guilt in reference to the past. Whence is this strange perversity on your part? How is it you do not reflect that a spontaneous confession is greatly more worthy of credit than a compelled denial, or consider whether, when compelled to deny, a man's denial may not be in good faith, and whether acquitted, he may not, then and there, as soon as the trial is over, laugh at your hostility, a Christian as much as ever, seeing, then, that in everything you deal differently with us than with other criminals, bent upon the one object of taking from us our name. Indeed, it is ours no more if we do what Christians never do. It is made perfectly clear that there is no crime of any kind in the case, but merely a name which a certain system, ever working against the truth, pursues with its enmity, doing this chiefly with the object of securing that men may have no desire to know for certain what they know for certain they are entirely ignorant of. Hence, too, it is that they believe about us things of which they have no proof, and they are disinclined to have them looked into, lest the charges they would rather take on trust are all proved to have no foundation, that the name so hostile to the rival power, its crimes presumed, not proved, may be condemned simply on its own confession. So we are put to the torture if we confess, and we are punished if we persevere, and if we deny we are acquitted, because all the contention is about a name. Finally, why do you read out of your tablet lists that such a man is a Christian? Why not also that he is a murderer? And if a Christian is a murderer, why not guilty, too, of incest, or any other vile thing you believe of us? In our case alone you are either ashamed or unwilling to mention the very names of our crimes. If to be called a Christian does not imply any crime, the name is surely very hateful, when that of itself is made a crime. Chapter 3. What are we to think of it, that most people so blindly knock their heads against the hatred of the Christian name, that when they bear favorable testimony to anyone, they mingle with it abuse of the name he bears? A good man, says one, is Gaius, only that he is a Christian. So another, I am astonished that a wise man like Lucius should have suddenly become a Christian. Nobody thinks it needful to consider whether Gaius is not good and Lucius wise, on this very account that he is a Christian, or a Christian, for the reason that he is wise and good. They praise what they know, they abuse what they are ignorant of, and they inspire their knowledge with their ignorance, though in fairness ye should rather judge of what is unknown from what is known, than what is known from what is unknown. Others, in the case of persons whom, before they took the name of Christian, they had known as loose, and vile, and wicked, put on them a brand from the very thing which they praise. In the blindness of their hatred, they fall foul of their own approving judgment. What a woman she was, how wanton, how gay! What a youth he was, how profligate, how libidinous! They have become Christians, so the hated name is given to a reformation of character. Some even barter away their comforts for that hatred, content to bear injury, if they are kept free at home from the object of their bitter enmity. The wife, now chaste, the husband, now no longer jealous, casts out of his house, the son, now obedient, the father, who used to be so patient, disinherits, the servant, now faithful, the master, once so mild, commands away from his presence. It is a high offense for anyone to be reformed by the detested name. Goodness is of less value than hatred of Christians. Well now, if there is this dislike of the name, what blame can you attach to names? What accusation can you bring against mere designations, save that something in the word sounds either barbarous, or unlucky, or scurrilous, or unchaste? But Christian, so far as the meaning of the word is concerned, is derived from anointing. Yes, and even when it is wrongly pronounced by you Christianus, for you do not even know accurately the name you hate, it comes from sweetness and benignity. You hate, therefore, in the guiltless, even a guiltless name, but the special ground of dislike to the sect is, that it bears the name of its founder. Is there anything new in a religious sect getting for its followers a designation from its master? Are not the philosophers called from the founders of their systems, Platonists, Epicureans, Pythagoreans? Are not the Stoics and academics so called also from the places in which they assembled and stationed themselves? And are not physicians named from Erasistratus, grammarians from Aristarchus, cooks even from Apicius? And yet the bearing of the name, transmitted from the original institutor with whatever he has instituted, offends no one. No doubt, if it is proved that the sect is a bad one, and so its founder bad as well, that will prove that the name is bad and deserves our aversion, in respect of the character both of the sect and its author. Before, therefore, taking up a dislike to the name, it behove you to consider the sect and the author, or the author and the sect. But now, without any sifting and knowledge of either, the mere name is made matter of accusation, the mere name is assailed, and a sound alone brings condemnation on a sect and its author both, while of both you are ignorant, because they have such and such a designation, not because they are convicted of anything wrong. Chapter 4. And so, having made these remarks as it were by way of preface, that I might show in its true colors the injustice of the public hatred against us, I shall now take my stand on the plea of our blamelessness, and I shall not only refute the things which are objected to us, but I shall also retort them on the objectors, that in this way all may know that Christians are free from the very crimes they are so well aware prevail among themselves, that they may at the same time be put to the blush for their accusations against us. Accusations I shall not say of the worst of men against the best, but now, as they will have it, against those who are only their fellows in sin. We shall reply to the accusation of all the various crimes we are said to be guilty of in secret, such as we find them committing in the light of day, and as being guilty of which we are held to be wicked, senseless, worthy of punishment, deserving of ridicule. But since, when our truth meets you successfully at all points, the authority of the laws as a last resort is set up against it, so that it is either said that their determinations are absolutely conclusive, or the necessity of obedience is, however unwillingly, preferred to the truth, I shall first, in this matter of the laws, grapple with you as with their chosen protectors. Now first, when you sternly lay it down in your sentences, it is not lawful for you to exist, and with unhesitating rigor you enjoin this to be carried out, you exhibit the violence and unjust domination of mere tyranny, if you deny the thing to be lawful, simply on the ground that you wish it to be unlawful, not because it ought to be, but if you would have it unlawful because it ought not to be lawful, without doubt that should have no permission of law which does harm, and on this ground, in fact, it is already determined that whatever is beneficial is legitimate. Well, if I have found what your law prohibits to be good, as one who has arrived at such a previous opinion, has it not lost its power to debar me from it? though that very thing, if it were evil, it would justly forbid to me. If your law has gone wrong, it is of human origin, I think, it has not fallen from heaven. Is it wonderful that man should err in making a law, or come to his senses in rejecting it? Did not the Lacedaemonians amend the laws of Lycurgus himself, thereby inflicting such pain on their author that he shut himself up, and doomed himself to death by starvation? Are you not yourselves every day, in your efforts to illumine the darkness of antiquity, cutting and hewing with the new axes of imperial rescripts and edicts, that whole ancient and rugged forest of your laws? Has not Severus, that most resolute of rulers, but yesterday repealed the ridiculous Papian laws which compelled people to have children before the Julian laws allow matrimony to be contracted, and that though they have the authority of age upon their side, there were laws, too, in old times, that parties against whom a decision had been given might be cut in pieces by their creditors. However, by common consent that cruelty was afterwards erased from the statutes, and the capital penalty turned into a brand of shame. By adopting the plan of confiscating a debtor's goods, it was thought rather to pour the blood and blushes over his face than to pour it out. How many laws lie hidden out of sight which still require to be reformed? For it is neither the number of their years nor the dignity of their maker that commends them, but simply that they are just, and therefore, when their injustice is recognized, they are deservedly condemned. Even though they condemn, why speak we of them as unjust? Nay, if they punish mere names, we may well call them irrational, but if they punish acts, why in our case do they punish acts solely on the ground of a name, while in others they must have them proved not from the name, but from the wrong done? I am a practicer of incest, so they say, why do they not inquire into it? I am an infant killer, why do they not apply the torture to get from me the truth? I am guilty of crimes against the gods, against the Caesars, why am I, who am able to clear myself, not allowed to be heard on my own behalf? No law forbids the sifting of the crimes which it prohibits, for a judge never inflicts a righteous vengeance if he is not well assured that a crime has been committed, nor does a citizen render a true subjection to the law, if he does not know the nature of the thing on which the punishment is inflicted. It is not enough that a law is just, nor that the judge should be convinced of its justice. Those from whom obedience is expected should have that conviction too. Nay, a law lies under strong suspicions which does not care to have itself tried and approved. It is a positively wicked law, if, unproved, it tyrannizes over men. Chapter 5. To say a word about the origin of laws of the kind to which we now refer, there was an old decree that no god should be consecrated by the emperor till first approved by the Senate. Marcus Aemilius had experience of this in reference to his god Albernus, and this, too, makes for our case, that among you divinity is allotted at the judgment of human beings. Unless gods give satisfaction to men, there will be no deification for them. The god will have to propitiate the man. Tiberius accordingly, in whose days the Christian name made its entry into the world, having himself received intelligence from Palestine of events which had clearly shown the truth of Christ's divinity, brought the matter before the Senate, with his own decision in favor of Christ. The Senate, because it had not given the approval itself, rejected his proposal. Caesar held to his opinion, threatening wrath against all accusers of the Christians. Consult your histories, you will there find that Nero was the first who assailed with the imperial sword the Christian sect, making progress then especially at Rome. But we glory in having our condemnation hallowed by the hostility of such a wretch, for anyone who knows him, can understand that not except as being of singular excellence did anything bring on it Nero's condemnation. Domitian, too, a man of Nero's type in cruelty, tried his hand at persecution, but as he had something of the human in him, he soon put an end to what he had begun, even restoring again those whom he had banished. Such as these have always been our persecutors, men unjust, impious, base, of whom even you yourselves have no good to say, the sufferers under whose sentences you have been wont to restore. But among so many princes from the time to the present day, with anything of divine and human wisdom in them, point out a single persecutor of the Christian name. So far from that, we, on the contrary, bring before you one who was their protector, as you will see by examining the letters of Marcus Aurelius, that most grave of emperors, in which he bears his testimony that the Germanic drought was removed by the rains obtained through the prayers of the Christians who chanced to be fighting under him, and as he did not by public law remove from Christians their legal disabilities, yet in another way he put them openly aside, even adding a sentence of condemnation, and that of greater severity, against their accusers. What sort of laws are these which the impious alone execute against us, and the unjust, the vile, the bloody, the senseless, the insane which Trajan to some extent made not by forbidding Christians to be sought after, which neither Hadrian, though fond of searching into all things strange and new, nor of Vespasian, though the subjugator of the Jews, nor of Pius, nor of Arius, ever enforced. It should surely be judged more natural for bad men to be eradicated by good princes as being their natural enemies, than by those of a spirit kindred with their own. Chapter 6. I would now have these most religious protectors and vindicators of the laws and institutions of their fathers, tell me, in regard to their own fidelity and the honor and submission they themselves show to ancestral institutions, if they have departed from nothing, if they have in nothing gone out of the old paths, if they have not put aside whatsoever is most useful and necessary as rules of a virtuous life. What has become of the laws repressing expensive and ostentatious ways of living which forbade more than 100 asses to be expended on a supper, and more than one fowl to be set on the table at a time, and that not a fatted one, which expelled a patrician from the Senate on the serious ground, as it was counted, of aspiring to be too great, because he had acquired 10 pounds of silver, which put down the theatres as quickly as they arose to debauch the manners of the people, which did not permit the insignia of official dignities or of noble birth to be rashly or with impunity usurped, for I see the centenarian suppers must now bear the name, not from the 100 asses, but from the 100 sestertia expended on them, and that mines of silver made into dishes. It were little if this applied only to senators, and not to freedmen or even mere wit spoilers. I see, too, that neither is a single theatre enough, nor are theatres unsheltered. No doubt it was that immodest pleasure might not be torpid in the winter time. The Lacedaemonians invented their woolen cloaks for the plays. I see now no difference between the dress of matrons and prostitutes. In regard to women, indeed, those laws of your fathers, which used to be such an encouragement to modesty and sobriety, have also fallen into desuetude, when a woman had yet no gold upon her save on the finger, which, with the bridal ring, her husband had sacredly pledged to himself, when the abstinence of women from wine was carried so far, that a matron, for opening the compartments of a wine cellar, was starved to death by her friends, while in the times of Romulus, for merely tasting wine, Maecenas killed his wife, and suffered nothing for the deed. With reference to this also, it was the custom of women to kiss their relatives, that they might be detected by their breath, whereas that happiness of married life, ever so desirable, which distinguished our earlier manners, and has the result of which for about 600 years there was not among us a single divorce. Now, women love every member of the body heavy laden with gold. Wine-bibbing is so common among them, that the kiss is never offered with their will, and as for divorce, they long for it as though it were the natural consequence of marriage. The laws, too, your fathers in their wisdom had enacted concerning the very gods themselves, you their most loyal children have rescinded. The consuls, by the authority of the Senate, banished Father Bacchus and his mysteries not merely from the city, but from the whole of Italy. The consuls Piso and Gabinius, no Christians surely, forbade Serapis, and Isis, and Arpocrates, with their dog-headed friend, admission into the capital, in the act casting them out from the assembly of the gods, overthrow their altars, and expelled them from the country, being anxious to prevent the vices of their base and lascivious religion from spreading. These, you have restored, and conferred highest honors on them. What has come to your religion, of the veneration due by you to your ancestors, in your dress, in your food, in your style of life, in your opinions, and last of all in your very speech, you have renounced your progenitors. You are always praising antiquity, and yet every day you have novelties in your way of living. From your having failed to maintain what you should, you make it clear, that, while you abandon the good ways of your fathers, you retain and guard the things you ought not, yet the very tradition of your fathers, which you still seem so faithfully to defend, and in which you find your principal matter of accusation against the Christians, I mean zeal in the worship of the gods, the point in which antiquity has mainly erred, although you have rebuilt the altars of Serapis, now a Roman deity, and to Bacchus, now become a god of Italy, you offer up your orgies. I shall in its proper place show that you despise, neglect, and overthrow, casting entirely aside the authority of the men of old. I go on meantime to reply to that infamous charge of secret crimes, clearing my way to things of open day. Chapter 7. Monsters of wickedness. We are accused of observing a holy rite in which we kill a little child and then eat it, in which, after the feast, we practice incest. The dogs, are pimps, forsooth, overturning the lights and getting us the shamelessness of darkness for our impious lusts. This is what is constantly laid to our charge, and yet you take no pains to elicit the truth of what we have been so long accused. Either bring, then, the matter to the light of day if you believe it, or give it no credit as having never inquired into it. On the ground of your double dealing, we are entitled to lay it down to you that there is no reality in the thing which you dare not expurgate. You impose on the executioner, in the case of Christians, a duty the very opposite of expurgation. He is not to make them confess what they do, but to make them deny what they are. We date the origin of our religion, as we have mentioned before, from the reign of Tiberius. Truth and the hatred of truth come into our world together. As soon as truth appears, it is regarded as an enemy. It has as many foes as there are strangers to it. The Jews, as was to be looked for, from a spirit of rivalry. The soldiers, out of a desire to extort money, are very domestics. By their nature, we are daily beset by foes. We are daily betrayed. We are oftentimes surprised in our meetings and congregations. Whoever happened withal upon an infant wailing, according to the common story? Whoever kept for the judge, just as he had found them, the gory mouths of Cyclops and Sirens? Whoever found any traces of uncleanness in their wives? Where is the man who, when he had discovered such atrocities, concealed them, or, in the act of dragging the culprits before the judge, was bribed into silence? If we always keep our secrets, when were our proceedings made known to the world? Nay, by whom could they be made known? Not, surely, by the guilty parties themselves, even from the very idea of the thing, the fealty of silence being ever to mysteries. The Samothracian and Eleusinian make no disclosures. How much more will silence be kept in regard to such as are sure, in their unveiling, to call forth punishment from man at once, while wrath divine is kept in store for the future? If, then, Christians are not themselves the publishers of their crime, it follows of course it must be strangers. And whence have they the knowledge, when it is also a universal custom in religious initiations to keep the profane aloof, and to beware of witnesses, unless it be that those who are so wicked have less fear than their neighbors? Everyone knows what sort of thing rumor is. It is one of your own sayings, that among all evils, none fly so fast as rumor. Why is rumor such an evil thing? Is it because it is fleet? Is it because it carries information? Or is it because it is in the highest degree mendacious, a thing, not even when it brings some truth to us, without a taint of falsehood, either detracting, or adding, or changing from the simple fact? Nay more, it is the very law of its being to continue only while it lies, and to live but so long as there is no proof, for when the proof is given, it ceases to exist, and, as having done its work of merely spreading a report, it delivers up a fact, and is henceforth held to be a fact, and called a fact, and then no one says, for instance, they say that it took place at Rome, or, there is a rumor that he has obtained a province, but he has got a province and, it took place at Rome. Rumor, the very designation of uncertainty, has no place when a thing is certain. Does any but a fool put his trust in it? For a wise man never believes the dubious. Everybody knows, however zealously it is spread abroad, on whatever strength of asseveration it rests, that some time or other from some one fountain it has its origin. Thence it must creep into propagating tongues and ears, and a small seminal blemish so darkens all the rest of the story, that no one can determine whether the lips, from which it first came forth, planted the seed of falsehood, as often happens, from a spirit of opposition, or from a suspicious judgment, or from a confirmed, nay, in the case of some, an inborn, delight in lying. It is well that time brings all to light, as your proverbs and sayings testify, by a provision of nature, which has so appointed things that nothing long is hidden, even though rumor has not disseminated it. It is just then as it should be, that fame for so long a period has been alone aware of the crimes of Christians. This is the witness you bring against us, one that has never been able to prove the accusation at some time or other sent abroad, and at last by mere continuance made into a settled opinion in the world, so that I confidently appeal to nature herself, ever true, against those who groundlessly hold that such things are to be credited. Chapter 8. See now, we set before you the reward of these enormities. They give promise of eternal life. Hold it meanwhile as your own belief. I ask you, then, whether, so believing, you think it worth attaining with a conscience such as you will have. Come, plunge your knife into the babe, enemy of none, accused of none, child of all, or if that is another's work, simply take your place beside a human being dying before he has really lived. Await the departure of the lately given soul, receive the fresh young blood, saturate your bread with it, freely partake, the while as you recline at table, take note of the places which your mother and your sister occupy, mark them well, so that when the dogma darkness has fallen on you, you may make no mistake, for you will be guilty of a crime, unless you perpetrate a deed of incest, initiated and sealed into things like these. You have life everlasting. Tell me, I pray you, is eternity worth it? If it is not, then these things are not to be credited, even although you had the belief. I deny the will, and even if you had the will, I deny the possibility. Why then can others do it? If you cannot, why cannot you, if others can? I suppose we are of a different nature. Are we synope or sypodes? You are a man yourself as well as the Christian. If you cannot do it, you ought not to believe it of others, for a Christian is a man as well as you. But the ignorant, forsooth, are deceived and imposed on. They were quite unaware of anything of the kind being imputed to Christians, or they would certainly have looked into it for themselves, and searched the matter out. Instead of that, it is the custom for persons wishing initiation into sacred rites, I think, to go first of all to the master of them, that he may explain what preparations are to be made. Then, in this case, no doubt he would say, you must have a child still of tender age, that knows not what it is to die, and can smile under thy knife. Bread, too, to collect the gushing blood, in addition to these, candlesticks, and lamps, and dogs, with tidbits to draw them on to the extinguishing of the lights. Above all things, you will require to bring your mother and your sister with you. But what if mother and sister are unwilling, or if there be neither the one nor the other? What if there are Christians with no Christian relatives? He will not be counted, I suppose, a true follower of Christ, who has not a brother or a son. And what now, if these things are all in store for them without their knowledge? At least afterwards they come to know them, and they bear with them, and pardon them. They fear, it may be said, lest they have to pay for it if they let the secret out. Nay, but they will rather, in the case of every claim to protection, they will even prefer, one might think, dying by their own hand, to living under the burden of such a dreadful knowledge. Admit that they have this fear, yet why do they still persevere? For it is plain enough that you will have no desire to continue what you would never have been, if you had had previous knowledge of it. Chapter 9. That I may refute more thoroughly these charges, I will show that in part openly, in part secretly, practices prevail among you which have led you perhaps to credit similar things about us. Children were openly sacrificed in Africa to Saturn as lately as the proconsulship of Tiberius, who exposed to public gaze the priests suspended on the sacred trees overshadowing their temple, so many crosses on which the punishment which justice craved overtook their crimes, as the soldiers of our country still can testify who did that very work for the proconsul, and even now that sacred crime still continues to be done in secret. It is not only Christians, you see, who despise you. For all that you do there is neither any crime thoroughly and abidingly eradicated, nor does any of your gods reform his ways. When Saturn did not spare his own children, he was not likely to spare the children of others, whom indeed the very parents themselves were in the habit of offering, gladly responding to the call which was made on them, and keeping the little ones pleased on the occasion, that they might not die in tears. At the same time, there is a vast difference between homicide and parricide. A more advanced age was sacrificed to Mercury in Gaul. I hand over the Tauric fables to their own theaters. Why, even in that most religious city of the pious descendants of Anis, there is a certain Jupiter whom in their games they lave with human blood. It is the blood of a beast fighter. You say, is it less, because of that, the blood of a man? Or is it viler blood because it is from the veins of a wicked man? At any rate it is shed in murder. O Jove, thyself a Christian, and in truth only son of thy father in his cruelty, but in regard to child murder, as it does not matter whether it is committed for a sacred object, or merely at one's own self-impulse, although there is a great difference, as we have said, between parricide and homicide, I shall turn to the people generally. How many, think you, of those crowding around and gaping for Christian blood, how many even of your rulers, notable for their justice to you and for their severe measures against us, may I charge in their own consciences with the sin of putting their offspring to death? As to any difference in the kind of murder, it is certainly the more cruel way to kill by drowning, or by exposure to cold and hunger in dogs. A mature age has always preferred death by the sword. In our case, murder being once for all forbidden, we may not destroy even the foetus in the womb, while as yet the human being derives blood from other parts of the body for its sustenance. To hinder a birth is merely a speedier mangling, nor does it matter whether you take away a life that is born, or destroy one that is coming to the birth. That is a man which is going to be one, you have the fruit already in its seed. As to meals of blood and such tragic dishes, read, I am not sure where it is told, it is in Herodotus, I think, how blood taken from the arms, and tasted by both parties, has been the treaty bond among some nations. I am not sure what it was that was tasted in the time of Catiline. They say, too, that among some Scythian tribes the dead are eaten by their friends. But I am going far from home, at this day, among ourselves, blood consecrated to Bellona, blood drawn from a punctured thigh and then partaken of, seals initiation into the rites of that goddess. Those, too, who at the gladiator shows, for the cure of epilepsy, quaff with a greedy thirst the blood of criminals slain in the arena, as it flows fresh from the wound, and then rush off. To whom do they belong? Those, also, who make meals on the flesh of wild beasts at the place of combat, who have keen appetites for bear and stag. That bear in the struggle was bedewed with the blood of the man whom it lacerated, that stag rolled itself in the gladiator's gore. The entrails of the very bears, loaded with as yet undigested human viscera, are in great request, and you have men rifting up man-fed flesh. If you partake of food like this, how do your repasts differ from those you accuse us Christians of? And do those, who, with savage lust, seize on human bodies, do less because they devour the living? Have they less the pollution of human blood on them because they only lick up what is to turn into blood? They make meals, it is plain, not so much of infants, as of grown-up men. Blush for your vile ways before the Christians, who have not even the blood of animals at their meals of simple and natural food, who abstain from things strangled and that die a natural death, for no other reason than that they may not contract pollution, so much as from blood secreted in the viscera. To clench the matter with a single example, you tempt Christians with sausages of blood, just because you are perfectly aware that the thing by which you thus try to get them to transgress a hold and lawful, and how unreasonable it is to believe that those, of whom you are convinced that they regard with horror the idea of tasting the blood of oxen, are eager after blood of men, unless, mayhap, you have tried it, and found it sweeter to the taste. Nay, in fact, there is here a test you should apply to discover Christians, as well as the fire pan and the censer. They should be proved by their appetite for human blood, as well as by their refusal to offer sacrifice, just as otherwise they should be affirmed to be free of Christianity by their refusal to taste of blood, as by their sacrificing, and there would be no want of blood of men, amply supplied as that would be in the trial and condemnation of prisoners, then who are more given to the crime of incest than those who have enjoyed the instruction of Jupiter himself. Ctesias tells us that the Persians have illicit intercourse with their mothers. The Macedonians, too, are suspected on this point, for on first hearing the tragedy of Oedipus they made mirth of the incestuous grief, exclaiming, Lavnes Greek letter tau Greek letter numera. Even now reflect what opportunity there is for mistakes leading to incestuous comminglings, your promiscuous looseness supplying the materials. You first of all expose your children, that they may be taken up by any compassionate passer-by, to whom they are quite unknown, or you give them away, to be adopted by those who will do better to them the part of parents. Well, sometime or other, all memory of the alienated progeny must be lost, and when once a mistake has been made, the transmission of incestance will still go on, the race and the crime creeping on together. Then, further, wherever you are, at home, abroad, over the seas, your lust is an attendant, whose general indulgence, or even its indulgence in the most limited scale, may easily and unwittingly anywhere beget children, so that in this way a progeny scattered about in the commerce of life may have intercourse with those who are their own kin, and have no notion that there is any incest in the case. A persevering and steadfast chastity has protected us from anything like this, keeping as we do from adulteries and all post-matrimonial unfaithfulness. We are not exposed to incestuous mishaps. Some of us, making matters still more secure, beat away from them entirely the power of sensual sin, by a virgin continence, still boys in this respect when they are old. If you would but take notice that such sins as I have mentioned prevail among you, that would lead you to see that they have no existence among Christians. The same eyes would tell you of both facts, but the two blindnesses are apt to go together, so that those who do not see what is, think they see what is not. I shall show it to be so in everything, but now let me speak of matters which are more clear. Chapter 10. You do not worship the gods, you say, and you do not offer sacrifices for the emperor's will. We do not offer sacrifice for others, for the same reason that we do not for ourselves, namely, that your gods are not at all the objects of our worship. So we are accused of sacrilege and treason. This is the chief ground of charge against us. Nay, it is the sum total of our offending, and it is worthy then of being inquired into, if neither prejudice nor injustice be the judge, the one of which has no idea of discovering the truth, and the other simply and at once rejects it. We do not worship your gods, because we know that there are no such beings. This, therefore, is what you should do. You should call on us to demonstrate their non-existence, and thereby prove that they have no claim to adoration, for only if your gods were truly so, would there be any obligation to render divine homage to them, and punishment even were to utter Christians, if it were made plain that those to whom they refused all worship were indeed divine. But you say, they are gods. We protest and appeal from yourselves to your knowledge. Let that judge us, let that condemn us, if it can deny that all these gods of yours were but men. If even it venture to deny that, it will be confuted by its own books of antiquities, from which it has got its information about them, bearing witness to this day, as they plainly do, both of the cities in which they were born, and the countries in which they have left traces of their exploits, as well as where also they are proved to have been buried. Shall I now, therefore, go over them one by one, so numerous and so various, new and old, barbarian, Grecian, Roman, foreign, captive and adopted, private and common, male and female, rural and urban, naval and military? It were useless even to hunt out all their names, so I may content myself with a compend, and this not for your information, but that you may have what you know brought to your recollection, for undoubtedly you act as if you had forgotten all about them. No one of your gods is earlier than Saturn. From him you trace all your deities, even those of higher rank and better known. What, then, can be proved of the first, will apply to those that follow. So far, then, as books give us information, neither the Greek Diodorus or Thales, neither Cassius Severus or Cornelius Nepos, nor any writer upon sacred antiquities, have ventured to say that Saturn was any but a man. So far as the question depends on facts, I find none more trustworthy than those, that in Italy itself we have the country in which, after many expeditions, and after having partaken of Attic hospitalities, Saturn settled, obtaining cordial welcome from Janus, or, as the Salii will have it, Janus. The mountain on which he dwelt was called Saturnias. The city he founded is called Saturnia to this day. Last of all, the whole of Italy, after having borne the name of Onatria, was called Saturnia from him. He first gave you the art of writing, and a stamped coinage, and thence it is he presides over the public treasury. But if Saturn were a man, he had undoubtedly a human origin, and having a human origin, he was not the offspring of heaven and earth. As his parents were unknown, it was not unnatural that he should be spoken of as the son of those elements from which we might all seem to spring. For who does not speak of heaven and earth as father and mother, in a sort of way of veneration and honor, or from the custom which prevails among us of saying that persons of whom we have no knowledge, or who make a sudden appearance, have fallen from the skies? In this way it came about that Saturn, everywhere a sudden and unlooked-for guest, got everywhere the name of the heaven-born. For even the common folk call persons whose stock is unknown, sons of earth. I say nothing of how men in these rude times were wont to act, when they were impressed by the look of any stranger happening to appear among them, as though it were divine, since even at this day men of culture make gods of those whom, a day or two before, they acknowledged to be dead men by their public mourning for them. Let these notices of Saturn, brief as they are, suffice. It will thus also be proved that Jupiter is as certainly a man, as from a man he sprung, and that one after another the whole swarm is mortal like the primal stock. Chapter 11. And since, as you dare not deny that these deities of yours once were men, you have taken it on you to assert that they were made gods after their decease, let us consider what necessity there was for this. In the first place, you must concede the existence of one higher God, a certain wholesale dealer in divinity, who has made gods of men. For they could neither have assumed a divinity which was not theirs, nor could any but one himself possessing it have conferred it on them. If there was no one to make gods, it is vain to dream of gods being made when thus you have no god maker. Most certainly, if they could have deified themselves, with a higher state at their command, they never would have been men. If, then, there be one who is able to make gods, I turn back to an examination of any reason there may be for making gods at all, and I find no other reason than this, that the great God has need of their ministrations and aids in performing the offices of deity. But first, it is an unworthy idea that he should need the help of a man, and in fact a dead man, when, if he was to be in want of this assistance from the dead, he might more fittingly have created someone a god at the beginning. Nor do I see any place for his action, for this entire world mass, whether self-existent and uncreated, as Pythagoras maintains, or brought into being by a creator's hands, as Plato holds, was manifestly, once for all in its original construction, disposed, and furnished, and ordered, and supplied with a government of perfect wisdom, that cannot be imperfect which has made all perfect. There was nothing waiting on for Saturn and his race to do. Men will make fools of themselves if they refuse to believe that from the very first rain poured down from the sky, and stars gleamed, and light shone, and thunders roared, and Jove himself directed the lightnings you put in his hands, that in like manner before Bacchus, and Ceres, and Minerva, nay before the first man, whoever that was, every kind of fruit burst forth plentifully from the bosom of the earth, for nothing provided for the support and sustenance of man could be introduced after his entrance on the stage of being. Accordingly, these necessaries of life are said to have been discovered, not created, but the thing you discover existed before, and that which had a pre-existence must be regarded as belonging not to him who discovered it, but to him who made it, for of course it had a being before it could be found. But if, on account of his being the discoverer of the vine, Bacchus is raised to godship, Lucullus, who first introduced the cherry from Pontus into Italy, has not been fairly dealt with, for as the discoverer of a new fruit, he has not, as though he were its creator, been awarded divine honors. Wherefore, if the universe existed from the beginning, thoroughly furnished with its system working under certain laws for the performance of its functions, there is, in this respect, an entire absence of all reason for electing humanity to divinity, for the positions and powers which you have assigned to your deities have been from the beginning precisely what they would have been, although you had never deified them. But you turn to another reason, telling us that the conferring of deity was a way of rewarding worth, and hence you grant, I conclude, that the God-making God is of transcendent righteousness, one who will neither rashly, improperly, nor needlessly bestow a reward so great. I would have you then consider whether the merits of your deities are of a kind to have raised them to the heavens, and not rather to have sunk them down into lowest depths of Tartarus, the place which you regard, with many, as the prison, house of infernal punishments. For into this dread place are wont to be cast all who offend against filial piety, and such as are guilty of incest with sisters, and seducers of wives, and ravishers of virgins, and boy polluters, and men of furious tempers, and murderers, and thieves, and deceivers, all, in short, who tread in the footsteps of your gods, not one of whom you can prove free from crime or vice, save by denying that they had ever a human existence. But as you cannot deny that, you have those foul blots also as an added reason for not believing that they were made gods afterwards. For if you rule for the very purpose of punishing such deeds, if every virtuous man among you rejects all correspondence, converse, and intimacy with the wicked and base, while, on the other hand, the high God has taken up their mates to a share of his majesty, on what ground is it that you thus condemn those whose fellow actors you adore? Your goodness is an affront in the heavens. Deify your vilest criminals. If you would please your gods, you honor them by giving divine honors to their fellows. But to say no more about a way of acting so unworthy, there have been men virtuous, and pure, and good, yet how many of these nobler men you have left in the regions of doom as Socrates, so renowned for his wisdom, Aristides for his justice, Themistocles for his warlike genius, Alexander for his sublimity of soul, Polycrates for his good fortune, Croesus for his wealth, Demosthenes for his eloquence. Which of these gods of yours is more remarkable for gravity and wisdom than Cato, more just and warlike than Scipio? Which of them more magnanimous than Pompey, more prosperous than Sylla, of greater wealth than Crassus, more eloquent than Tullius? How much better it would have been for the God Supreme to have waited that he might have taken such men as these to be his heavenly associates, prescient as he must have surely been of their worthier character. He was in a hurry, I suppose, and straightway shut heaven's gates, and now he must surely feel ashamed at these worthies murmuring over their lot in the regions below. Chapter 12. But I pass from these remarks, for I know and I am going to show what your gods are not, by showing what they are. In reference, then, to these, I see only names of dead men of ancient times, I hear fabulous stories, I recognize sacred rites founded on mere myths. As to the actual images, I regard them as simply pieces of matter akin to the vessels and utensils in common use among us, or even undergoing in their consecration a hapless change from these useful articles at the hands of reckless art, which in the transforming process treats them with utter contempt, nay, in the very act commits sacrilege, so that it might be no slight solace to us in all our punishments, suffering as we do because of these same gods, that in their making they suffer as we do themselves. You put Christians on crosses and stakes. What image is not formed from the clay in the first instance, set on cross and stake? The body of your God is first consecrated on the gibbet. You tear the sides of Christians with your claws, but in the case of your own gods, axes, and planes, and rasps are put to work more vigorously on every member of the body. We lay our heads upon the block, before the lead, and the glue, and the nails are put in requisition. Your deities are headless. We are cast to the wild beasts, while you attach them to Bacchus, and Cybele, and Calestis. We are burned in the flames, so, too, are they in their original lump. We are condemned to the mines, from these your gods originate. We are banished to islands. In islands it is a common thing for your gods to have their birth or die. If it is in this way a deity is made, it will follow that as many as are punished are deified, and torturers will have to be declared divinities. But plain it is these objects of your worship have no sense of the injuries and disgraces of their consecrating, as they are equally unconscious of the honors paid to them. O impious words, O blasphemous reproaches, gnash your teeth upon us, foam with maddened rage against us. Ye are the persons, no doubt, who censured a certain Seneca speaking of your superstition at much greater length and far more sharply. In a word, if we refuse our homage to statues and frigid images, the very counterpart of their dead originals, with which hawks, and mice, and spiders are so well acquainted, does it not merit praise instead of penalty, that we have rejected what we have come to see as error? We cannot surely be made out to injure those who we are certain are non-entities. What does not exist, is in its non-existence secure from suffering. Chapter 13. But they are gods to us, you say, and how is it, then, that in utter inconsistency with this, you are convicted of impious, sacrilegious, and irreligious conduct to them, neglecting those you imagine to exist, destroying those who are the objects of your fear, making mock of those whose honor you avenge? See now if I go beyond the truth. First, indeed, seeing you worship some one God, and some another, of course you give offense to those you do not worship. You cannot continue to give preference to one without slighting another, for selection implies rejection. You despise, therefore, those whom you thus reject, for in your rejection of them, it is plain you have no dread of giving them offense, for, as we have already shown, every god depended on the decision of the Senate for his godhead. No god was he whom man in his own councils did not wish to be so, and thereby condemned. The family deities you call Lores, you exercise a domestic authority over, pledging them, selling them, changing them, making sometimes a cooking pot of a Saturn, a fire pan of a Minerva, as one or other happens to be worn down, or broken in its long sacred use, or as the family head feels the pressure of some more sacred home necessity. In like manner, by public law you disgrace your state gods, putting them in the auction catalogue, and making them a source of revenue. Men seek to get the capital, as they seek to get the art market, under the voice of the crier, under the auction spear, under the registration of the quaestor. Deity is struck off and farmed out to the highest bidder, but indeed lands burdened with tribute are of less value. Men under the assessment of a poll tax are less noble, for these things are the marks of servitude. In the case of the gods, on the other hand, the sacredness is great in proportion to the tribute which they yield. Nay, the more sacred is a god, the larger is the tax he pays. Majesty is made a source of gain. Religion goes about the taverns begging. You demand the price for the privilege of standing on temple ground, for access to the sacred services. There is no gratuitous knowledge of your divinities permitted. You must buy their favors with a price. What honors in any way do you render to them that you do not render to the dead? You have temporals in the one case just as in the other. You have altars in the one case as in the other. Their statues have the same dress, the same insignia, as the dead man had his age, his art, his occupation. So it is with the deity. In what respect does the funeral feast differ from the feast of Jupiter, or the bowl of the gods from the ladle of the manes, or the undertaker from the soothsayer, as in fact this latter personage also attends upon the dead? With perfect propriety you give divine honors to your departed emperors, as you worship them in life. The gods will count themselves indebted to you. Nay, it will be matter of high rejoicing among them that their masters are made their equals. But when you adore Laurentina, a public prostitute, I could have wished that it might at least have been Lace or Phryne. Among your Junos, and Cereses, and Dianas, when you install in your pantheon Simon Magus, giving him a statue and the title of Holy God, when you make an infamous court page a god of the sacred synod, although your ancient deities are in reality no better, they will still think themselves affronted by you, that the privilege antiquity conferred on them alone, has been allowed to others. Chapter 14. I wish now to review your sacred rites, and I pass no censure on your sacrificing. When you offer the worn-out, the scabbed, the corrupting, when you cut off from the fat and the sound the useless parts, such as the head and the hoofs, which in your house you would have assigned to the slaves or the dogs, when of the tithe of Hercules you do not lay a third upon his altar, I am disposed rather to praise your wisdom in rescuing something from being lost, but turning to your books, from which you get your training in wisdom in the nobler duties of life, what utterly ridiculous things I find, that for Trojans and Greeks the gods fought among themselves like pairs of gladiators, that Venus was wounded by a man, because she would rescue her son Aeneas when he was in peril of his life from the same Diomede, that Mars was almost wasted away by a 13 months' imprisonment, that Jupiter was saved by a monster's aid from suffering the same violence at the hands of the other gods, that he now laments the fate of Sarpedon, now foully makes love to his own sister, recounting, to her, former mistresses, now for a long time past not so dear as she. After this, what poet is not found copying the example of his chief, to be a disgracer of the gods? One gives Apollo to King Admetus to tend his sheep, another hires out the building labors of Neptune to Laomedon. A well-known lyric poet, too, Pindar, sings of Aesculapius deservedly stricken with lightning for his greed and practicing wrongfully his art. A wicked deed it was of Jupiter, if he hurled the bolt, unnatural to his grandson, and exhibiting envious feeling to the physician. Things like these should not be made public if they are true, and if false, they should not be fabricated among people professing a great respect for religion, nor indeed either tragic or comic writers shrink from setting forth the gods as the origin of all family calamities and sins. I do not dwell on the philosophers, contenting myself with a reference to Socrates, who, in contempt of the gods, was in the habit of swearing by an oak, and a goat, and a dog. In fact, for this very thing Socrates was condemned to death, that he overthrew the worship of the gods. Plainly, at one time as well as another, that is, always truth is disliked. However, when ruing their judgment, the Athenians inflicted punishment on his accusers, and set up a golden image of him in a temple. The condemnation was in the very act rescinded, and his witness was restored to its former value. Diogenes, too, makes utter mock of Hercules, and the Roman cynic Varro brings forward 300 Joves, or Jupiters they should be called, all headless. Chapter 15. Others of your writers, in their wantonness, even minister to your pleasures by vilifying the gods. Examine those charming farces of your Lentulii Hostilii, whether in the jokes and tricks it is the buffoons or the deities which afford you merriment. Such farces as Anubis the adulterer, and Luna of the masculine gender, and Diana under the lash, and the reading the will of Jupiter deceased, and the 3 famishing Hercules is held up to ridicule. Your dramatic literature, too, depicts all the vileness of your gods. The sun mourns his offspring cast down from heaven, and you are full of glee. Cybele sighs after the scornful swain, and you do not blush. You brook the stage recital of Jupiter's misdeeds, and the shepherd judging Juno, Venus, and Minerva. Then, again, when the likeness of a god is put on the head of an ignominious and infamous wretch, when one impure and trained up for the art in all effeminacy, represents a Minerva or a Hercules, is not the majesty of your gods insulted, and their deity dishonored? Yet you not merely look on, but applaud. You are, I suppose, more devout in the arena, where after the same fashion your deities dance on human blood, on the pollutions caused by inflicted punishments, as they act their themes and stories, doing their turn for the wretched criminals, except that these, too, often put on divinity and actually play the very gods. We have seen in our day a representation of the mutilation of Attis, that famous god of Pessinus, and a man burnt alive as Hercules. We have made merry amid the ludicrous cruelties of the noonday exhibition. At Mercury examining the bodies of the dead with his hot iron, we have witnessed Jove's brother, mallet in hand, dragging out the corpses of the gladiators. But who can go into everything of this sort? If by such things as these the honor of deity is assailed, if they go to blot out every trace of its majesty, we must explain them by the contempt in which the gods are held, alike by those who actually do them, and by those for whose enjoyment they are done. This, it will be said, however, is all in sport, but if I add, it is with all no one will admit as readily to be the fact, that in the temples adulteries are arranged, that at the altars pimping is practiced, that often in the houses of the temple keepers and priests, under the sacrificial fillets, and the sacred hats, and the purple robes, amid the fumes of incense, deeds of licentiousness are done. I am not sure but your gods have more reason to complain of you than of Christians. It is certainly among the votaries of your religion that the perpetrators of sacrilege are always found, for Christians do not enter your temples even in the daytime. Perhaps they too would be spoilers of them. If they worshipped in them, what then do they worship, since their objects of worship are different from yours? Already indeed it is implied, as the corollary from their rejection of the lie, that they render homage to the truth, nor continue longer in an error which they have given up in the very fact of recognizing it to be an error. Take this in first of all, and when we have offered a preliminary refutation of some false opinions, go on to derive from it our entire religious system. Chapter 16. For, like some others, you are under the delusion that our God is an ass's head. Cornelius Tacitus first put this notion into people's minds. In the 5th book of his Histories, beginning the narrative of the Jewish war with an account of the origin of the nation, and theorizing at his pleasure about the origin, as well as the name and the religion of the Jews, he states that having been delivered, or rather, in his opinion, expelled from Egypt, in crossing the vast plains of Arabia, where water is so scanty, they were in extremity from thirst, but taking the guidance of the wild asses, which it was thought might be seeking water after feeding, they discovered a fountain, and thereupon in their gratitude they consecrated a head of this species of animal, and as Christianity is nearly allied to Judaism, from this, I suppose, it was taken for granted that we too are devoted to the worship of the same image. But the said Cornelius Tacitus, the very opposite of tacit in telling lies, informs us in the work already mentioned, that when Cnaeus Pompeius captured Jerusalem, he entered the temple to see the arcana of the Jewish religion, but found no image there. Yet surely if worship was rendered to any visible object, the very place for its exhibition would be the shrine, and that all the more that the worship, however unreasonable, had no need there to fear outside beholders, for entrance to the holy place was permitted to the priests alone, while all vision was forbidden to others by an outspread curtain. You will not, however, deny that all beasts of burden, and not parts of them, but the animals entire, are with their God as opponent objects of worship with you. It is this, perhaps, which displeases you in us, that while your worship here is universal, we do homage only to the S. Then, if any of you think we render superstitious adoration to the cross, in that adoration he is share with us. If you offer homage to a piece of wood at all, it matters little what it is like when the substance is the same, it is of no consequence the form, if you have the very body of the god. And yet how far does the Athenian palace differ from the stock of the cross, or the Pharian Ceres as she is put up uncarved to sale, a mere rough stake and piece of shapeless wood? Every stake fixed in an upright position is a portion of the cross. We render our adoration, if you will have it so, to a God entire and complete. We have shown before that your deities are derived from shapes modeled from the cross, but you also worship victories, for in your trophies the cross is the heart of the trophy. The camp religion of the Romans is all through a worship of the standards, a setting the standards above all gods. Well, as those images decking out the standards are ornaments of crosses, all those hangings of your standards and banners are robes of crosses, I praise your zeal. You would not consecrate crosses unclothed and unadorned. Others, again, certainly with more information and greater verisimilitude, believe that the sun is our God. We shall be counted Persians perhaps, though we do not worship the orb of day painted on a piece of linen cloth, having himself everywhere in his own disk. The idea no doubt has originated from our being known to turn to the east in prayer, but you, many of you, also under pretense sometimes of worshipping the heavenly bodies, move your lips in the direction of the sunrise. In the same way, if we devote Sunday to rejoicing, from a far different reason than sun worship, we have some resemblance to those of you who devote the day of Saturn to ease and luxury, though they too go far away from Jewish ways, of which indeed they are ignorant. But lately a new edition of our God has been given to the world in that great city. It originated with a certain vile man who was wont to hire himself out to cheat the wild beasts, and who exhibited a picture with this inscription: the God of the Christians, born of an ass, he had the ears of an ass, was hoofed in 1 foot, carried a book, and wore a toga. Both the name and the figure gave us amusement. But our opponents ought straightway to have done homage to this beformed divinity, for they have acknowledged God's dog-headed and lion-headed, with horn of buck and ram, with goat-like loins, with serpent legs, with wings sprouting from back or foot. These things we have discussed ex abundanti, that we might not seem willingly to pass by any rumor against us unrefuted. Having thoroughly cleared ourselves, we turn now to an exhibition of what our religion really is. Chapter 17. The object of our worship is the one God, he who by his commanding word, his arranging wisdom, his mighty power, brought forth from nothing this entire mass of our world, with all its array of elements, bodies, spirits, for the glory of his majesty, whence also the Greeks have bestowed on it the name of cosmos. The eye cannot see him, though he is spiritually visible. He is incomprehensible, though in grace he is manifested. He is beyond our utmost thought, though our human faculties conceive of him. He is therefore equally real and great. But that which, in the ordinary sense, can be seen and handled and conceived, is inferior to the eyes by which it is taken in, and the hands by which it is tainted, and the faculties by which it is discovered. But that which is infinite is known only to itself. This it is which gives some notion of God, while yet beyond all our conceptions. Our very incapacity of fully grasping him affords us the idea of what he really is. He is presented to our minds in his transcendent greatness, as at once known and unknown, and this is the crowning guilt of men, that they will not recognize one, of whom they cannot possibly be ignorant. Would you have the proof from the works of his hands, so numerous and so great, which both contain you and sustain you, which minister at once to your enjoyment, and strike you with awe, or would you rather have it from the testimony of the soul itself? Though under the oppressive bondage of the body, though led astray by depraving customs, though enervated by lusts and passions, though in slavery to false gods, yet, whenever the soul comes to itself, as out of a surfeit, or a sleep, or a sickness, and attains something of its natural soundness, it speaks of God, using no other word, because this is the peculiar name of the true God. God is great and good, which may God give, are the words on every lip. It bears witness, too, that God is judge, exclaiming, God sees, and I commend myself to God, and God will repay me. O noble testimony of the soul by nature Christian. Then, too, in using such words as these, it looks not to the capital, but to the heavens. It knows that there is the throne of the living God, as from him and from thence itself came down. Chapter 18. But, that we might attain an ampler and more authoritative knowledge at once of himself, and of his counsels and will, God has added a written revelation for the behoof of everyone whose heart is set on seeking him, that seeking he may find, and finding believe, and believing obey. For from the first he sent messengers into the world, men whose stainless righteousness made them worthy to know the Most High, and to reveal him, men abundantly endowed with the Holy Spirit, that they might proclaim that there is one God only who made all things, who formed man from the dust of the ground, for he is the true Prometheus who gave order to the world by arranging the seasons and their course. These have further set before us the proofs he has given of his majesty and his judgments by floods and fires, the rules appointed by him for securing his favor, as well as the retribution in store for the ignoring, forsaking and keeping them, as being about at the end of all to judge his worshippers to everlasting life, and the wicked to the doom of fire at once without ending and without break, raising up again all the dead from the beginning, reforming and renewing them with the object of awarding either recompense. Once these things were with us, too, the theme of ridicule. We are of your stock and nature, men are made, not born, Christians. The preachers of whom we have spoken are called prophets, from the office which belongs to them of predicting the future. Their words, as well as the miracles which they performed, that men might have faith in their divine authority, we have still in the literary treasures they have left, and which are open to all. Ptolemy, surnamed Philadelphus, the most learned of his race, a man of vast acquaintance with all literature, emulating, I imagine, the book Enthusiasm of Pisistratus, among other remains of the past which either their antiquity or something of peculiar interest made famous, at the suggestion of Demetrius Phalereus, who was renowned above all grammarians of his time, and to whom he had committed the management of these things, applied to the Jews for the writings, I mean the writings peculiar to them and in their tongue, which they alone possessed, for from themselves, as a people dear to God for their fathers' sake, their prophets had ever sprung, and to them they had ever spoken. Now in ancient times the people we call Jews bear the name of Hebrews, and so both their writings and their speech were Hebrew. But that the understanding of their books might not be wanting, this also the Jews supplied to Ptolemy, for they gave him 72 interpreters, men whom the philosopher Menedemus, the well-known asserter of a providence, regarded with respect as sharing in his views. The same account is given by Aristotle. So the king left these works unlocked to all, in the Greek language. To this day, at the temple of Serapis, the libraries of Ptolemy are to be seen, with the identical Hebrew originals in them. The Jews, too, read them publicly, under a tribute liberty. They are in the habit of going to hear them every Sabbath. Whoever gives ear will find God in them. Whoever takes pains to understand, will be compelled to believe. Chapter 19. Their high antiquity, first of all, claims authority for these writings. With you, too, it is a kind of religion to demand belief on this very ground. Well, all the substances, all the materials, the origins, classes, contents of your most ancient writings, even most nations and cities illustrious in the records of the past and noted for their antiquity in books of annals, the very forms of your letters, those revealers and custodians of events, nay, I think I speak still within the mark, your very gods themselves, your very temples and oracles, and sacred rites, are less ancient than the work of a single prophet, in whom you have the thesaurus of the entire Jewish religion, and therefore two of ours. If you happen to have heard of a certain Moses, I speak first of him. He is as far back as the Argive Ignatius, by nearly 400 years, only 7 less. He precedes Danius, your most ancient name, while he antedates by a millennium the death of Priam. I might affirm, too, that he is 500 years earlier than Homer, and have supporters of that view. The other prophets also, though of later date, are, even the most recent of them, as far back as the first of your philosophers, and legislators, and historians. It is not so much the difficulty of the subject, as its vastness, that stands in the way of a statement of the grounds on which these statements rest. The matter is not so arduous as it would be tedious. It would require the anxious study of many books, and the fingers busy reckoning. The histories of the most ancient nations, such as the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Phoenicians, would need to be ransacked. The men of these various nations who have information to give, would have to be called in as witnesses. Manetho the Egyptian, and Berosus the Chaldean, and Hieronymus the Phoenician king of Tyre, their successors too, Ptolemy the Median, and Demetrius Philarius, and King Juba, and Apian, and Thales, and their critic the Jew Josephus, the native vindicator of the ancient history of his people, who either authenticates or refutes the others. Also the Greek census lists must be compared, and the dates of events ascertained, that the chronological connections may be opened up, and thus the reckonings of the various annals be made to give forth light. We must go abroad into the histories and literature of all nations, and, in fact, we have already brought the proof in part before you, in giving those hints as to how it is to be effected. But it seems better to delay the full discussion of this, lest in our haste we do not sufficiently carry it out, or lest in its thorough handling we make too lengthened a digression. Chapter 20. To make up for our delay in this, we bring under your notice something of even greater importance. We point to the majesty of our scriptures, if not to their antiquity. If you doubt that they are as ancient as we say, we offer proof that they are divine, and you may convince yourselves of this at once, and without going very far. Your instructors, the world, and the age, and the event, are all before you. All that is taking place around you was foreannounced. All that you now see with your eye was previously heard by the ear. The swallowing up of cities by the earth, the theft of islands by the sea, wars, bringing external and internal convulsions, the collision of kingdoms with kingdoms, famines and pestilences, and local massacres, and widespread desolating mortalities, the exaltation of the lowly, and the humbling of the proud, the decay of righteousness, the growth of sin, the slackening interest in all good ways, the very seasons and elements going out of their ordinary course, monsters and portents taking the place of nature's forms. It was all foreseen and predicted before it came to pass. While we suffer the calamities, we read of them in the scriptures. As we examine, they are proved. Well, the truth of a prophecy, I think, is the demonstration of its being from above. Hence there is among us an assured faith in regard to coming events as things already proved to us, for they were predicted along with what we have day by day fulfilled. They are uttered by the same voices, they are written in the same books, the same Spirit inspires them. All time is one to prophecy foretelling the future. Among men, it may be, a distinction of times is made while the fulfillment is going on. From being future we think of it as present, and then from being present we count it as belonging to the past. How are we to blame, I pray you, that we believe in things to come as though they already were, with the grounds we have for our faith in these 2 steps. Chapter 21. But having asserted that our religion is supported by the writings of the Jews, the oldest which exist, though it is generally known, and we fully admit that it dates from a comparatively recent period, no further back indeed than the reign of Tiberius, a question may perhaps be raised on this ground about its standing, as if it were hiding something of its presumption under shadow of an illustrious religion, one which has at any rate undoubted allowance of the law, or because, apart from the question of age, we neither accord with the Jews in their peculiarities in regard to food, nor in their sacred days, nor even in their well-known bodily sign, nor in the possession of a common name, which surely behoved to be the case if we did homage to the same God as they. Then, 2. The common people have now some knowledge of Christ, and think of him as but a man, one indeed such as the Jews condemned, so that some may naturally enough have taken up the idea that we are worshippers of a mere human being, but we are neither ashamed of Christ, for we rejoice to be counted his disciples, and in his name to suffer, nor do we differ from the Jews concerning God. We must make, therefore, a remark or two as to Christ's divinity. In former times the Jews enjoyed much of God's favor, when the fathers of their race were noted for their righteousness and faith. So it was that as a people they flourished greatly, and their kingdom attained to a lofty eminence, and so highly blessed were they, that for their instruction God spake to them in special revelations, pointing out to them beforehand how they should merit his favor and avoid his displeasure, but how deeply they have sinned, puffed up to their fall with a false trust in their noble ancestors, turning from God's way into a way of sheer impiety, though they themselves should refuse to admit it. Their present national ruin would afford sufficient proof. Scattered abroad, a race of wanderers, exiles from their own land and clime, they roam over the whole world without either a human or a heavenly king, not possessing even the stranger's right to set so much as a simple footstep in their native country. The sacred writers withal, in giving previous warning of these things, all with equal clearness ever declared that, in the last days of the world, God would, out of every nation, and people, and country, choose for himself more faithful worshippers, upon whom he would bestow his grace, and that indeed in ampler measure, in keeping with the enlarged capacities of a nobler dispensation. Accordingly, he appeared among us, whose coming to renovate and illuminate man's nature was pre-announced by God, I mean Christ, that Son of God, and so the supreme head and master of this grace and discipline, the enlightener and trainer of the human race, God's own Son, was announced among us, born, but not so born as to make him ashamed of the name of son or of his paternal origin. It was not his lot to have as his father, by incest with a sister, or by violation of a daughter or another's wife, a god in the shape of serpent, or ox, or bird, or lover, for his violence transmuting himself into the gold of Danaus. They are your divinities upon whom these base deeds of Jupiter were done. But the Son of God has no mother in any sense which involves impurity. She, whom men suppose to be his mother in the ordinary way, had never entered into the marriage bond. But, first, I shall discuss his essential nature, and so the nature of his birth will be understood. We have already asserted that God made the world, and all which it contains, by his word, and reason, and power. It is abundantly plain that your philosophers, too, regard the Logos, that is, the word and reason, as the creator of the universe. For Zeno lays it down that he is the creator, having made all things according to a determinate plan, that his name is fate, and God, and the soul of Jupiter, and the necessity of all things. Cleanthes ascribes all this to spirit, which he maintains pervades the universe, and we, in like manner, hold that the word, and reason, and power, by which we have said God made all, have spirit is their proper and essential substratum, in which the word has in being to give forth utterances, and reason abides to dispose and arrange, and power is over all to execute. We have been taught that he proceeds forth from God, and in that procession he is generated, so that he is the Son of God, and is called God from unity of substance with God. For God, too, is a spirit. Even when the ray is shot from the sun, it is still part of the parent mass. The sun will still be in the ray, because it is a ray of the sun. There is no division of substance, but merely an extension. Thus Christ is spirit of spirit, and God of God. As light of light is kindled, the material matrix remains entire and unimpaired, though you derive from it any number of shoots possessed of its qualities. So, too, that which has come forth out of God is at once God and the Son of God, and the two are one. In this way also, as he is spirit of spirit and God of God, he is made a second in manner of existence, in position, not in nature, and he did not withdraw from the original source, but went forth. This ray of God, then, as it was always foretold in ancient times, descending into a certain virgin, and made flesh in her womb, is in his birth God and man united. The flesh formed by the Spirit is nourished, grows up to manhood, speaks, teaches, works, and is the Christ. Receive meanwhile his fable, if you choose to call it so. It is like some of your own, while we go on to show how Christ's claims are proved, and who the parties are with you by whom such fables have been set a-going to overthrow the truth, which they resemble. The Jews, too, were well aware that Christ was coming, as those to whom the prophets spake. Nay, even now his advent is expected by them, nor is there any other contention between them and us, than that they believe the advent has not yet occurred. For two comings of Christ having been revealed to us, a first, which has been fulfilled in the lowliness of a human lot, a second, which impends over the world, now near its close, in all the majesty of deity unveiled, and, by misunderstanding the first, they have concluded that the second, which, as matter of more manifest prediction, they set their hopes on, is the only one. It was the merited punishment of their sin not to understand the Lord's first advent, for if they had, they would have believed, and if they had believed, they would have obtained salvation. They themselves read how it is written of them that they are deprived of wisdom and understanding, of the use of eyes and ears, as, then, under the force of their prejudgment, they had convinced themselves from his lowly guise that Christ was no more than man. It followed from that, as a necessary consequence, that they should hold him a magician from the powers which he displayed, expelling devils from men by a word, restoring vision to the blind, cleansing the leprous, reinvigorating the paralytic, summoning the dead to life again, making the very elements of nature obey him, stilling the storms and walking on the sea, proving that he was the Logos of God, that primordial first-begotten Word, accompanied by power and reason, and based on Spirit, that he who was now doing all things by his word, and he who had done that of old, were one and the same. But the Jews were so exasperated by his teaching, by which their rulers and chiefs were convicted of the truth, chiefly because so many turned aside to him, that at last they brought him before Pontius Pilate, at the time Roman governor of Syria, and, by the violence of their outcries against him, extorted a sentence giving him up to them to be crucified. He himself had predicted this, which, however, would have signified little had not the prophets of old done it as well, and yet, nailed upon the cross, he exhibited many notable signs, by which his death was distinguished from all others. At his own free will, he with a word dismissed from him his spirit, anticipating the executioner's work. In the same hour, too, the light of day was withdrawn, when the sun at the very time was in his meridian blaze. Those who were not aware that this had been predicted about Christ, no doubt thought it an eclipse. You yourselves have the account of the world portent still in your archives. Then, when his body was taken down from the cross and placed in a sepulchre, the Jews in their eager watchfulness surrounded it with a large military guard, lest, as he had predicted his resurrection from the dead on the third day, his disciples might remove by stealth his body, and deceive even the incredulous. But, lo, on the third day there was a sudden shock of earthquake, and the stone which sealed the sepulchre was rolled away, and the guard fled off in terror, without a single disciple near. The grave was found empty of all but the clothes of the buried one. But nevertheless, the leaders of the Jews, whom it nearly concerned both to spread abroad a lie, and keep back a people tributary and submissive to them from the faith, gave it out that the body of Christ had been stolen by his followers. For the Lord, you see, did not go forth into the public gaze, lest the wicked should be delivered from their error, that faith also, destined to a great reward, might hold its ground in difficulty. But he spent 40 days with some of his disciples down in Galilee, a region of Judea, instructing them in the doctrines they were to teach to others. Thereafter, having given them commission to preach the gospel through the world, he was encompassed with a cloud and taken up to heaven, a fact more certain far than the assertions of your proculi concerning Romulus. All these things Pilate did to Christ, and now in fact a Christian in his own convictions, he sent word of him to the reigning Caesar, who was at the time Tiberius. Yes, and the Caesars too would have believed on Christ, if either the Caesars had not been necessary for the world, or if Christians could have been Caesars. His disciples also, spreading over the world, did as their divine master bade them, and after suffering greatly themselves from the persecutions of the Jews, and with no unwilling heart, as having faith undoubting in the truth, at last by Nero's cruel sword sowed the seed of Christian blood at Rome. Yes, and we shall prove that even your own gods are effective witnesses for Christ. It is a great matter if, to give you faith in Christians, I can bring forward the authority of the very beings on account of whom you refuse them credit. Thus far we have carried out the plan we laid down. We have set forth this origin of our sect and name, with this account of the founder of Christianity. Let no one henceforth charge us with infamous wickedness. Let no one think that it is otherwise than we have represented, for none may give a false account of his religion, for in the very fact that he says he worships another god than he really does, he is guilty of denying the object of his worship, and transferring his worship and homage to another, and, in the transference, he ceases to worship the God he has repudiated. We say, and before all men we say, and torn and bleeding under your tortures, we cry out, we worship God through Christ. Count Christ a man, if you please, by him and in him God would be known and be adored. If the Jews object, we answer that Moses, who was but a man, taught them their religion. Against the Greeks we urge that Orpheus at Pieria, Musos at Athens, Melampus at Argos, Trophonius in Boeotia, imposed religious rites. Turning to yourselves, who exercise sway over the nations, it was the man Numa Pompilius who laid on the Romans a heavy load of costly superstitions. Surely Christ, then, had a right to reveal deity, which was in fact his own essential possession, not with the object of bringing boors and savages by the dread of multitudinous gods, whose favor must be won into some civilization, as was the case with Numa, but as one who aimed to enlighten men already civilized, and under illusions from their very culture, that they might come to the knowledge of the truth. Search, then, and see if that divinity of Christ be true, if it be of such a nature that the acceptance of it transforms a man, and makes him truly good. There is implied in that the duty of renouncing what is opposed to it is false, especially and on every ground that which, hiding itself under the names and images of dead, the labors to convince men of its divinity by certain signs, and miracles, and oracles. Chapter 22. And we affirm indeed the existence of certain spiritual essences, nor is their name unfamiliar. The philosophers acknowledge there are demons, Socrates himself waiting on a demon's will. Why not, since it is said an evil spirit attached itself specially to him even from his childhood, turning his mind no doubt from what was good. The poets are all acquainted with demons too, even the ignorant common people make frequent use of them in cursing. In fact, they call upon Satan, the demon chief, in their execrations, as though from some instinctive soul knowledge of him. Plato also admits the existence of angels. The dealers in magic, no less, come forward as witnesses to the existence of both kinds of spirits. We are instructed, moreover, by our sacred books how from certain angels, who fell of their own free will, there sprang a more wicked demon brood, condemned of God along with the authors of their race, and that chief we have referred to. It will for the present be enough, however, that some account is given of their work. Their great business is the ruin of mankind. So, from the very first, spiritual wickedness sought our destruction. They inflict, accordingly, upon our bodies diseases and other grievous calamities, while by violent assaults they hurry the soul into sudden and extraordinary excesses. Their marvelous subtleness and tenuity give them access to both parts of our nature. As spiritual, they can do no harm, for, invisible and intangible, we are not cognizant of their action save by its effects, as when some inexplicable, unseen poison in the breeze blights the apples in the grain while in the flower, or kills them in the bud, or destroys them when they have reached maturity, as though by the tainted atmosphere and some unknown way spurting abroad its pestilential exhalations. So, too, by an influence equally obscure, demons and angels breathe into the soul, and rouse up its corruptions with furious passions and vile excesses, or with cruel lusts accompanied by various errors, of which the worst is that by which these deities are commended to the favor of deceived and deluded human beings, that they may get their proper food of flesh, fumes and blood when that is offered up to idol images. What is daintier food to the spirit of evil, than turning men's minds away from the true God by the illusions of a false divination? And here I explain how these illusions are managed. Every spirit is possessed of wings. This is a common property of both angels and demons, so they are everywhere in a single moment. The whole world is as one place to them. All that is done over the whole extent of it, it is as easy for them to know as to report. Their swiftness of motion is taken for divinity, because their nature is unknown. Thus they would have themselves thought sometimes the authors of the things which they announce, and sometimes, no doubt, the bad things are their doing, never the good. The purposes of God, too, they took up of old from the lips of the prophets, even as they spoke them, and they gather them still from their works, when they hear them read aloud, thus getting, too, from this source some intimations of the future. They set themselves up as rivals of the true God, while they steal his divinations, but the skill with which their responses are shaped to meet events, your Croce and Pyrrhi know too well. On the other hand, it was in that way we have explained. The Pythian was able to declare that they were cooking a tortoise with the flesh of a lamb. In a moment he had been to Lydia, from dwelling in the air, and their nearness to the stars, and their commerce with the clouds. They have means of knowing the preparatory processes going on in these upper regions, and thus can give promise of the rains which they already feel. Very kind too, no doubt, they are in regard to the healing of diseases, for, first of all, they make you ill, then, to get a miracle out of it, they command the application of remedies either altogether new, or contrary to those in use, and straightway withdrawing hurtful influence. they are supposed to have wrought a cure. What need, then, to speak of their other artifices, or yet further of the deceptive power which they have as spirits, of these castor apparitions, of water carried by a sieve, and a ship drawn along by a girdle, and a beard reddened by a touch, all done with the one object of showing that men should believe in the deity of stones, and not seek after the only true God. Chapter 23. Moreover, if sorcerers call forth ghosts, and even make what seem the souls of the dead to appear, if they put boys to death, in order to get a response from the oracle, if, with their juggling illusions, they make a pretense of doing various miracles, if they put dreams into people's minds by the power of the angels and demons whose aid they have invited, by whose influence, too, goats and tables are made to divine, how much more likely is this power of evil to be zealous in doing with all its might, of its own inclination, and for its own objects, what it does to serve the ends of others, or if both angels and demons do just what your gods do, where in that case is the preeminence of deity, which we must surely think to be above all in might? Will it not then be more reasonable to hold that these spirits make themselves gods, giving as they do the very proofs which raise your gods to Godhead, than that the gods are the equals of angels and demons? You make a distinction of places, I suppose, regarding as gods in their temple those whose divinity you do not recognize elsewhere, counting the madness which leads one man to leap from the sacred houses, to be something different from that which leads another to leap from an adjoining house, looking on one who cuts his arms and secret parts as under a different furor from another who cuts his throat. The result of the frenzy is the same, and the manner of instigation is one, but thus far we have been dealing only in words. We now proceed to a proof or facts, in which we shall show that under different names you have real identity. Let a person be brought before your tribunals, who is plainly under demoniacal possession. The wicked spirit, bidden to speak by a follower of Christ, will as readily make the truthful confession that he is a demon, as elsewhere he has falsely asserted that he is a god. Or, if you will, let there be produced one of the God-possessed, as they are supposed, who, inhaling at the altar, conceive divinity from the fumes, who are delivered of it by retching, who vent it forth in agonies of gasping. Let that same Virgin Calestis herself the rain promiser, let Aesculapius discoverer of medicines, ready to prolong the life of Secordius, Antinatius, and Asclepiadatus, now in the last extremity, if they would not confess, in their fear of lying to a Christian, that they were demons, then in there shed the blood of that most impudent follower of Christ. What clearer than a work like that? What more trustworthy than such a proof? The simplicity of truth is thus set forth, its own worth sustains it, no ground remains for the least suspicion. Do you say that it is done by magic, or some trick of that sort? You will not say anything of the sort, if you have been allowed the use of your ears and eyes, for what argument can you bring against a thing that is exhibited to the eye in its naked reality? If, on the one hand, they are really gods, why do they pretend to be demons? Is it from fear of us? In that case your divinity is put in subjection to Christians, and you surely can never ascribe deity to that which is under authority of man, nay, if it adds aught to the disgrace of its very enemies. If, on the other hand, they are demons or angels, why, inconsistently with this, do they presume to set themselves forth as acting the party of gods? For as beings who put themselves out as gods would never willingly call themselves demons, if they were gods indeed, that they might not thereby in fact abdicate their dignity, so those whom you know to be no more than demons, would not dare to act as gods, if those whose names they take and use were really divine, for they would not dare to treat with disrespect the higher majesty of beings, whose displeasure they would feel was to be dreaded. So this divinity of yours is no divinity, for if it were, it would not be pretended to by demons, and it would not be denied by gods. But since on both sides there is a concurrent acknowledgment that they are not gods, gather from this that there is but a single race, I mean the race of demons, the real race in both cases. Let your search, then, now be after gods, for those whom you had imagined to be so you find to be spirits of evil. The truth is, as we have thus not only shown from our own gods that neither themselves nor any others have claims to deity, you may see at once who is really God, and whether that is he and he alone whom we Christians own, as also whether you are to believe in him, and worship him, after the manner of our Christian faith and discipline. But at once they will say, who is this Christ with his fables? Is he an ordinary man? Is he a sorcerer? Was his body stolen by his disciples from its tomb? Is he now in the realms below, or is he not rather up in the heavens, thence about to come again, making the whole world shake, filling the earth with dread alarms, making all but Christians wail, as the power of God, and the Spirit of God, as the Word, the Reason, the Wisdom, and the Son of God, Mock as you like, but get the demons if you can to join you in your mocking. Let them deny that Christ is coming to judge every human soul which has existed from the world's beginning, clothing it again with the body it laid aside at death. Let them declare it, say, before your tribunal, that this work has been allotted to Minos and Rhadamanthus, as Plato and the poets agree. Let them put away from them at least the mark of ignominy and condemnation. They disclaim being unclean spirits, which yet we must hold as indubitably proved by their relish for the blood and fumes and foetid carcasses of sacrificial animals, and even by the vile language of their ministers. Let them deny that, for their wickedness condemned already, they are kept for that very judgment day, with all their worshippers and their works. Why, all the authority and power we have over them is from our naming the name of Christ, and recalling to their memory the woes with which God threatens them at the hands of Christ as judge, and which they expect one day to overtake them. Fearing Christ in God, and God in Christ, they become subject to the servants of God in Christ. So at our touch and breathing, overwhelmed by the thought and realization of those judgment fires, they leave at our command the bodies they have entered, unwilling, and distressed, and before your very eyes put to an open shame. You believe them when they lie, give credit to them. Then, when they speak the truth about themselves, no one plays the liar to bring disgrace upon his own head, but for the sake of honor rather, you give a readier confidence to people making confessions against themselves, than denials in their own behalf. It has not been an unusual thing, accordingly, for those testimonies of your deities to convert men to Christianity, for in giving full belief to them, we are led to believe in Christ. Yes, your very gods kindle up faith in our scriptures, they build up the confidence of our hope. You do homage, as I know, to them also with the blood of Christians. On no account, then, would they lose those who are so useful and dutiful to them, anxious even to hold you fast, lest some day or other as Christians you might put them to the rout, if under the power of a follower of Christ, who desires to prove to you the truth, it were at all possible for them to lie. Chapter 24. This whole confession of these beings, in which they declare that they are not gods, and in which they tell you that there is no God but one, the God whom we adore, is quite sufficient to clear us from the crime of treason, chiefly against the Roman religion, for if it is certain the gods have no existence, there is no religion in the case. If there is no religion, because there are no gods, we are assuredly not guilty of any offense against religion. Instead of that, the charge recoils on your own head. Worshipping a lie, you are really guilty of the crime you charge on us, not merely by refusing the true religion of the true God, but by going the further length of persecuting it. But now, granting that these objects of your worship are really gods, is it not generally held that there is one higher and more potent, as it were the world's chief ruler, endowed with absolute power and majesty? For the common way is to apportion deity, giving an imperial and supreme domination to one, while its offices are put into the hands of many, as Plato describes great Jupiter in the heavens, surrounded by an array at once of deities and demons. It behooves us, therefore, to show equal respect to the procurators, prefects, and governors of the divine empire. And yet how great a crime does he commit, who, with the object of gaining higher favor with the Kaiser, transfers his endeavors and his hopes to another, and does not confess that the appellation of God as of emperor belongs only to the supreme head, when it is held a capital offense among us to call, or hear called, by the highest title any other than Kaiser himself. Let one man worship God, another Jupiter, let one lift suppliant hands to the heavens, another to the altar of Fides, let one, if you choose to take this view of it, count in prayer the clouds, and another the ceiling panels. Let one consecrate his own life to his God, and another that of a goat. For see that you do not give a further ground for the charge of the religion, by taking away religious liberty, and forbidding free choice of deity, so that I may no longer worship according to my inclination, but am compelled to worship against it. Not even a human being would care to have unwilling homage rendered him, and so the very Egyptians have been permitted illegal use of their ridiculous superstition, liberty to make gods of birds and beasts, nay, to condemn to death anyone who kills a god of their sort. Every province even, and every city, has its god. Syria has Astarte, Arabia has Deucers, the North Sea have Belenus, Africa has its Calestus, Mauritania has its own princes. I have spoken, I think, of Roman provinces, and yet I have not said their gods are Roman, for they are not worshipped at Rome any more than others who are ranked as deities over Italy itself by municipal consecration, such as Joventinus of Cassinum, Visitianus of Narnia, Ancharia of Asculum, Norcia of Volsinii, Valentia of Acriculum, Hostia of Satrium, Father Curus of Fallacy, in honor of whom, too, Juno got her surname. In fact, we alone are prevented having a religion of our own. We give offense to the Romans, we are excluded from the rights and privileges of Romans, because we do not worship the gods of Rome. It is well that there is a God of all, whose we all are, whether we will or no, but with you liberty is given to worship any god but the true God, as though he were not rather the God all should worship, to whom all belong. Chapter 25. I think I have offered sufficient proof upon the question of false and true divinity, having shown that the proof rests not merely on debate and argument, but on the witness of the very beings whom you believe are gods, so that the point needs no further handling. However, having been led thus naturally to speak of the Romans, I shall not avoid the controversy which is invited by the groundless assertion of those who maintain that, as a reward of their singular homage to religion, the Romans have been raised to such heights of power as to have become masters of the world, and that so certainly divine are the beings they worship, that those prosper beyond all others, who beyond all others honor them. This, forsooth, is the wages the gods have paid the Romans for their devotion. The progress of the empire is to be ascribed to Sterculus, Demutunus, and Larentina, for I can hardly think that foreign gods would have been disposed to show more favor to an alien race than to their own, and given their own fatherland, in which they had their birth, grew up to manhood, became illustrious, and at last were buried, over to invaders from another shore. As for Cybele, if she set her affections on the city of Rome as sprung of the Trojan stock saved from the arms of Greece, she herself forsooth being of the same race, if she foresaw her transference to the avenging people by whom Greece the conqueror of Phrygia was to be subdued, let her look to it, in regard of her native country's conquest by Greece. Why, too, even in these days the Mater Magna has given a notable proof of her greatness which she has conferred as a boon upon the city, when, after the loss to the state of Marcus Aurelius at Sirmium, on the 16th before the calends of April, that most sacred high priest of hers was offering, a week after, impure libations of blood drawn from his own arms, and issuing his commands that the ordinary prayers should be made for the safety of the emperor already dead. O tardy messengers, O sleepy dispatches through whose fault Cybele had not an earlier knowledge of the imperial decease, that the Christians might have no occasion to ridicule a goddess so unworthy. Jupiter, again, would surely never have permitted his own Crete to fall at once before the Roman fasces, forgetful of that Idaean cave and the Corybantian symbols, and the sweet odor of her who nursed him there. Would he not have exalted his own tomb above the entire capital, that the land which covered the ashes of Jove might rather be the mistress of the world? Would Juno have desired the destruction of the Punic city, beloved even to the neglect of Samos, and that by a nation of Anata? As to that I know, here were her arms, here was her chariot, this kingdom, if the fates permit, the goddess tends and cherishes to be mistress of the nations. Jove's hapless wife and sister had no power to prevail against the fates. Jupiter himself is sustained by fate, and yet the Romans have never done such homage to the fates, which gave them Carthage against the purpose in the will of Juno. As to the abandoned harlot Larentina, it is undoubted that not a few of your gods have reigned on earth as kings. If, then, they now possess the power of bestowing empire, when they were kings themselves, from whence had they received their kingly honors? Whom did Jupiter and Saturn worship? A Sterculus, I suppose. But did the Romans, along with the native-born inhabitants, afterwards adore also some who were never kings? In that case, however, they were under the reign of others, who did not yet bow down to them, as not yet raised to Godhead. It belongs to others, then, to make gift of kingdoms, since there were kings before these gods had their names on the roll of divinities. But how utterly foolish it is to attribute the greatness of the Roman name to religious merits, since it was after Rome became an empire, or call it still a kingdom, that the religion she professes made its chief progress. Is it that case now? Has its religion been the source of the prosperity of Rome? Though Numa set to going in eagerness after superstitious observances, yet religion among the Romans was not yet a matter of images or temples. It was frugal in its ways, its rites were simple, and there were no capitals struggling to the heavens, but the altars were offhand ones of turf, and the sacred vessels were yet of Samian earthenware, and from these the odors rose, and no likeness of God was to be seen, for at that time the skill of the Greeks and Tuscans in image-making had not yet overrun the city with the products of their art. The Romans, therefore, were not distinguished for their devotion to the gods before they attained to greatness, and so their greatness was not the result of their religion. Indeed, how could religion make a people great who have owed their greatness to their irreligion? For, if I am not mistaken, kingdoms and empires are acquired by wars, and are extended by victories. More than that, you cannot have wars and victories without the taking, and often the destruction, of cities. That is a thing in which the gods have their share of calamity. Houses and temples suffer alike. There is indiscriminate slaughter of priests and citizens. The hand of rapine is laid equally upon sacred and on common treasure. Thus the sacrileges of the Romans are as numerous as their trophies. They boast as many triumphs over the gods as over the nations. As many spoils of battle they have still, as there remain images of captive deities. And the poor gods submit to be adored by their enemies, and they ordain illimitable empire to those whose injuries rather than their simulated homage should have had retribution at their hands. But divinities unconscious are with impunity dishonored, just as in vain they are adored. You certainly never can believe that devotion to religion has evidently advanced to greatness a people who, as we have put it, have either grown by injuring religion, or have injured religion by their growth. Those, too, whose kingdoms have become part of the one great whole of the Roman Empire, were not without religion when their kingdoms were taken from them. Chapter 26. Examine then, and see if he be not the dispenser of kingdoms, who is Lord at once of the world which is ruled, and of man himself who rules, if he have not ordained the changes of dynasties, with their appointed seasons, who was before all time, and made the world a body of times, if the rise and the fall of states are not the work of him, under whose sovereignty the human race once existed without states at all. How do you allow yourselves to fall into such error? Why, the Rome of rural simplicity is older than some of her gods. She reigned before her proud, vast capital was built. The Babylonians exercised dominion, too, before the days of the pontiffs, and the Medes before the quindecimvirs, and the Egyptians before the Salii, and the Assyrians before the Luperci, and the Amazons before the Vestal Virgins. And to add another point, if the religions of Rome give empire, ancient Judea would never have been a kingdom, despising as it did one and all these idol deities. Judea, whose god you Romans once honored with victims, and its temple with gifts, and its people with treaties, and which would never have been beneath your scepter but for that last and crowning offense against God, in rejecting and crucifying Christ. Chapter 27. Enough has been said in these remarks to confute the charge of treason against your religion, for we cannot be held to do harm to that which has no existence. When we are called therefore to sacrifice, we resolutely refuse, relying on the knowledge we possess, by which we are well assured of the real objects to whom these services are offered, under profaning of images and the deification of human names. Some, indeed, think it a piece of insanity that, when it is in our power to offer sacrifice at once, and go away unharmed, holding as ever our convictions, we prefer an obstinate persistence in our confession to our safety. You advise us, forsooth, to take unjust advantage of you, but we know whence such suggestions come, who is at the bottom of it all, and how every effort is made, now by cunning suasion, and now by merciless persecution, to overthrow our constancy, no other than that spirit, half devil and half angel, who, hating us because of his own separation from God, and stirred with envy for the favor God has shown us, turns your minds against us by an occult influence, molding and instigating them to all that perversity in judgment, and that unrighteous cruelty, which we have mentioned at the beginning of our work, when entering on this discussion. For, though the whole power of demons and kindred spirits is subject to us, yet still, as ill-disposed slaves sometimes conjoin contumacy with fear, and delight to injure those of whom they at the same time stand in awe, so is it here, for fear also inspires hatred. Besides, in their desperate condition, as already under condemnation, it gives them some comfort, while punishment delays, to have the usufruct of their malignant dispositions, and yet, when hands are laid on them, they are subdued at once, and submit to their lot, and those whom at a distance they oppose, in close quarters they supplicate for mercy. So when, like insurrectionary workhouses, or prisons, or mines, or any such penal slaveries, they break forth against us their masters, they know all the while that they are not a match for us, and just on that account, indeed, rush the more recklessly to destruction. We resist them, unwillingly, as though they were equals, and contend against them by persevering in that which they assail, and our triumph over them is never more complete than when we are condemned for resolute adherence to our faith. Chapter 28. But as it was easily seen to be unjust to compel freemen against their will to offer sacrifice, for even in other acts of religious service a willing mind is required, It should be counted quite absurd for one man to compel another to honor the gods, when he ought ever voluntarily, and in the sense of his own need, to seek their favor, lest in the liberty which is his right he should be ready to say, I want none of Jupiter's favors. Pray, who art thou? Let Janus meet me with angry looks, with whichever of his faces he likes. What have you to do with me? You have been led, no doubt, by these same evil spirits to compel us to offer sacrifice for the well-being of the emperor, and you are under a necessity of using force, just as we are under an obligation to face the dangers of it. This brings us, then, to the second ground of accusation, that we are guilty of treason against a majesty more august, freed homage with a greater dread and an intenser reverence to Casar, than Olympian Jove himself, and if you knew it, upon sufficient grounds, for is not any living man better than a dead one, whoever he be? But this is not done by you on any other ground than regard to a power whose presence you vividly realize, so that also in this you are convicted of impiety to your gods, inasmuch as you show a greater reverence to a human sovereignty than you do to them. Then, too, among you, people far more readily swear a false oath in the name of all the gods, than in the name of the single genius of Casar. Chapter 29. Let it be made clear, then, first of all, if those to whom sacrifice is offered are really able to protect either emperor or anybody else, and so judge us guilty of treason, if angels and demons, spirits of most wicked nature, do any good, if the lost save, if the condemned give liberty, if the dead, I refer to what you know well enough, defend the living, for surely the first thing they would look to would be the protection of their statues, and images, and temples, which rather owe their safety, I think, to the watch kept by Casar's guards. Nay, I think the very materials of which these are made come from Casar's mines, and there is not a temple but depends on Casar's will. Yes, and many gods have felt the displeasure of the Casar. It makes for my argument if they are also partakers of his favor, when he bestows on them some gift or privilege, how shall they who are thus in Casar's power, who belong entirely to him, have Casar's protection in their hands, so that you can imagine them able to give to Casar what they more readily get from him? This, then, is the ground on which we are charged with treason against the imperial majesty, to wit, that we do not put the emperors under their own possessions, that we do not offer a mere mock service on their behalf, as not believing their safety rests in leaden hands, but you are impious in a high degree who look for it where it is not, who seek it from those who have it not to give, passing by him who has it entirely in his power. Besides this, you persecute those who know where to seek for it, and who, knowing where to seek for it, are able as well to secure it. Chapter 30. For we offer prayer for the safety of our princes to the eternal, the true, the living God, whose favor, beyond all others, they must themselves desire. They know from whom they have obtained their power. They know, as they are men, from whom they have received life itself. They are convinced that he is God alone, on whose power alone they are entirely dependent, to whom they are second, after whom they occupy the highest places, before and above all the gods. Why not, since they are above all living men, and the living, as living, are superior to the dead? They reflect upon the extent of their power, and so they come to understand the highest. They acknowledge that they have all their might from him against whom their might is not. Let the emperor make war on heaven, let him lead heaven captive in his triumph, let him put guards on heaven, let him impose taxes on heaven. He cannot, just because he is less than heaven. He is great, for he himself is his to whom heaven and every creature appertains. He gets his scepter where he first got his humanity, his power where he got the breath of life. Thither we lift our eyes, with hands outstretched, because free from sin, with head uncovered, for we have nothing whereof to be ashamed. Finally, without a monitor, because it is from the heart we supplicate, without ceasing. For all our emperors we offer prayer. We pray for life prolonged, for security to the empire, for protection to the imperial house, for brave armies, a faithful senate, a virtuous people, the world at rest, whatever, as man or Casar, an emperor would wish. These things I cannot ask from any but the God from whom I know I shall obtain them, both because he alone bestows them and because I have claims upon him for their gift, as being a servant of his, rendering homage to him alone, persecuted for his doctrine, offering to him, at his own requirement, that costly and noble sacrifice of prayer dispatched from the chaste body, an unstained soul, a sanctified spirit, not the few grains of incense or farthing buys, tears of an Arabian tree, not a few drops of wine, not the blood of some worthless ox to which death is a relief, and, in addition to other offensive things, a polluted conscience, so that one wonders, When your victims are examined by these vile priests, why the examination is not rather of the sacrificers than the sacrifices? With our hands thus stretched out and up to God, rend us with your iron claws, hang us up on crosses, wrap us in flames, take our heads from us with the sword, let loose the wild beasts on us. The very attitude of a Christian praying is one of preparation for all punishment. Let this, good rulers, be your work. Wring from us the soul, beseeching God on the emperor's behalf, upon the truth of God, and devotion to his name, put the brand of crime. Chapter 31. But we merely, you say, flatter the emperor, and feign these prayers of ours to escape persecution. Thank you for your mistake, for you give us the opportunity of proving our allegations. Do you, then, who think that we care nothing for the welfare of Caesar, look into God's revelations, examine our sacred books, which we do not keep in hiding, and which many accidents put into the hands of those who are not of us. Learn from them that a large benevolence is enjoined upon us, even so far as to supplicate God for our enemies, and to beseech blessings on our persecutors, who, then, are greater enemies and persecutors of Christians, than the very parties with treason against whom we are charged. Nay, even in terms, and most clearly, the Scripture says, pray for kings, and rulers, and powers, that all may be peace with you. For when there is disturbance in the empire, if the commotion is felt by its other members, surely we too, though we are not thought to be given to disorder, are to be found in some place or other which the calamity affects. Chapter 32. There is also another and a greater necessity for our offering prayer in behalf of the emperors, nay, for the complete stability of the empire, and for Roman interests in general, for we know that a mighty shock impending over the whole earth, in fact, the very end of all things threatening dreadful woes, is only retarded by the continued existence of the Roman Empire. We have no desire, then, to be overtaken by these dire events, and in praying that their coming may be delayed, we are lending our aid to Rome's duration. More than this, though we decline to swear by the genii of the Caesars, we swear by their safety, which is worth far more than all your genii. Are you ignorant that these genii are called daemons, and thence the diminutive name daemonia is applied to them? We respect in the emperors the ordinance of God, who has set them over the nations. We know that there is that in them which God has willed, and to what God has willed we desire all safety, and we count an oath by it a great oath. But as for demons, that is, your genii, we have been in the habit of exorcising them, not of swearing by them, and thereby conferring on them divine honor. Chapter 33. But why dwell longer on the reverence and sacred respect of Christians to the emperor, whom we cannot but look up to as called by our Lord to his office, so that on valid grounds I might say Caesar is more ours than yours, for our God has appointed him. Therefore, as having this propriety in him, I do more than you for his welfare, not merely because I ask it of him who can give it, or because I ask it as one who deserves to get it, but also because, in keeping the majesty of Caesar within the limits, and putting it under the Most High, and making it less than divine, I commend him the more to the favor of deity, to whom I make him alone inferior. But I place him in subjection to one I regard as more glorious than himself. Never will I call the emperor God, and that either because it is not in me to be guilty of falsehood, or that I dare not turn him into ridicule, or that not even himself will desire to have that high name applied to him. If he is but a man, it is his interest as man to give God his higher place. Let him think it enough to bear the name of emperor. That, too, is a great name of God's giving. To call him God, is to rob him of his title. If he is not a man, emperor he cannot be. Even when, amid the honors of a triumph, he sits on that lofty chariot, he is reminded that he is only human. A voice at his back keeps whispering in his ear, "Look behind thee, remember thou art but a man," and it only adds to his exultation, that he shines with a glory so surpassing as to require an admonitory reference to his condition. It adds to his greatness that he needs such a reminiscence, lest he should think himself divine. Chapter 34. Augustus, the founder of the empire, would not even have the title Lord, for that, too, is a name of deity. For my part, I am willing to give the emperor this designation, but in the common acceptation of the word, and when I am not forced to call him Lord as in God's place, but my relation to him is one of freedom, for I have but one true Lord, the God omnipotent and eternal, who is Lord of the emperor as well. How can he, who is truly father of his country, be its Lord? The name of piety is more grateful than the name of power, so the heads of families are called fathers rather than lords. Far less should the emperor have the name of God. We can only profess our belief that he is that by the most unworthy, nay, a fatal flattery, It is just as if, having an emperor, you call another by the name, in which case will you not give great and unappeasable offense to him who actually reigns, an offense he, too, needs to fear on whom you have bestowed the title. Give all reverence to God, if you wish him to be propitious to the emperor. Give up all worship of, and belief in, any other being as divine. Cease also to give the sacred name to him who has need of God himself. If such adulation is not ashamed of its lie, in addressing a man as divine, let it have some dread at least of the evil omen which it bears. It is the invocation of a curse, to give Caesar the name of God before his apotheosis. Chapter 35. This is the reason, then, why Christians are counted public enemies, that they pay no vain, nor false, nor foolish honors to the emperor, that, as men believing in the true religion, they prefer to celebrate their festal days with a good conscience, instead of with the common wantonness. It is, forsooth, a notable homage to bring fires and couches out before the public, to a feasting from street to street, to turn the city into one great tavern, to make mud with wine, to run in troops to acts of violence, to deeds of shamelessness, to lust allurements. What is public joy manifested by public disgrace? Do things unseemly at other times beseem the festal days of princes? Do they who observe the rules of virtue out of reverence for Caesar, for his sake turn aside from them? Shall piety be a license to immoral deeds, and shall religion be regarded as affording the occasion for all riotous extravagance? Poor we, worthy of all condemnation, for why do we keep the votive days and high rejoicings in honor of the Caesars with chastity, sobriety, and virtue? Why, on the day of gladness, do we neither cover our doorposts with laurels, nor intrude upon the day with lamps? It is a proper thing, at the call of a public festivity, to dress your house up like some new brothel. However, in the matter of this homage to a lesser majesty, in reference to which we are accused of a lower sacrilege, because we do not celebrate along with you the holidays of the Caesars in a manner forbidden alike by modesty, decency, and purity, in truth they have been established rather as affording opportunities for licentiousness than from any worthy motive. In this matter I am anxious to point out how faithful and true you are, lest perchance here are also those who will not have us counted Romans, but enemies of Rome's chief rulers, be found themselves worse than we wicked Christians. I appeal to the inhabitants of Rome themselves, to the native population of the Seven Hills. Does the Roman vernacular of theirs ever spare a Caesar? The Tiber and the wild beast schools bear witness. Say now, if nature had covered our hearts with a transparent substance through which the light could pass, whose hearts, all graven over, would not betray the scene of another and another Caesar presiding at the distribution of a largesse, and this at the very time they are shouting, "May Jupiter take years from us, and with them lengthen life to you," words as foreign to the lips of a Christian as it is out of keeping with his character to desire a change of emperor. But this is the rabble, you say, yet, as the rabble, they still are Romans, and none more frequently than they demand the death of Christians. Of course, then, the other classes, as befits their higher rank, are religiously faithful. No breath of treason is there ever in the Senate, in the equestrian order, in the camp, in the palace. Whence, then, came a Cassius, an Ager, an Albinus, whence they who beset the Caesar between the two laurel groves, whence they who practiced wrestling, that they might acquire skill to strangle him, whence they who in full armor broke into the palace, more audacious than all your Tagerii and Parthenii. If I mistake not, they were Romans, that is, they were not Christians, yet all of them, on the very eve of their traitorous outbreak, offered sacrifices for the safety of the emperor, and swore by his genius, one thing in profession, and another in the heart, and no doubt they were in the habit of calling Christians enemies of the state. Yes, and persons who are now daily brought to light as confederates or approvers of these crimes and treasons, the still remnant gleanings after a vintage of traitors, with what verdant and branching laurels they clad their doorposts, with what lofty and brilliant lamps they smoked their porches, with what most exquisite and gaudy couches they divided the forum among themselves, not that they might celebrate public rejoicings, but that they might get a foretaste of their own votive seasons in partaking of the festivities of another, and inaugurate the model and image of their hope, changing in their minds the emperor's name. The same homage is paid, dutifully too, by those who consult astrologers, and soothsayers, and augurs, and magicians, about the life of the Caesars, arts which, as made known by the angels who sinned, and forbidden by God, Christians do not even make use of in their own affairs. But who has any occasion to inquire about the life of the emperor, if he have not some wish or thought against it, or some hopes and expectations after it? for consultations of this sort have not the same motive in the case of friends as in the case of sovereigns. The anxiety of a kinsman is something very different from that of a subject. Chapter 36. If it is the fact that men bearing the name of Romans are found to be enemies of Rome, why are we, on the ground that we are regarded as enemies, denied the name of Romans? We may be at once Romans and foes of Rome, when men passing for Romans are discovered to be enemies of their country. So the affection, and fealty, and reverence, due to the emperors do not consist in such tokens of homage as these, which even hostility may be zealous in performing, chiefly as a cloak to its purposes, but in those ways which deity certainly enjoins on us, as they are held to be necessary in the case of all men as well as emperors. Deeds of true heart goodness are not by us to emperors alone. We never do good with respective persons, for in our own interest we conduct ourselves as those who take no payment either of praise or premium from man, but from God, who both requires and remunerates an impartial benevolence. We are the same to emperors as to our ordinary neighbors, for we are equally forbidden to wish ill, to do ill, to speak ill, to think ill of all men. The thing we must not do to an emperor, we must not do to anyone else. What we would not do to anybody, a fortiori, perhaps we should not do to him whom God has been pleased so highly to exalt. Chapter 37. If we are enjoined, then, to love our enemies, as I have remarked above, whom have we to hate? If injured, we are forbidden to retaliate, lest we become as bad ourselves. Who can suffer injury at our hands? In regard to this, recall your own experiences, how often you inflict gross cruelties on Christians, partly because it is your own inclination, and partly in obedience to the laws. How often, too, the hostile mob, paying no regard to you, takes the law into its own hand, and assails us with stones and flames, with the very frenzy of the bacchanals. They do not even spare the Christian dead, but tear them, now sadly changed, no longer entire, from the rest of the tomb, from the asylum we might say of death, cutting them in pieces, rending them asunder. Yet, banded together as we are, ever so ready to sacrifice our lives, what single case of revenge for injury are you able to point to? Though, if it were held right among us to repay evil by evil, a single knight with a torch or two could achieve an ample vengeance. But away with the idea of a sect divine avenging itself by human fires, or shrinking from the sufferings in which it is tried. If we desired, indeed, to act the part of open enemies, not merely of secret avengers, would there be any lacking in strength, whether of numbers or resources, the Moors, the Marcomanni, the Parthians themselves, or any single people, however great, inhabiting a distinct territory, and confined within its own boundaries, surpasses, forsooth, in numbers, one spread over all the world. We are but of yesterday, and we have filled every place among you, cities, islands, fortresses, towns, marketplaces, the very camp, tribes, companies, palace, senate, forum. We have left nothing to you but the temples of your gods. For what war should we not be fit, not eager, even with unequal forces, we who so willingly yield ourselves to the sword? If in our religion it were not counted better to be slain than to slay, without arms even, and raising no insurrectionary banner, but simply in enmity to you, we could carry on the contest with you by an ill-willed severance alone. For if such multitudes of men were to break away from you, and betake themselves to some remote corner of the world, why, the very loss of so many citizens, whatever sort they were, would cover the empire with shame. Nay, in the very forsaking, vengeance would be inflicted. Why, you would be horror-struck at the solitude in which you would find yourselves, at such an all-prevailing silence, and that stupor as of a dead world. You would have to seek subjects to govern. You would have more enemies than citizens remaining, for now it is the immense number of Christians which makes your enemies so few, almost all the inhabitants of your various cities being followers of Christ. Yet you choose to call us enemies of the human race, rather than of human error. Nay, who would deliver you from those secret foes, ever busy both destroying your souls and ruining your health? Who would save you, I mean, from the attacks of those spirits of evil, which without reward or hire we exorcise? This alone would be revenge enough for us, that you were henceforth left free to the possession of unclean spirits. But instead of taking into account what is due to us for the important protection we afford you, and though we are not merely no trouble to you, but in fact necessary to your well-being, you prefer to hold us enemies, as indeed we are, yet not of man, but rather of his error. Chapter 38. Of not Christians, therefore, to receive not merely a somewhat milder treatment, but to have a place among the law-tolerated societies, seeing they are not chargeable with any such crimes as are commonly dreaded from societies of the illicit class. For, unless I mistake the matter, the prevention of such associations is based on a prudential regard to public order, that the state may not be divided into parties, which would naturally lead to disturbance in the electoral assemblies, the councils, the curia, the special conventions, even in the public shows by the hostile collisions of rival parties, especially when now, in pursuit of gain, men have begun to consider their violence an article to be bought and sold. But as those in whom all ardor in the pursuit of glory and honor is dead, we have no pressing inducement to take part in your public meetings, nor is there aught more entirely foreign to us than affairs of state. We acknowledge one all-embracing commonwealth, the world. We renounce all your spectacles, as strongly as we renounce the matters originating them, which we know were conceived of superstition, when we give up the very things which are the basis of their representations. Among us nothing is ever said, or seen, or heard, which has anything in common with the madness of the circus, the immodesty of the theater, the atrocities of the arena, the useless exercises of the wrestling ground. Why do you take offense at us because we differ from you in regard to your pleasures? If we will not partake of your enjoyments, the loss is ours. If there be loss in the case, not yours. We reject what pleases you. You, on the other hand, have no taste for what is our delight. The Epicureans were allowed by you to decide for themselves one true source of pleasure, I mean equanimity. The Christian, on his part, has many such enjoyments. What harm in that? Chapter 39. I shall at once go on, then, to exhibit the peculiarities of the Christian society, that, as I have refuted the evil charged against it, I may point out its positive good. We are a body knit together as such by a common religious profession, by unity of discipline, and by the bond of a common hope. We meet together as an assembly and congregation, that, offering up prayer to God as with united force, we may wrestle with him in our supplications. This violence God delights in. We pray, too, for the emperors, for their ministers and for all in authority, for the welfare of the world, for the prevalence of peace, for the delay of the final consummation. We assemble to read our sacred writings, if any peculiarity of the times makes either forewarning or reminiscence needful, however it be in that respect, with the sacred words we nourish our faith, we animate our hope, we make our confidence more steadfast, and no less by inculcations of God's precepts we confirm good habits. In the same place also exhortations are made, rebukes and sacred censures are administered, for with a great gravity is the work of judging carried on among us, as befits those who feel assured that they are in the sight of God. And you have the most notable example of judgment to come when anyone has sinned so grievously as to require his severance from us in prayer, in the congregation and in all sacred intercourse. The tried men of our elders preside over us, obtaining that honor not by purchase, but by established character. There is no buying and selling of any sort in the things of God. Though we have our treasure chest, it is not made up of purchase money, as of a religion that has its price. On the monthly day, if he likes, each puts in a small donation, but only if it be his pleasure, and only if he be able, for there is no compulsion, all is voluntary. These gifts are, as it were, piety's deposit fund, for they are not taken thence and spent on feasts, and drinking bouts, and eating houses, but to support and bury poor people, to supply the wants of boys and girls destitute of means and parents, and of old persons confined not at the house, such, too, as have suffered shipwreck, and if there happen to be any in the mines, or banished to the islands, or shut up in the prisons, for nothing but their fidelity to the cause of God's church, they become the nurslings of their confession. But it is mainly the deeds of a love so noble that lead many to put a brand upon us. See, they say, how they love one another, for themselves are animated by mutual hatred, how they are ready even to die for one another, for they themselves will sooner put to death, and they are wroth with us, too, because we call each other brethren, for no other reason, as I think, than because among themselves names of consanguinity are assumed in mere pretense of affection. But we are your brethren as well, by the law of our common mother nature, though you are hardly men, because brothers so unkind. At the same time, how much more fittingly they are called and counted brothers who have been led to the knowledge of God as their common Father, who have drunk in one spirit of holiness, who from the same womb of a common ignorance have agonized into the same light of truth. But on this very account, perhaps, we are regarded as having less claim to be held true brothers, that no tragedy makes a noise about our brotherhood, or that the family possessions, which generally destroy brotherhood among you, create fraternal bonds among us. one in mind and soul. We do not hesitate to share our earthly goods with one another. All things are common among us but our wives. We give up our community where it is practiced alone by others, who not only take possession of the wives of their friends, but most tolerantly also accommodate their friends with theirs, following the example, I believe, of those wise men of ancient times, the Greek Socrates and the Roman Cato, who shared with their friends the wives whom they had married, it seems for the sake of progeny both to themselves and to others, whether in this acting against their partner's wishes, I am not able to say. Why should they have any care over their chastity, when their husbands so readily bestowed it away? O noble example of Attic wisdom, of Roman gravity, the philosopher and the censor playing pimps, what wonder if that great love of Christians towards one another is desecrated by you, for you abuse also our humble feasts, on the ground that they are extravagant as well as infamously wicked. To us, it seems, applies the saying of Diogenes, the people of Mega feast as though they were going to die on the morrow, they build as though they were never to die, but one sees more readily the mote in another's eye than the beam in his own. Why, the very air is soured with the eructations of so many tribes, Ancuria, and Decuria, the Salia cannot have their feast without going into debt. You must get the accountants to tell you what the tents of Hercules and the sacrificial banquets cost. The choicest cook is appointed for the Apicuria, the Dionysia, the Attic mysteries. The smoke from the banquet of Serapis will call out the firemen. Yet about the modest supper room of the Christians alone a great ado is made. Our feast explains itself by its name. The Greeks call it agape, i.e., affection. Whatever it costs, our outlay in the name of piety is gain, since with the good things of the feast we benefit the needy. Not as it is with you, do parasites aspire to the glory of satisfying their licentious propensities, selling themselves for a belly feast to all disgraceful treatment, but as it is with God himself, a peculiar respect is shown to the lowly. If the object of our feast be good, in the light of that consider its further regulations, as it is an act of religious service, it permits no vileness or immodesty. The participants, before reclining, taste first of prayer to God, as much as eaten as satisfies the cravings of hunger, as much as drunk as befits the chaste. They say it is enough, as those who remember that even during the night they have to worship God. They talk as those who know that the Lord is one of their auditors. After manual ablution, and the bringing in of lights, each is asked to stand forth and sing, as he can, a hymn to God, either one from the Holy Scriptures or one of his own composing, a proof of the measure of our drinking. As the feast commenced with prayer, so with prayer it is closed. We go from it, not like troops of mischief doers, nor bands of vagabonds, nor to break out into licentious acts, but to have as much care of our modesty and chastity as if we had been at a school of virtue rather than a banquet. Give the congregation of the Christians its due, and hold it unlawful. If it is like assemblies of the illicit sort, by all means let it be condemned. If any complaint can be validly laid against it, such as lies against secret factions. But who has ever suffered harm from our assemblies? We are in our congregations just what we are when separated from each other. We are as a community what we are individuals. We injure nobody, we trouble nobody. When the upright, when the virtuous meet together, when the pious, when the pure assemble in congregation, you ought not to call that a faction, but a curia, i.e., the court of God. Chapter 40. On the contrary, they deserve the name of faction who conspire to bring odium on good men and virtuous, who cry out against innocent blood, offering as the justification of their enmity the baseless plea, that they think the Christians the cause of every public disaster, of every affliction with which the people are visited. If the Tiber rises as high as the city walls, if the Nile does not send its waters up over the fields, if the heavens give no rain, if there is an earthquake, if there is famine or pestilence, straightway the cry is, away with the Christians to the lion. What shall you give such multitudes to a single beast? Pray, tell me how many calamities befell the world in particular cities before Tiberius reigned, before the coming, that is, of Christ. We read of the islands of Hero, and Hanif, and Delos, and Rhodes, and Cos, with many thousands of human beings, having been swallowed up. Plato informs us that a region larger than Asia or Africa was seized by the Atlantic Ocean. An earthquake, too, drank up the Corinthian Sea, and the force of the waves cut off a part of Laconia, whence it obtained the name of Sicily. These things surely could not have taken place without the inhabitants suffering by them. But where, I do not say were Christians, those despisers of your gods, but where were your gods themselves in those days, when the flood poured its destroying waters over all the world? Or, as Plato thought, merely the level portion of it, for that they are of later date than the calamity. The very cities in which they were born and died, nay, which they founded, bear ample testimony, for the cities could have no existence at this day unless as belonging to post-diluvian times. Palestine had not yet received from Egypt its Jewish swarm of emigrants, nor had the race from which Christians sprung yet settled down there, when its neighbors Sodom and Gomorrah were consumed by fire from heaven. The country yet smells of that conflagration, and if there are apples there upon the trees, it is only a promise to the eye they give. You but touch them, and they turn to ashes. Nor had Desha and company to complain of Christians in the days when fire from heaven overwhelmed Vulsinii, and Pompeii was destroyed by fire from its own mountain. No one yet worshipped the true God at Rome, when Hannibal at Cannae counted the Romans slain by the pecks of Roman rings. Your gods were all objects of adoration, universally acknowledged, when the Senones closely besieged the very capital, and it is in keeping with all this, that if adversity has at any time befallen cities, the temples and the walls have equally shared in the disaster, so that it is clear to demonstration the thing was not the doing of the gods, seeing it also overtook themselves. The truth is, the human race has always deserved ill at God's hand, first of all, as undutiful to him, because when it knew him in part, it not only did not seek after him, but even invented other gods of its own to worship, and further, because, as the result of their willing ignorance of the teacher of righteousness, the judge and avenger of sin, all vices and crimes grew and flourished. But had men sought, they would have come to know the glorious object of their seeking, and knowledge would have produced obedience, and obedience would have found a gracious instead of an angry God. They ought then to see that the very same God is angry with them now as in ancient times, before Christians were so much as spoken of. It was his blessings they enjoyed, created before they made any of their deities, and why can they not take it in, that their evils come from the being whose goodness they have failed to recognize? They suffer at the hands of him to whom they have been ungrateful, and, for all that is said, if we compare the calamities of former times, they fall on us more lightly now, since God gave Christians to the world, for from that time virtue put some restraint on the world's wickedness, and men began to pray for the averting of God's wrath. In a word, when the summer clouds give no rain, and the season is matter of anxiety, you indeed, full of feasting day by day, and ever eager for the banquet, baths and taverns and brothels always busy, offer up to Jupiter your rain sacrifices. You enjoin on the people barefoot processions, you seek heaven at the Capitol, you look up to the temple ceilings for the longed-for clouds, God in heaven not in all your thoughts. We, dried up with fastings, and our passions bound tightly up, holding back as long as possible from all the ordinary enjoyments of life, rolling in sackcloth and ashes, assail heaven with our importunities, touch God's heart, and when we have extorted divine compassion, why, Jupiter gets all the honor. Chapter XLI. You, therefore, are the sources of trouble in human affairs. On you lies the blame of public adversities, since you are ever attracting them, you by whom God is despised and images are worshipped. It should surely seem the more natural thing to believe that it is the neglected one who is angry, and not they to whom all homage is paid, or most unjustly they act, if, on account of the Christians, they send trouble on their own devotees, whom they are bound to keep clear of the punishments of Christians. But this, you say, hits your God does well, since he permits his worshippers to suffer on account of those who dishonor him. But admit first of all his providential arrangings, and you will not make this retort. For he who once for all appointed an eternal judgment at the world's close, does not precipitate the separation, which is essential to judgment, before the end. Meanwhile he deals with all sorts of men alike, so that all together share his favors and reproofs. His will is, that outcasts and elect should have adversities and prosperities in common, that we should have all the same experience of his goodness and severity. Having learned these things from his own lips, we love his goodness, we fear his wrath, while both by you are treated with contempt, and hence the sufferings of life, so far as it is our lot to be overtaken by them, are in our case gracious admonitions, while in yours they are divine punishments. We indeed are not the least put about, for, first, only one thing in this life greatly concerns us, and that is, to get quickly out of it, and next, if any adversity befalls us, it is laid to the door of your transgressions. Nay, though we are likewise involved in troubles because of our close connection with you, we are rather glad of it, because we recognize in it divine foretelings, which, in fact, go to confirm the confidence and faith of our hope. But if all the evils you endure are inflicted on you by the gods you worship out of spite to us, Why do you continue to pay homage to beings so ungrateful and unjust, who, instead of being angry with you, should rather have been aiding and abetting you by persecuting Christians, keeping you clear of their sufferings? Chapter 42. But we are called to account as harm-doers on another ground, and are accused of being useless in the affairs of life. How in all the world can that be the case with people who are living among you, eating the same food, wearing the same attire, having the same habits, under the same necessities of existence? We are not Indian Brahmins or gymnosophists, who dwell in woods and exile themselves from ordinary human life. We do not forget the debt of gratitude we owe to God, our Lord and Creator. We reject no creature of His hands, though certainly we exercise restraint upon ourselves, lest of any gift of His we make an immoderate or sinful use. So we sojourn with you in the world, abjuring neither forum, nor shambles, nor bath, nor booth, nor workshop, nor inn, nor weekly market, nor any other places of commerce. We sail with you, and fight with you, and till the ground with you, and in like manner we unite with you in your traffickings. Even in the various arts we make public property of our works for your benefit. How it is we seem useless in your ordinary business, living with you and by you as we do, I am not able to understand. But if I do not frequent your religious ceremonies, I am still on the sacred day a man. I do not at the Saturnalia bathe myself at dawn, that I may not lose both day and night, yet I bathe at a decent and healthful hour, which preserves me both in heat and blood. I can be rigid and pallid like you after ablution when I am dead. I do not recline in public at the feast of Bacchus, after the manner of the beast fighters at their final banquet, yet of your resources I partake, wherever I may chance to eat. I do not buy a crown for my head. What matters it to you how I use them? If nevertheless the flowers are purchased, I think it more agreeable to have them free and loose, waving all about, even if they are woven into a crown. We smell the crown with our nostrils, let those look to it who scent the perfume with their hair. We do not go to your spectacles, yet the articles that are sold there, if I need them, I will obtain more readily at their proper places. We certainly buy no frankincense. If the Arabians complain of this, let the Sabines be well assured that their more precious and costly merchandise is expended as largely in the burying of Christians as in the fumigating of the Goths. At any rate, you say, the temple revenues are every day falling off. How few now throw in a contribution. In truth, we are not able to give alms both to your human and your heavenly mendicants, nor do we think that we are required to give any but to those who ask for it. Let Jupiter then hold out his hand and get, for our compassion spends more in the streets than yours does in the temples. But your other taxes will acknowledge a debt of gratitude to Christians, for in the faithfulness which keeps us from fraud upon a brother, we make conscience of paying all their dues, so that, by ascertaining how much is lost by fraud and falsehood in the census declarations, the calculation may easily be made. It would be seen that the ground of complaint in one department of revenue is compensated by the advantage which others derive. Chapter 43. I will confess, however, without hesitation, that there are some who in a sense may complain of Christians that they are a sterile race, as, for instance, pimps, and panders, and bath suppliers, assassins, and poisoners, and sorcerers, soothsayers, too, diviners, and astrologers. But it is a noble fruit of Christians, that they have no fruits for such as these, and yet, whatever loss your interests suffer from the religion we profess, the protection you have from us makes amply up for it. What value do you set on persons? I do not here urge you to deliver you from demons. I do not urge you for your sakes present prayers before the throne of the true God, for perhaps you have no belief in that, but from whom you can have nothing to fear. Chapter 44. Yes, and no one considers what the loss is to the commonweal. A loss as great as it is real. No one estimates the injury entailed upon the state. When, men of virtue as we are put to death in such numbers, when so many of the truly good suffer the last penalty, and here we call your own acts to witness, you who are daily presiding at the trials of prisoners, and passing sentence upon crimes. Well, in your long lists of those accused of many and various atrocities, has any assassin, any cutpurse, any man guilty of sacrilege, or seduction, or stealing bathers' clothes, his name entered as being a Christian too? Or when Christians are brought before you on the mere ground of their name, is there ever found among them an ill-doer of the sort? It is always with your folk the prison is steaming, the mines are sighing, the wild beasts are fed. It is from you the exhibitors of gladiatorial shows always get their herds of criminals to feed up for the occasion. You find no Christian there, except simply as being such, or if one is there something else, a Christian he is no longer. Chapter 45. We, then, alone or without crime, is there aught wonderful in that, if it be a very necessity with us, for a necessity indeed it is, taught of God himself what goodness is, we have both a perfect knowledge of it is revealed to us by a perfect master, and faithfully we do his will, as enjoined on us by a judge we dare not despise. But your ideas of virtue you have got from mere human opinion, on human authority, too, its obligation rests, hence your system of practical morality is deficient, both in the fullness and authority requisite to produce a life of real virtue. Man's wisdom to point out what is good, is no greater than his authority to exact the keeping of it. The one is as easily deceived as the other is despised, and so, which is the ampler rule, to say, thou shalt not kill, or to teach, be not even angry, which is more perfect, to forbid adultery, or to restrain from even a single lustful look, which indicates the higher intelligence, interdicting evil doing, or evil speaking, which is more thorough, not allowing an injury, or not even suffering an injury done to you to be repaid. Though withal you know that these very laws also of yours, which seem to lead to virtue, have been borrowed from the law of God as the ancient model. Of the age of Moses we have already spoken, but what is the real authority of human laws, when it is in man's power both to evade them, by generally managing to hide himself out of sight in his crimes, and to despise them sometimes, if inclination or necessity leads him to offend? Think of these things, too, in the light of the brevity of any punishment you can inflict, never to last longer than till death. On this ground Epicurus makes light of all suffering and pain, maintaining that if it is small, it is contemptible, and if it is great, it is not long continued. No doubt about it, we, who receive our rewards under the judgment of an all-seeing God, and who look forward to eternal punishment from him for sin, we alone make real effort to attain a blameless life, under the influence of our ampler knowledge, the impossibility of concealment, and the greatness of the threatened torment, not merely long enduring but everlasting, fearing him, whom he too should fear who the fearing judges, even God, I mean, and not the proconsul. Chapter 46. We have sufficiently met, as I think, the accusation of the various crimes on the ground of which these fierce demands are made for Christian blood. We have made a full exhibition of our case, and we have shown you how we are able to prove that our statement is correct, from the trustworthiness, I mean, and antiquity of our sacred writings, and from the confession likewise of the powers of spiritual wickedness themselves, who will venture to undertake our refutation, not with skill of words, but, as we have managed our demonstration, on the basis of reality. But while the truth we hold is made clear to all, unbelief meanwhile, at the very time it is convinced of the worth of Christianity, which has now become well known for its benefits as well as from the intercourse of life, takes up the notion that it is not really a thing divine, but rather a kind of philosophy. These are the very things, it says, the philosophers counsel and profess: innocence, justice, patience, sobriety, chastity. Why, then, are we not permitted an equal liberty and impunity for our doctrines as they have, with whom, in respect of what we teach, we are compared? Or why are not they, as so like us, not pressed to the same offices, for declining which our lives are imperiled? For who compels a philosopher to sacrifice or take an oath, or put out useless lamps at midday? Nay, they openly overthrow your gods, and in the writings they attack your superstitions, and you applaud them for it. Many of them even, with your countenance, bark out against your rulers, and are rewarded with statues and salaries, instead of being given to the wild beasts, and very right it should be so, for they are called philosophers, not Christians. This name of philosopher has no power to put demons to the rout. Why are they not able to do that too, since philosophers count demons inferior to gods? Socrates used to say, if the demon grants permission, yet he, too, though in denying the existence of your divinities he had a glimpse of the truth, at his dying ordered a cock to be sacrificed to Aesculapius, I believe in honor of his father, for Apollo pronounced Socrates the wisest of men. Thoughtless Apollo, testifying to the wisdom of the man who denied the existence of his race. In proportion to the enmity the truth awakens, you give offense by faithfully standing by it, but the man who corrupts and makes a mere pretense of it precisely on this ground gains favor with its persecutors. The truth which philosophers, these mockers and corrupters of it, with hostile ends merely affect to hold, and in doing so deprave, caring for naught but glory, Christians both intensely and intimately long for and maintain in its integrity, as those who have a real concern about their salvation, so that we are like each other neither in our knowledge nor our ways, as you imagine. For what certain information did Thales, the first of natural philosophers, give in reply to the inquiry of Croesus regarding deity, the delay for further thought so often proving in vain? There is not a Christian workman but finds out God, and manifests him, and hence assigns to him all those attributes which go to constitute a divine being, though Plato affirms that it is far from easy to discover the maker of the universe, and when he is found, it is difficult to make him known to all. But if we challenge you to comparison in the virtue of chastity, I turn to a part of the sentence passed by the Athenians against Socrates, who was pronounced a corrupter of youth. The Christian confines himself to the female sex. I have read also how the harlot Phryne kindled in Diogenes the fires of lust, and how a certain Speusippus, of Plato's school, perished in the adulterous act. The Christian husband has nothing to do with any but his own wife. Democritus, in putting out his eyes, because he could not look on women without lusting after them, and was pained if his passion was not satisfied, owns plainly, by the punishment he inflicts, his incontinence. But a Christian with grace heedis is sightless in this matter, he is mentally blind against the assaults of passion. If I maintain our superior modesty of behavior, there at once occurs to me Diogenes with filth-covered feet trampling on the proud couches of Plato, under the influence of another pride. The Christian does not even play the proud man to the pauper. If sobriety of spirit be the virtue in debate, why, there are Pythagoras at Thurii, and Zeno with Prene, ambitious of the supreme power. The Christian does not aspire to the aedileship. If equanimity be the contention, you have Lycurgus choosing death by self-starvation, because the Lacans had made some emendation of his laws. The Christian, even when he is condemned, gives thanks. If the comparison be made in regard to trustworthiness, Anaxagoras denied the deposit of his enemies. The Christian is noted for his fidelity even among those who are not of his religion. If the matter of sincerity is to be brought to trial, Aristotle basely thrust his friend Hermias from his place. The Christian does no harm even to his foe. With equal baseness does Aristotle play the sycophant to Alexander, instead of exercising to keep him in the right way, and Plato allows himself to be bought by Dionysius for his belly's sake. Aristippus in the purple, with all his great show of gravity, gives way to extravagance, and Hippias is put to death laying plots against the state. No Christian ever attempted such a thing in behalf of his brethren, even when persecution was scattering them abroad with every atrocity. But it will be said that some of us, too, depart from the rules of our discipline. In that case, however, we count them no longer Christians, but the philosophers who do such things retain still the name and the honor of wisdom. So, then, where is there any likeness between the Christian and the philosopher? Between the disciple of Greece and of heaven, between the man whose object is fame, and whose object is life, between the talker and the doer, between the man who builds up and the man who pulls down, between the friend and the foe of error, between one who corrupts the truth, and one who restores and teaches it, between its chief and its custodier. Chapter 47. Unless I am utterly mistaken, there is nothing so old as the truth, and the already proved antiquity of the divine writings is so far of use to me, that it leads men more easily to take it in that they are the treasure, source whence all later wisdom has been taken. And were it not necessary to keep my work to a moderate size, I might launch forth also into the proof of this. What poet or sophist has not drunk at the fountain of the prophets? Thence, accordingly, the philosophers watered their arid minds, so that it is the things they have from us which bring us into comparison with them. For this reason, I imagine, philosophy was banished by certain states, I mean by the Thebans, by the Spartans also, and the Argives. Its disciples sought to imitate our doctrines, and ambitious, as I have said, of glory and eloquence alone, if they fell upon anything in the collection of sacred scriptures which displeased them, in their own peculiar style of research, they perverted it to serve their purpose, for they had no adequate faith in their divinity to keep them from changing them, nor had they any sufficient understanding of them, either, as being still at the time under veil, even obscure to the Jews themselves, whose peculiar possession they seemed to be. For so, too, if the truth was distinguished by its simplicity, the more on that account the fastidiousness of man, too proud to believe, set to altering it, so that even what they found certain they made uncertain by their admixtures. Finding a simple revelation of God, they proceeded to dispute about him, not as he had revealed to them, but turned aside to debate about his properties, his nature, his abode. Some assert him to be incorporeal, others maintain he has a body, the Platonists teaching the one doctrine, and the Stoics the other. Some think that he is composed of atoms, others of numbers. Such are the different views of Epicurus and Pythagoras. One thinks he is made of fire, So it appeared to Heraclitus. The Platonists, again, hold that he administers the affairs of the world. The Epicureans, on the contrary, that he is idle and inactive, and, so to speak, a nobody in human things. Then the Stoics represent him as placed outside the world, and whirling round this huge mass from without like a potter, while the Platonists place him within the world, as a pilot is in the ship he steers. So, in like manner, they differ in their views about the world itself, whether it is created or uncreated, whether it is destined to pass away or to remain forever. So again it is debated concerning the nature of the soul, which some contend is divine and eternal, while others hold that it is dissoluble. According to each one's fancy, he has introduced either something new, or refashioned the old, nor need we wonder if the speculations of philosophers have perverted the older scriptures. Some at their brood, with their opinions, have even adulterated our new given Christian revelation, and corrupted it into a system of philosophic doctrines, and from the one path have struck off many and inexplicable byroads. And I have alluded to this, lest anyone becoming acquainted with the variety of parties among us, this might seem to him to put us on a level with the philosophers, and he might condemn the truth from the different ways in which it is defended. But we at once put in a plea and bar against these tainters of our purity, asserting that this is the rule of truth which comes down from Christ by transmission through his companions, to whom we shall prove that those devisers of different doctrines are all posterior. Everything opposed to the truth has been got up from the truth itself, the spirits of error carrying on this system of opposition. By them all corruptions of wholesome discipline have been secretly instigated. By them, too, certain fables have been introduced, that, by their resemblance to the truth, they might impair its credibility, or vindicate their own high claims to faith, so that people might think Christians unworthy of credit because the poets or philosophers are so, or might regard the poets and philosophers as worthier of confidence from their not being followers of Christ. Accordingly, we get ourselves laughed at for proclaiming that God will one day judge the world, for, like us, the poets and philosophers set up a judgment seat in the realms below, and if we threaten Gehenna, which is a reservoir of secret fire under the earth for purposes of punishment, we have in the same way derision heaped on us, for so, too, they have their Pyraphlegython, a river of flame in the regions of the dead, and if we speak of paradise, the place of heavenly bliss appointed to receive the spirits of the saints, severed from the knowledge of this world by that fiery zone as by a sort of enclosure, the Elysian plains have taken possession of their faith. Whence is it, I pray you, have all this, so like us, in the poets and philosophers? The reason simply is, that they have been taken from our religion. But if they are taken from our sacred things, as being of earlier date, then ours are the truer, and have higher claims upon belief, since even their imitations find faith among you. If they maintain their sacred mysteries to have sprung from their own minds, in that case ours will be reflections of what are later than themselves, which by the nature of things is impossible, for never does the shadow precede the body which casts it, or the image the reality. Chapter 48. Come now, if some philosopher affirms, as Liberius holds, following an opinion of Pythagoras, that a man may have his origin from a mule, a serpent from a woman, and with skill of speech twists every argument to prove his view, will he not gain acceptance for and work in some the conviction that, on account of this, they should even abstain from eating animal food? May anyone have the persuasion that he should so abstain, lest by chance in his beef he eats of some ancestor of his? But if a Christian promises the return of a man from a man, and the very actual Gaius from Gaius, the cry of the people will be to have him stoned. They will not even so much as grant him a hearing. If there is any ground for the moving to and fro of human souls into different bodies, why may they not return into the very substance they have left, seeing this is to be restored, to be that which had been? They are no longer the very things they had been, for they could not be what they were not, without first ceasing to be what they had been. If we were inclined to give all rein upon this point, discussing into what various beasts one and another might probably be changed, we would need at our leisure to take up many points, but this we would do chiefly in our own defense, as setting forth what is greatly worthier of belief, that a man will come back from a man, any given person from any given person, still retaining his humanity, so that the soul, with its qualities unchanged, may be restored to the same condition, thought not to the same outward framework. Assuredly, as the reason why restoration takes place at all is the appointed judgment, every man must needs come forth the very same who had once existed, that he may receive at God's hands a judgment, whether of good desert or the opposite, and therefore the body too will appear, for the soul is not capable of suffering without the solid substance, that is, the flesh, and for this reason, also, that it is not right that souls should have all the wrath of God to bear. They did not sin without the body, within which all was done by them. But how, you say, can a substance which has been dissolved be made to reappear again? Consider thyself, O man, and thou wilt believe in it. Reflect on what you were before you came into existence. Nothing, for if you had been anything, you would have remembered it. You, then, who were nothing before you existed, reduced to nothing also when you ceased to be, why may you not come into being again out of nothing, at the will of the same Creator whose will created you out of nothing at that first? Will it be anything new in your case? You who were not, were made. When you cease to be again, you shall be made. Explain, if you can, your original creation, and then demand to know how you shall be recreated. Indeed, it will be still easier surely to make you what you were once, when the very same creative power made you without difficulty what you never were before. There will be doubts, perhaps, as to the power of God, of Him who hung in its place this huge body of our world, made out of what had never existed, as from a death of emptiness and inanity, animated by the Spirit who quickens all living things, its very self the unmistakable type of the resurrection, that it might be to you a witness, nay, the exact image of the resurrection. Light, every day extinguished, shines out again, and, with like alternation, darkness succeeds light's outgoing, the defunct stars relive, the seasons, as soon as they are finished, renew their course, the fruits are brought to maturity, and then are reproduced, the seeds do not spring up with abundant produce, save as they rot and dissolve away, all things are preserved by perishing, all things are refashioned out of death. Thou, man of nature so exalted, if thou understandest thyself, taught even by the Pythian words, Lord of all these things that die and rise, shalt thou die to perish evermore, wherever your dissolution shall have taken place, whatever material agent has destroyed you, or swallowed you up, or swept you away, or reduced you to nothingness, it shall again restore you. Even nothingness is His who is Lord of all. You ask, shall we then be always dying, and rising up from death? If so, the Lord of all things had appointed, you would have to submit, though unwillingly, to the law of your creation. But, in fact, He has no other purpose than that of which He has informed us, the reason which made the universe out of diverse elements, so that all things might be composed of opposite substances in unity, of void and solid, of animate and inanimate, of comprehensible and incomprehensible, of light and darkness, of life itself and death, has also disposed time into order, by fixing and distinguishing its mode, according to which this first portion of it, which we inhabit from the beginning of the world, flows down by a temporal course to a close, but the portion which succeeds, and to which we look forward continues forever. When, therefore, the boundary and limit, that millennial interspace, has been passed, when even the outward fashion of the world itself, which has been spread like a veil over the eternal economy, equally a thing of time, passes away, then the whole human race shall be raised again, to have its dues meted out according as it has merited in the period of good or evil, and thereafter to have these paid out through the immeasurable ages of eternity. Therefore after this there is neither death nor repeated resurrections, but we shall be the same that we are now, and still unchanged, the servants of God, ever with God, clothed upon with the proper substance of eternity. But the profane, and all who are not true worshippers of God, in like manner shall be consigned to the punishment of everlasting fire, that fire which, from its very nature indeed, directly ministers to their incorruptibility. The philosophers are familiar as well as we with the distinction between a common and a secret fire. Thus that which is in common use is far different from that which we see in divine judgments, whether striking as thunderbolts from heaven, or bursting up out of the earth through mountain tops, for it does not consume when it scorches, but while it burns it repairs, so the mountains continue ever burning, and a person struck by lightning is even now kept safe from any destroying flame, a notable proof this of the fire eternal. A notable example of the endless judgment which still supplies punishment with fuel. The mountains burn, and last, how will it be with the wicked and the enemies of God? Chapter 49. These are what are called presumptuous speculations in our case alone. In the philosophers and poets they are regarded as sublime speculations and illustrious discoveries. They are men of wisdom, we are fools. They are worthy of all honor, we are folk to have the finger pointed at. Nay, besides that, we are even to have punishments inflicted on us. But let things which are the defense of virtue, if you will, have no foundation, and give them duly the name of fancies, yet still they are necessary. Let them be absurd if you will, yet they are of use. they make all who believe them better men and women, under the fear of never-ending punishment and the hope of never-ending bliss. It is not, then, wise to brand as false, nor to regard as absurd, things the truth of which it is expedient to presume. On no ground is it right positively to condemn as bad what beyond all doubt is profitable. Thus, in fact, you are guilty of the very presumption of which you accuse us, in condemning what is useful. It is equally out of the question to regard them as nonsensical. At any rate, if they are false and foolish, they hurt nobody, for they are just, in that case, like many other things on which you inflict no penalties, foolish and fabulous things, I mean, which, as quite innocuous, are never charged as crimes or punished. But in a thing of the kind, if this be so indeed, we should be adjudged to ridicule, not to swords, and flames, and crosses, and wild beasts, in which iniquitous cruelty not only the blinded populace exults and insults over us, but in which some of you too glory, not scrupling to gain the popular favor by your injustice, as though all you can do to us did not depend upon our pleasure. It is assuredly a matter of my own inclination, being a Christian. Your condemnation, then, will only reach me in that case, if I wish to be condemned. But when all you can do to me, you can do only at my will, all you can do is dependent on my will, and is not in your power. The joy of the people in our trouble is therefore utterly reasonless, for it is our joy they appropriate to themselves, since we would far rather be condemned than apostatize from God. On the contrary, our haters should be sorry rather than rejoice, as we have obtained the very thing of our own choice. Chapter L. In that case, you say, why do you complain of our persecutions? You ought rather to be grateful to us for giving you the sufferings you want. Well, it is quite true that it is our desire to suffer, but it is in the way that the soldier longs for war. No one indeed suffers willingly, since suffering necessarily implies fear and danger. Yet the man who objected to the conflict, both fights with all his strength, and when victorious, he rejoices in the battle, because he reaps from it glory and spoil. It is our battle to be summoned to your tribunals that there, under fear of execution, we may battle for the truth. But the day is one when the object of the struggle is gained. This victory of ours gives us the glory of pleasing God, and the spoil of life eternal. But we are overcome, yes, when we have obtained our wishes. Therefore we conquer undying, we go forth victorious at the very time we are subdued. Call us, if you like, Sarmaticii and Symaxii, because, bound to a half-axle stake, we are burned in a circle heap of faggots. This is the attitude in which we conquer. It is our victory robe. It is for us a sort of triumphal car. Naturally enough, therefore, we do not please the vanquished. On account of this, indeed, we are counted a desperate, reckless race. But the very desperation and recklessness you object to in us, among yourselves lift high the standard of virtue and the cause of glory and of fame. Mucius of his own will left his right hand on the altar. What sublimity of mind! Empedocles gave his whole body at Catana to the fires of Atna. What mental resolution! A certain foundress of Carthage gave herself away in second marriage to the funeral pile. What a noble witness of her chastity! Regulus, not wishing that his one life should count for the lives of many enemies, endured these crosses over all his frame. How brave a man, even in captivity a conqueror! Anaxarchus, when he was being beaten to death by a barley pounder, cried out, beat on, beat on. At the case of Anaxarchus, no stroke falls on Anaxarchus himself. O magnanimity of the philosopher, who even in such an end had jokes upon his lips. I omit all reference to those who with their own sword, or with any other milder form of death, have bargained for glory. Nay, see how even torture contests are crowned by you. The Athenian courtesan, having wearied out the executioner, at last bit off her tongue and spat it in the face of the raging tyrant, that she might at the same time spit away her power of speech, nor be longer able to confess her fellow conspirators, if even overcome. That might be her inclination. Zeno the Eleatic, when he was asked by Dionysius what good philosophy did, on answering that it gave contempt of death, was all unquailing, given over to the tyrant's scourge, and sealed his opinion even to the death. We all know how the Spartan lash, applied with the utmost cruelty under the very eyes of friends encouraging, confers on those who bear it honor proportionate to the blood which the young men shed. O glory legitimate, because it is human, for whose sake it is counted neither reckless foolhardiness, nor desperate obstinacy, to despise death itself and all sorts of savage treatment, for whose sake you may for your native place, for the empire, for friendship, endure all you are forbidden to do for God. And you cast statues in honor of persons such as these, and you put inscriptions upon images, and cut out epitaphs on tombs, that their names may never perish. In so far you can buy your monuments, you yourselves afford a sort of resurrection to the dead. Yet he who expects the true resurrection from God, is insane, if for God he suffers, but goes zealously on. Good presidents, you will stand higher with the people if you sacrifice the Christians at their wish, kill us, torture us, condemn us, grind us to dust. Your injustice is the proof that we are innocent, therefore God suffers that we thus suffer, for but very lately, in condemning a Christian woman to the Leno rather than to the Leo, you made confession that a taint on our purity is considered among us something more terrible than any punishment and any death. Nor does your cruelty, however exquisite, avail you. It is rather a temptation to us. The oftener we are mown down by you, the more in number we grow. The blood of Christians is seed. Many of your writers exhort to the courageous bearing of pain and death, as Cicero in the Tusculans, as Seneca in his Chances, as Diogenes, Pyrrhus, Callinicus, and yet their words do not find so many disciples as Christians do, teachers not by words, but by their deeds. That very obstinacy you rail against is the preceptress, for who that contemplates it, is not excited to inquire what is at the bottom of it, who, after inquiry, does not embrace our doctrines, and when he has embraced them, desires not to suffer that he may become partaker of the fullness of God's grace, that he may obtain from God complete forgiveness, by giving in exchange his blood, for that secures the remission of all offenses. On this account it is that we return thanks on the very spot for your sentences, as the divine and human are ever opposed to each other. When we are condemned by you, we are acquitted by the highest. Elucidations. Arrangement, page 4, supra. The arrangement I have adopted in editing these Edinburgh translations of Tertullian is a practical one. It will be found logical and helpful to the student, who is referred to the prefatory pages of this volume for an elucidation of the difficulties with which any arrangement of these treatises is encumbered. For, first, an attempt to place them in chronological order is out of the question, and, second, all efforts to separate precisely the orthodox from the Montanistic or Montanist works of our author have hitherto defied the acumen of critics. It would be mere empiricism for me to attempt an original classification in the face of questions which even experts have been unable to determine. If we bear in mind, however, a few guiding facts, we shall see that difficulties are less than might appear, assuming our object to be a practical one. 1. Only 4 of these essays were written against orthodoxy. 2. 5 more are reckoned as wholly uncertain, which amounts to saying that they are not positively heretical. 3. Again, 5 are colorless, as to Montanism, and hence should be reputed orthodox. 4. Of others, written after the influences of Montanism had, more or less, tainted his doctrine, the whole are yet valuable, and some are noble defenses of the Catholic faith. 5. Finally 8 or 10 of his treatises were written while he was a Catholic, and are precious contributions to the testimony of the primitive Church. From these facts, we may readily conclude that the mass of Tertullian's writings is orthodox. Some of them are to be read with caution, others, again, must be rejected for their heresy, but yet all are most instructive historically, and as defining even by ours the faith once delivered to the saints. I propose to note those which require caution as we pass them in review. Those written against the Church are classed by themselves, at the end of the list, and all the rest may be read with confidence. A most interesting inquiry arises in connection with the quotations from Scripture to be found in our author. Did a Latin version exist in his day, or does he translate from the Greek of the New Testament and the 70? A paradoxical writer, Semler, contends that Tertullian never used a Greek MS.CK, page 106, but Tertullian's rugged Latin betrays everywhere his familiarity with Greek idioms and forms of thought. He wrote, also, in Greek, and there is no reason to doubt that he knew the Greek scriptures primarily, if he knew any Greek whatever. Possibly we owe to Tertullian the primordia of the old African Latin versions, some of which seem to have contained the disputed text 1 John v. 7, of which more when we come to the praxis. For the present, in the absence of definite evidence, we must infer that Tertullian usually translated from the 70, and from the originals of the New Testament. But Mosheim thinks the progress of the Gospel in the West was now facilitated by the existence of Latin versions. Observe, also, K's important note, page 293, and his reference to Lardner, Cred 27, 19, 2, Address to Magistrates, Cap I, page 17. The Apology comes first in order, on logical grounds. It is classed with our author's orthodox works by Niebuhr, and pronounced colorless by K. It is the noblest of his productions in its purpose and spirit, and it falls in with the primitive system of apologetics. I have placed next in order to it several treatises, mostly unblemished, which are of the same character, which defend the cause of Christians against paganism, against Gentile philosophy, and against Judaism, closing this portion by the two books Ad Nations, which may be regarded as a recapitulation of the author's arguments, especially those to be found in the Apology. In these successive works, as compared with those of Justin Martyr, we obtain a fair view of the progressive relations of the Church with the Roman Empire and with divers antagonistic systems in the East and West. 3. History of Christians, Cap 2, page 18. The following chronological outline, borrowed from the Benedictines and from Bishop K., will prove serviceable here. Tertullian born, circa, AD 150. Tertullian converted, Surmise 185. Tertullian married, say, 186. Tertullian ordained presbyter, circa, 192. Tertullian lapsed, circa, 200. Tertullian deceased, extreme surmise 240. The imperial history of his period may be thus arranged: birth of Caracalla AD 188, birth of Geta 189, reign of Severus 193, defeat of Nicaea 195, Caracalla made a Kazar 196. Capture of Byzantium 196, defeat of Albinus 197, Geta made a Kazar 198, Caracalla called Augustus 198, Caracalla associated in the Empire 198, war against the Parthians 198, Severus returns from the war 203, celebration of the secular games 204. Plusian is put to death, circa, 205, Geta called Augustus 208, war in Britain 208, wall of Severus 210, death of Severus 211, IV Tiberius, Cap V and 24, pages 22 and 35, a fair examination of what has been said on this subject, pro and con, may be found in K's Tertullian, pp. 102-105. In his abundant candor this author leans to the doubters, but in stating the case he seems to me to fortify the position of Lardner and Mosheim. What the brutal Tiberius may have thought or done with respect to Pilate's report concerning the holy victim of his judicial injustice is of little importance to the believer. Nevertheless, as matter of history it deserves attention. Great stress is to be placed on the fact that Tertullian was probably a jurisconsult, familiar with the Roman archives, and influenced by them in his own acceptance of divine truth. It is not supposable that such a man would have hazarded his bold appeal to the records, in remonstrating with the Senate and in the very faces of the Emperor and his colleagues, had he not known that the evidence was irrefragable. V. The darkness at the crucifixion, Cap 21, page 35, K disappoints us, page 150, in his slight notice of this most interesting subject, without attempting to discuss the story of Phlegon and other points which afford Gibbon an opportunity for misplaced sneering, such as even a Pilate would have rebuked. While it may be well to recall the exposition of Milman, at the close of Gibbon's 15th chapter, I must express my own preference for another view. This will be found candidly summed up and stated, in the speaker's commentary, in the concise note on Street. Matt 27, 45, 6, Numbers of the Faithful, Cap 37, page 45, K, as usual, gives this vexed question a candid survey, making all allowances. However, I accept the conjecture of some reputable authorities, that there were 2 million of Christians, in the bounds of the Roman Empire at the close of the 2nd century. So mightily grew the testimony of Jesus and prevailed, when we reflect that only a century intervened between the times of Tertullian and the conversion of the Roman Emperor. It is not easy to regard our author's language as merely that of fervid genius and of rhetorical hyperbole. He could not have ventured upon exaggeration without courting scorn as well as defeat. What he affirms is probable in the nature of the case. Were it otherwise, then the conditions, which, in a single century rendered it possible for Constantine to effect the greatest revolution in mind and manners that has ever been known among men, would be a miracle compared with which that of his alleged vision of the cross sinks into insignificance. To this subject it will be necessary to recur hereafter. 7. Christian Usages, Cap 39, page 46. A candid review of the matters discussed in this chapter will be found in K, pages 146, 209. The important fact is there clearly stated that the primitive Christians scrupulously complied with the decree pronounced by the apostles at Jerusalem in abstaining from things strangled and from blood, Acts 15:20. On this subject consult the references given in the speaker's commentary. Ad locum. The Greeks, to their honor, still maintain this prohibition, but St. Augustine's great authority relaxed the Western scruples on this matter, for he regarded it as a decree of temporary obligation, while the Hebrew and Gentile Christians were in peril of misunderstanding and estrangement. On the important question as to the cessation of miracles, K takes a somewhat original position, but see his interesting discussion and that of the late Professor Hay, in K's Tertullian, pp. 80-102, 151-161. I do not think writers on these subjects have sufficiently distinguished between miracles properly so called, and providences vouchsafed in answer to prayer. There was no miracle in the case of the Thundering Legion, assuming the story to be true, and I dare to affirm that marked answers to prayer, by providential interpositions, but wholly distinct from miraculous agencies, have never ceased among those who ask in the Son's name. Such interpositions are often preternatural only, that is, they economize certain powers which, though natural in themselves, lie outside of the system of nature with which we happen to be familiar. This distinction has been overlooked. 8. Multitudes, cap XL, page 47, note the words, multitudes to a single beast. Can it be possible that Tertullian would use such language to the magistrates, if he knew that such sentences were of rare occurrence? The disposition of our times to minimize the persecutions of our Christian forefathers calls upon us to note such references, all the more important because occurring obiter and mentioned as notorious. Note also, the closing chapter of this apology, and reference to the outcries of the populace, in cap 35. See admirable remarks on the benefits derived by the Church from the sufferings of Christian martyrs, with direct reference to Tertullian, Wordsworth, Church Hist. To Council of Nicaea, cap 24, page 374. 9. Christian Manners, cap 42, page 49. A study of the manners of Christians, in the Ante-Nicene age, as sketched by the unsparing hand of Tertullian, will convince any unprejudiced mind of the mighty power of the Holy Ghost, in framing such characters out of heathen originals. When, under Montanistic influences, our severely ascetic author complains of the Church's corruptions, and turns inside out the whole estate of the faithful, we see all that can be pressed on the other side. But, this very important chapter must be borne in mind, together with the closing sentence of chapter 44, as evidence that whatever might be said by a rigid disciplinarian, the Church, as compared with our day, was still a living embodiment of Philippians 5:8, ex Paradise, cap 47, page 52, ck. p. 248. Our author seems not always consistent with himself in his references to the places of departed spirits. K thinks he identifies paradise with the heaven of the Most High, in one place, the to exhort, cast, 13, where he probably confuses the apostles' ideas, in Galatians v12, and Ephesians v5. Commonly, however, though he is not consistent with himself, this would be his scheme. 1. The inferi, or Hades, where the soul of Dives was in one continent and that of Lazarus in another, with a gulf between. Our author places Abraham's bosom in Hades too, paradise, in Hades, but in a superior and more glorious region. This more blessed abode was open to the souls of the martyrs and other greater saints, at our Lord's descent into the place of the dead. After the general resurrection and judgment, there remain, 1. Gehenna, for the lost, prepared for the devil and his angels. 2. The heaven of heavens, the eternal abode of the righteous, in the vision of the Lord and his eternal joy. Tertullian's variations on this subject will force us to recur to it hereafter, but, here it may be noted that the confusions of Latin Christianity received their character in this particular, from the genius of our author. Augustine caught from him a certain indecision about the terms and places connected with the state of the departed which has continued, to this day, to perplex theologians in the West. Taking advantage of such confusions, the stupendous Roman system of purgatory was fabricated in the Middle Ages, but the Greeks never accepted it, and it differs fundamentally from what the earlier Latin fathers, including Tertullian, have given us as speculations. The Leo and the Leno, cap L, page 55. Here we find the alliterative and epigrammatic genius of Tertullian anticipating a similar poetic charm in Augustine. The Christian maid or matron preferred the Leo to the Leno, to be devoured rather than to be debauched. Our author rests a tribute to the chastity of Christian women from the cruelty of their judges, who recognizing this fact, were accustomed as a refinement of their injustice to give sentence against them, refusing the mercy of a horrible death, by committing them to the ravisher, damnando Christianum ad leninum podius quam ad leonum. 12. The Seat of the Church, Cap L, page 55. Kay has devoted a number of his pages to the elucidation of this subject, not only showing the constancy of the martyrs, but illustrating the fact that Christians, like St. Paul, were forced to die daily, even when they were not subjected to the fiery trial. He who confessed himself a Christian made himself a social outcast. All manner of outrages and wrongs could be committed against him with impunity. Rich men, who had joined themselves to Christ, were forced to accept the spoiling of their goods. Brothers denounced brothers, and husbands their wives. A man's foes were they of his own household, but the church triumphed through suffering, and out of weakness was made strong. On Idolatry, Chapter 1, Wide scope of the word idolatry, the principal crime of the human race, the highest guilt charged upon the world, the whole procurement cause of judgment, is idolatry. For, although each single fault retains its own proper feature, although it is destined to judgment under its own proper name also, yet it is marked off under the general account of idolatry. Set aside names, examine works. The idolater is likewise a murderer. Do you inquire whom he has slain, if it contributes aught to the aggravation of the indictment? No stranger nor personal enemy, but his own self. By what snares? Those of his error. By what weapon? The offense done to God. By how many blows? As many as are his idolatries. He who affirms that the idolater perishes not, will affirm that the idolater has not committed murder. Further, you may recognize in the same crime adultery and fornication, for he who serves false gods is doubtless an adulterer of truth, because all falsehood is adultery. So, too, he is sunk in fornication, for who that is a fellow worker with unclean spirits, does not stalk in general pollution and fornication? And thus it is that the Holy Scriptures use the designation of fornication in their upbraiding of idolatry. The essence of fraud, I take it, is, that any should seize what is another's, or refuse to another his due, and, of course, fraud done toward man is a name of greatest crime. Well, but idolatry does fraud to God, by refusing to him, and conferring on others, his honors, so that to fraud it also conjoins contumely. But if fraud, just as much as fornication and adultery, entails death, then, in these cases, equally with the former, idolatry stands unacquitted of the impeachment of murder. After such crimes, so pernicious, so devouring of salvation, all other crimes also, after some manner, and separately disposed in order, find their own essence represented in idolatry. In it also are the concupiscences of the world, for what solemnity of idolatry is without the circumstance of dress and ornament? In it her lasciviousnesses and drunkennesses, since it is, for the most part, for the sake of food, and stomach, and appetite, that these solemnities are frequented. In it is unrighteousness, for what more unrighteous than it, which knows not the Father of righteousness? In it also is vanity, since its whole system is vain. In it is mendacity, for its whole substance is false. Thus it comes to pass, that in idolatry all crimes are detected, and in all crimes idolatry, even otherwise, since all faults savor of opposition to God, and there is nothing which savors of opposition to God which is not assigned to demons and unclean spirits, whose property idols are. Doubtless, whoever commits a fault is chargeable with idolatry, for he does that which pertains to the proprietors of idols. Chapter 2, Idolatry in its more limited sense, its copiousness. But let the universal names of crimes withdraw to the specialties of their own works. Let idolatry remain in that which it is itself. Sufficient to itself is a name so inimical to God, a substance of crime so copious, which reaches forth so many branches, diffuses so many veins, that from this name, for the greatest part, is drawn the material of all the modes in which the expansiveness of idolatry has to be foreguarded against by us, since in manifold wise it subverts the servants of God, and this not only when unperceived, but also when cloaked over. Most men simply regard idolatry as to be interpreted in these senses alone, viz., if one burn incense, or immolate a victim, or give a sacrificial banquet, or be bound to some sacred functions or priesthoods, just as if one were to regard adultery as to be accounted in kisses, and in embraces, and in actual fleshly contact, or murder as to be reckoned only in the shedding forth of blood, and in the actual taking away of life. But how far wider an extent the Lord assigns to those crimes we are sure, when he defines adultery to consist even in concupiscence. If one shall have cast an eye lustfully on, and stirred his soul with immodest commotion, when he judges murder to consist even in a word of curse or of reproach, and in every impulse of anger, and in the neglect of charity toward a brother, just as John teaches, that he who hates his brother is a murderer. Else, both the devil's ingenuity and malice, and God the Lord's in the discipline by which he fortifies us against the devil's depths, would have but limited scope, if we were judged only in such faults as even the heathen nations have decreed punishable. How will our righteousness abound above that of the scribes and Pharisees, as the Lord has prescribed, unless we shall have seen through the abundance of that adversary quality that is of unrighteousness? But if the head of unrighteousness is idolatry, the first point is, that we be fortified against the abundance of idolatry, while we recognize it not only in its palpable manifestations. Chapter 3, Idolatry, Origin and Meaning of the Name. Idol. In ancient times there was none. Before the artificers of this monstrosity had bubbled into being, temples stood solitary and shrines empty, just as to the present day in some places traces of the ancient practice remain permanently. Yet idolatry used to be practiced, not under that name, but in that function, for even at this day it can be practiced outside a temple, and without an idol. But when the devil introduced into the world artificers of statues and of images, and of every kind of likenesses, that former rude business of human disaster attained from idols both a name and a development. Thenceforward every art which in any way produces an idol instantly became a fount of idolatry, for it makes no difference whether a mold or cast, or a carve or grave, or an embroider or weave the idol, because neither is it a question of material, whether an idol be formed of gypsum, or of colors, or of stone, or of bronze, or of silver, or of thread, for since even without an idol idolatry is committed, when the idol is there it makes no difference of what kind it be, of what material, or what shape, lest any should think that only to behold an idol which is consecrated in human shape. To establish this point, the interpretation of the word is requisite. Eidos, in Greek, signifies form, eidolon, derived diminutively from that, by an equivalent process in our language, makes formaling. Every form or formaling, therefore, claims to be called an idol. Hence idolatry is all attendance and service about every idol. Hence also, every artificer of an idol is guilty of one and the same crime, unless the people which consecrated for itself the likeness of a calf, and not of a man, fell short of incurring the guilt of idolatry. Chapter 4, Idols not to be made, much less worshipped. Idols and idol makers in the same category. God prohibits an idol as much to be made as to be worshipped, insofar as the making what may be worshipped is the prior act, so far as the prohibition to make, if the worship is unlawful, the prior prohibition. For this cause, the eradicating, namely, of the material of idolatry, the divine law proclaims, Thou shalt make no idol, and by conjoining, nor a similitude of the things which are in the heaven, and which are in the earth, and which are in the sea, has interdicted the servants of God from acts of that kind all the universe over. Enoch had preceded, predicting that the demons, and the spirits of the angelic apostates, would turn into idolatry all the elements, all the garniture of the universe, all things contained in the heaven, in the sea, in the earth, that they might be consecrated as God, in opposition to God. All things, therefore, does human error worship, except the founder of all himself. The images of those things are idols. The consecration of the images is idolatry. Whatever guilt idolatry incurs, must necessarily be imputed to every artificer of every idol. In short, the same Enoch condemns in general men as both idol worshippers and idol makers together. And again, I swear to you, sinners, that against the day of perdition of blood repentance is being prepared, ye who serve stones, and ye who make images of gold, and silver, and wood, and stones and clay, and serve phantoms, and demons, and spirits and fanis, and all errors not according to knowledge, shall find no help from them. But Isaiah says, Ye are witnesses whether there is a God except me, and they who mold and carve at that time were not, all vain. Who do that which like them, which shall not profit them, and that whole ensuing discourse sets a ban as well on the artificers as the worshippers, the close of which is, learn that their heart is ashes and earth, and that none can free his own soul, in which sentence David equally includes the makers too. Such, says he, let them become who make them. And why should I, a man of limited memory, suggest anything further? Why recall anything more from the Scriptures, as if either the voice of the Holy Spirit were not sufficient, or else any further deliberation were needful, whether the Lord cursed and condemned by priority the artificers of those things, of which he curses and condemns the worshippers. Chapter 5, Sundry Objections or Excuses dealt with. We will certainly take more pains in answering the excuses of artificers of this kind, who ought never to be admitted into the house of God, if any have a knowledge of that discipline. To begin with, that speech, one to be cast in our teeth, I have nothing else whereby to live, may be more severely retorted. You have, then, whereby to live? If by your own laws, what have you to do with God? Then, as to the argument they have the hardihood to bring even from the Scriptures, that the Apostle has said, as each has been found, so let him persevere. We may all, therefore, persevere in sins, as the result of that interpretation, for there is not any one of us who has not been found as a sinner, since no other cause was the source of Christ's descent than that of setting sinners free. Again, they say the same Apostle has left a precept, according to his own example, that each one work with his own hands for a living. If this precept is maintained in respect to all hands, I believe even the bath thieves live by their hands, and robbers themselves gain the means to live by their hands. Forgers, again, execute their evil handwritings, not of course with their feet, but hands. Actors, however, achieve a livelihood not with hands alone, but with their entire limbs. Let the Church, therefore, stand open to all who are supported by their hands and by their own work, if there is no exception of arts which the discipline of God receives not. But someone says, in opposition to our proposition of similitude being interdicted, why, then, did Moses in the desert make a likeness of a serpent out of bronze? The figures, which used to be laid as a groundwork for some secret future dispensation, not with the view to the repeal of the law, but as a type of their own final cause, stand in a class by themselves. Otherwise, if we should interpret these things as the adversaries of the law do we, too, as the Marcionites do, ascribe inconsistency to the Almighty, whom they in this manner destroy as being mutable, while in one place he forbids, in another commands. But if any feigns ignorance of the fact that that effigy of the serpent of bronze, after the manner of one uphung, denoted the shape of the Lord's cross, which was to free us from serpents, that is, from the devil's angels, while, through itself, it hangs up the devil slain, or whatever other exposition of that figure has been revealed to worthier men, no matter, provided we remember the Apostle affirms that all things happened at that time to the people figuratively, it is enough that the same God, as by law he forbade the making of similitude, did, by the extraordinary precepts in the case of the serpent, interdict similitude. If you reverence the same God, you have his law, thou shalt make no similitude. If you look back, too, to the precepts enjoining the subsequently made similitude, do you, too, imitate Moses, make not any likeness in opposition to the law, unless to you, too, God have bidden it. Chapter 6, Idolatry condemned by baptism. To make an idol is, in fact, to worship it. If no law of God had prohibited idols to be made by us, if no voice of the Holy Spirit uttered general menace no less against the makers than the worshippers of idols, from our sacrament itself we would draw our interpretation that arts of that kind are opposed to the faith. For how have we renounced the devil and his angels, if we make them? What divorce have we declared from them? I say not with whom, but dependent on whom, we live? What discord have we entered into with those to whom we are under obligation for the sake of our maintenance? Can you have denied with the tongue what with the hand you confess, and make by word what by deed you make preach one God? You who make so many preach the true God, you who make false ones? I make, says one, but I worship not, as if there were some cause for which he dare not worship, besides that for which he ought not also to make the offense done to God, namely, in either case. Nay, you who make, that they may be able to be worshipped, do worship, and you worship, not with the spirit of some worthless perfume, but with your own, nor at the expense of a beast's soul, but of your own. To them you immolate your ingenuity, to them you make your sweat a libation, to them you kindle the torch of your forethought. More are you to them than a priest, since it is by your means they have a priest, your diligence is their divinity. Do you affirm that you worship not what you make? But they affirm not so. To whom you slay this fatter, more precious and greater victim, your salvation. Chapter 7, Grief of the faithful at the admission of idol makers into the church, nay, even into the ministry. A whole day the zeal of faith will direct its pleadings to this quarter, bewailing that a Christian should come from idols into the church, should come from an adversary workshop into the house of God, should raise to God the Father hands which are the mothers of idols, should pray to God with the hands which, out of doors, are prayed to in opposition to God, should apply to the Lord's body those hands which confer bodies on demons. Nor is this sufficient, Grant that it be a small matter, if from other hands they receive what they contaminate, but even those very hands deliver to others what they have contaminated. Idle artificers are chosen even into the ecclesiastical order. O wickedness! Once did the Jews lay brands on Christ, these mangle his body daily. O hands to be cut off! Now let the saying, if thy hand make thee do evil, amputate it. See to it whether it were uttered by way of similitude merely. What hands more to be amputated than those in which scandal is done to the Lord's body? Chapter 8. Other arts made subservient to idolatry, lawful means of gaining a livelihood abundant. There are also other species of very many arts which, although they extend not to the making of idols, yet, with the same criminality, furnish the adjuncts without which idols have no power. For it matters not whether you erect or equip, if you have embellished his temple, altar, or niche, if you have pressed out gold leaf, or have wrought his insignia, or even his house, work of that kind, which confers not shape, but authority, is more important. If the necessity of maintenance is urged so much, the arts have other species withal to afford means of livelihood, without outstepping the path of discipline, that is, without the conviction of an idol. The plaster knows both how to mend roofs, and lay on stuccos, and polish a cistern, and trace ogives, and draw in relief on party walls many other ornaments beside likenesses. The painter, too, the marble mason, the bronze worker, and every graver whatever, knows expansions of his own art, of course much easier of execution, for how much more easily does he who delineates a statue overlay a sideboard, how much sooner does he who carves a Mars out of a lime tree, fasten together a chest. No art but is either mother or kinswoman of some neighbor art, nothing is independent of its neighbor. The veins of the arts are many as are the concupiscences of men, but there is difference in wages and the rewards of handicraft, therefore there is difference, too, in the labor required. Smaller wages are compensated by more frequent earning. How many are the party walls which require statues? How many the temples and shrines which are built for idols? But houses, and official residences, and baths, and tenements, how many are they? Shoe and slipper gilding is daily work, not so the gilding of Mercury and Serapis. Let that suffice for the gain of handicrafts. Luxury and ostentation have more votaries than all superstition. Ostentation will require dishes and cups more easily than superstition. Luxury deals in wreaths, also, more than ceremony. When, therefore, we urge men generally to such kinds of handicrafts as do not come in contact with an idol indeed and with the things which are appropriate to an idol, since, moreover, the things which are common to idols are often common to men too. Of this also we ought to beware that nothing be, with our knowledge, demanded by any person from our idol's service. For if we shall have made that concession, and shall not have had recourse to the remedies so often used, I think we are not free of the contagion of idolatry, we whose, not unwitting hands are found busied in the tendance, or in the honor and service, of demons. Chapter 9. Professions of some kinds allied to idolatry, of astrology in particular. We observe among the arts also some professions liable to the charge of idolatry. Of astrologers there should be no speaking even, but since one in these days has challenged us, defending on his own behalf perseverance in that profession, I will use a few words. I allege not that he honors idols, whose names he has inscribed on the heaven, to whom he has attributed all God's power, because men, presuming that we are disposed of by the immutable arbitrament of the stars, think on that account that God is not to be sought after. One proposition I lay down, that those angels, the deserters from God, the lovers of women, were likewise the discoverers of this curious art, on that account also condemned by God. O divine sentence, reaching even unto the earth in its vigor, whereto the unwitting render testimony, the astrologers are expelled just like their angels. The city and Italy are interdicted to the astrologers, just as heaven to their angels. There is the same penalty of exclusion for disciples and masters, but magi and astrologers came from the east. We know the mutual alliance of magic and astrology. The interpreters of the stars, then, were the first to announce Christ's birth, the first to present him gifts. By this bond, must, I imagine, they put Christ under obligation to themselves. What then? Shall therefore the religion of those magi act as patron now also to astrologers? Astrology nowadays, forsooth, treats of Christ, is the science of the stars of Christ, not of Saturn, or Mars, and whomsoever else out of the same class of the dead it pays observance to and preaches. But, however, that science has been allowed until the gospel, in order that after Christ's birth no one should thenceforward interpret anyone's nativity by the heaven, For they therefore offered to the then infant Lord that frankincense and myrrh and gold, to be, as it were, the close of worldly sacrifice and glory, which Christ was about to die away. What, then, the dream, sent, doubtless, of the will of God, suggested to the same Magi, namely, that they should go home, but by another way, not that by which they came. It means this, that they should not walk in their ancient path, not that Herod should not pursue them, who in fact did not pursue them, unwitting even that they had departed by another way, since he was withal unwitting by what way they came. Just so we ought to understand by it the right way and discipline, and so the precept was rather, that thenceforward they should walk otherwise. So, too, that other species of magic which operates by miracles, emulous even in opposition to Moses, tried God's patience until the gospel, for thenceforward Simon Magus, just turned believer, since he was still thinking somewhat of his juggling sect, to wit, that among the miracles of his profession he might by even the gift of the Holy Spirit through imposition of hands, was cursed by the apostles, and ejected from the faith, both he and that other magician, who was with Sergius Paulus, since he began opposing himself to the same apostles, was mulcted with loss of eyes. The same fate, I believe, would astrologers, too, have met, if any had fallen in the way of the apostles. But yet, when magic is punished, of which astrology is a species, of course the species is condemned in the genus. After the gospel, you will nowhere find either sophists, Chaldeans, enchanters, diviners, or magicians, except as clearly punished. Where is the wise, where the grammarian, where the disputer of this age? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this age? You know nothing, astrologer, if you know not that you should be a Christian. If you did know it, you ought to have known this also, that you should have nothing more to do with that profession of yours which, of itself, forechance the climacterics of others, and might instruct you of its own danger. There is no part nor lot for you in that system of yours. He cannot hope for the kingdom of the heavens, whose finger or want abuses the heaven. Chapter 10, of Schoolmasters and their difficulties. Moreover, we must inquire likewise touching schoolmasters, nor only of them, but also all other professors of literature. Nay, on the contrary, we must not doubt that they are in affinity with manifold idolatry. First, in that it is necessary for them to preach the gods of the nations, to express their names, genealogies, honorable distinctions, all in singular, and further, to observe the solemnities and festivals of the same, as of them by whose means they compute their revenues. What schoolmaster, without a table of the 7 idols, will yet frequent the quinquatria? The very first payment of every pupil he consecrates both to the honor and to the name of Minerva, so that, even though he be not said to eat of that which is sacrificed to idols nominally, not being dedicated to any particular idol, he is shunned as an idolater. What less of defilement does he recur on that ground, than a business brings which, both nominally and virtually, is consecrated publicly to an idol? The Minervalia are as much Minervas, as the Saturnalia Saturns, which must necessarily be celebrated even by little slaves at the time of the Saturnalia. New Year's gifts likewise must be caught, and the Septimontium kept, and all the presents of midwinter and the feast of Dirkins manship must be exacted. The schools must be wreathed with flowers, the flamens' wives and the aedile sacrifice. The school is honored on the appointed holy days. The same thing takes place on an idol's birthday. Every pomp of the devil is frequented. Who will think that these things are befitting to a Christian master, unless it be he who shall think them suitable likewise to one who is not a master? We know it may be said, if teaching literature is not lawful to God's servants, neither will learning be likewise. And, how could one be trained unto ordinary human intelligence, or unto any sense or action whatever, since literature is the means of training for all life? How do we repudiate secular studies, without which divine studies cannot be pursued? Let us see, then, the necessity of literary erudition. Let us reflect that partly it cannot be admitted, partly cannot be avoided. Learning literature is allowable for believers, rather than teaching, for the principle of learning and of teaching is different. If a believer teach literature, while he is teaching doubtless he commends, while he delivers he affirms, while he recalls he bears testimony to, the praises of idols interspersed therein. He seals the gods themselves with this name, whereas the law, as we have said, prohibits the names of gods to be pronounced, and this name to be conferred on vanity. Hence the devil gets men's early faith built up from the beginnings of their erudition. Inquire whether he who catechizes about idols commit idolatry. But when a believer learns these things, if he is already capable of understanding what idolatry is, he neither receives nor allows them, much more if he is not yet capable, or, when he begins to understand, it behoves him first to understand what he has previously learned, that is, touching God and the faith. Therefore he will reject those things, and will not receive them, and will be as safe as one who knows it not, knowingly accepts poison, but does not drink it. To him necessity is attributed as an excuse, because he has no other way to learn. Moreover, the not teaching literature is as much easier than the not learning, as it is easier, too, for the pupil not to attend, than for the master not to frequent, the rest of the defilements incident to the schools from public and scholastic solemnities. Chapter 11, Connection between Covetousness and Idolatry. Certain trades, however gainful, to be avoided, if we think over the rest of faults, tracing them from their generations. Let us begin with covetousness, a root of all evils, wherewith indeed, some, having been ensnared, have suffered shipwreck about faith, albeit covetousness is by the same apostle called idolatry. In the next place proceeding to mendacity, the minister of covetousness, of false swearing I am silent, since even swearing is not lawful, is trade adapted for a servant of God. But, covetousness apart, what is the motive for acquiring? When the motive for acquiring ceases, there will be no necessity for trading. Grant now that there be some righteousness in business, secure from the duty of watchfulness against covetousness and mendacity. I take it that the trade which pertains to the very soul and spirit of idols, which pampers every demon, falls under the charge of idolatry. Rather, is not that the principal idolatry? If the self-same merchandises, frankincense, I mean, and all other foreign productions, used as sacrifice to idols, are of use likewise to men for medicinal ointments, to us Christians also, over and above, for solaces of sepulture, let them see to it, at all events, while the pomps, while the priesthoods, while the sacrifices of idols, are furnished by dangers, by losses, by inconveniences, by cogitations, by runnings to and fro, or trades, what else are you demonstrated to be but an idol's agent? Let none contend that, in this way, exception may be taken to all trades. All graver faults extend this fear for diligence and watchfulness proportionably to the magnitude of the danger, in order that we may withdraw not only from the faults, but from the means through which they have being. For although the fault be done by others, it makes no difference if it be by my means. In no case ought I to be necessary to another, while he is doing what to me is unlawful. Hence I ought to understand that care must be taken by me, lest what I am forbidden to be done by my means. In short, in another cause of no lighter guilt I observe that for judgment, in that I am interdicted from fornication, I furnish nothing of help or connivance to others for that purpose. In that I have separated my own flesh itself from stews, I acknowledge that I cannot exercise the trade of pandering, or keep that kind of places for my neighbor's behoof. So, too, the interdiction of murder shows me that a trainer of gladiators also is excluded from the church, nor will anyone fail to be the means of doing what he subministers to another to do. Behold, here is a more kindred for judgment. If a purveyor of the public victims come over to the faith, will you permit him to remain permanently in that trade? Or if one who is already a believer shall have undertaken that business, will you think that he is to be retained in the church? No, I take it, unless anyone will dissemble in the case of a frankincense seller too. In sooth, the agency of blood pertains to some, that of odors to others. If, before idols were in the world, idolatry, hitherto shapeless, used to be transacted by these wares, if, even now, the work of idolatry is perpetrated, for the most part, without the idol, by burnings of odors, the frankincense seller is a something even more serviceable even toward demons, for idolatry is more easily carried on without the idol, than without the ware of the frankincense seller. Let us interrogate thoroughly the conscience of the faith itself. With what mouth will a Christian frankincense seller, if he shall pass through temples, with what mouth will he spit down upon and blow out the smoking altars, for which himself has made provision? With what consistency will he exorcise his own foster children, to whom he affords his own house a storeroom? Indeed, if he shall have ejected a demon, let him not congratulate himself on his faith, for he has not ejected an enemy. He ought to have had his prayer easily granted by one whom he is daily feeding. No art, then, no profession, no trade, which administers either to equipping or forming idols, can be free from the title of idolatry, unless we interpret idolatry to be altogether something else than the service of idol tendance. Chapter 12, Further answers to the plea, How am I to live? In vain do we flatter ourselves as to the necessities of human maintenance. If, after faith sealed, we say, I have no means to live, for here I will now answer more fully that abrupt proposition, it is advanced too late, for after the similitude of that most prudent builder, who first computes the costs of the work, together with his own means, lest, when he has begun, he afterwards blush to find himself spent, deliberation should have been made before. But even now you have the Lord's sayings, as examples taking away from you all excuse, for what is it you say, I shall be in need, but the Lord calls the needy happy, I shall have no food, but think not, says he, about food, and as an example of clothing we have the lilies, my work was my subsistence nay, but all things are to be sold, and divided to the needy, but provision must be made for children and posterity. None, putting his hand on the plow, and looking back, is fit for work, but I was under contract, none can serve two lords. If you wish to be the Lord's disciple, it is necessary you take your cross, and follow the Lord, your cross, that is, your own straits and tortures, or your body only, which is after the manner of a cross. Parents, wives, children, will have to be left behind, for God's sake. Do you hesitate about arts, and trades, and about professions likewise, for the sake of children and parents? Even there was it demonstrated to us, that both dear pledges, and handicrafts, and trades, are to be quite left behind for the Lord's sake, while James and John, called by the Lord, do leave quite behind both father and ship, while Matthew was roused up from the toll booth, while even burying a father was too tardy a business for faith. None of them whom the Lord chose to him said, I have no means to live. Faith fears not famine, it knows, likewise, that hunger is no less to be contemned by it for God's sake, than every kind of death. It has learned not to respect life. How much more food, you ask, how many have fulfilled these conditions? But what with men is difficult, with God is easy. Let us, however, comfort ourselves about the gentleness and clemency of God in such wise, as not to indulge our necessities up to the point of affinities with idolatry, but to avoid even from afar every breath of it, as of a pestilence in this, not merely in the cases forementioned, but in the universal series of human superstition, whether appropriated to its gods, or to the defunct, or to kings, as pertaining to the selfsame unclean spirits, sometimes through sacrifices and priesthoods, sometimes through spectacles and the like, sometimes through holy days. Chapter 13, of the observance of days connected with idolatry. But why speak of sacrifices and priesthoods, of spectacles, moreover, and pleasures of that kind? We have already filled a volume of their own. In this place must be handled the subject of holidays and other extraordinary solemnities, which we accord sometimes to our wantonness, sometimes to our timidity, in opposition to the common faith and discipline. The first point, indeed, on which I shall join issue is this, whether a servant of God ought to share with the very nations themselves in matters of his kind, either in dress, or in food, or in any other kind of their gladness. To rejoice with the rejoicing, and grieve with the grieving, is said about brethren by the Apostle when exhorting to unanimity. But, for these purposes, there is not of communion between light and darkness, between life and death, or else we rescind what is written, the world shall rejoice, but ye shall grieve. If we rejoice with the world, there is reason to fear that with the world we shall grieve too. But when the world rejoices, let us grieve, and when the world afterward grieves, we shall rejoice. Thus, too, Eleazar in Hades, attaining refreshment in Abraham's bosom, and the rich man, on the other hand, set in the torment of fire, compensate, by an answerable retribution, their alternate vicissitudes of evil and good. There are certain gift days, which with some adjust the claim of honor, with others the debt of wages. Now, then, you say, I shall receive back what is mine, or pay back what is another's. If men have consecrated for themselves this custom from superstition, why do you, estranged as you are from all their vanity, participate in solemnities consecrated to idols, as if for you also there were some prescript about a day, short of the observance of a particular day, to prevent your paying or receiving what you owe a man, or what is owed you by a man? Give me the form after which you wish to be dealt with, for why should you skulk withal, when you contaminate your own conscience by your neighbor's ignorance? If you are not unknown to be a Christian, you are tempted, and you act as if you were not a Christian against your neighbor's conscience. If, however, you shall be disguised withal, you are the slave of the temptation. At all events, whether in the latter or the former way, you are guilty of being ashamed of God. But whosoever shall be ashamed of me in the presence of men, of him will I too be ashamed, says he, in the presence of my Father who is in the heavens. Chapter 14, of blasphemy. one of St. Paul's sayings, but, however, the majority of Christians have by this time induced the belief in their mind that it is pardonable if at any time they do what the heathen do, for fear the name be blasphemed. Now the blasphemy which must quite be shunned by us in every way is, I take it, this: if any of us lead a heathen into blasphemy with good cause, either by fraud, or by injury, or by contumely, or any other matter of worthy complaint, in which the name is deservedly impugned, so that the Lord, too, be deservedly angry. Else, if of all blasphemy it has been said, by your means my name is blasphemed, we all perish at once, since the whole circus, with no desert of ours, assails the name with wicked suffrages. Let us cease to be Christians, and it will not be blasphemed. On the contrary, while we are, let it be blasphemed, in the observance, not the overstepping, of discipline, while we are being approved, not while we are being reprobated. O blasphemy, bordering on martyrdom, which now attests me to be a Christian, while for that very account it attests me, the cursing of well-maintained discipline is a blessing of the name. If, says he, I wish to please men, I should not be Christ's servant, but the same apostle elsewhere bids us take care to please all, as he says, please all by all means. No doubt he used to please them by celebrating the Saturnalia and New Year's Day. Was it so, or was it by moderation and patience, by gravity, by kindness, by integrity? In like manner, when he is saying, I have become all things to all, that I may gain all, does he mean to idolaters an idolater, to heathens a heathen, to the worldly? But albeit he does not prohibit us from having our conversation with idolaters and adulterers, and the other criminals, saying, otherwise ye would go out from the world. Of course he does not so slacken those reins of conversation that, since it is necessary for us both to live and to mingle with sinners, we may be able to sin with them too. Where there is the intercourse of life, which the apostle concedes, there is sinning, which no one permits. To live with heathens is lawful, to die with them is not. Let us live with all, let us be glad with them, out of community of nature, not of superstition. We are peers in soul, not in discipline, fellow possessors of the world, not of error. But if we have no right of communion in matters of this kind with strangers, how far more wicked to celebrate them among brethren. Who can maintain or defend this? The Holy Spirit upbraids the Jews with their holy days, your Sabbaths, and new moons, and ceremonies, says he. My soul hateth by us too, whom Sabbaths are strange, and the new moons and festivals formerly beloved by God, the Saturnalia and New Year's and midwinter's festivals and matronalia are frequented. Presents come and go, New Year's gifts, games join their noise, banquets join their din. O better fidelity of the nations to their own sect, which claims no solemnity of the Christians for itself, not the Lord's Day, not Pentecost. Even if they had known them, would they have shared with us? For they would fear lest they should seem to be Christians. We are not apprehensive lest we seem to be heathens. If any indulgence is to be granted to the flesh, you have it. I will not say your own days, but more too. For to the heathens each festive day occurs but once annually. You have a festive day every 8th day. Call out the individual solemnities of the nations, and set them out into a row. They will not be able to make up a Pentecost. Chapter 15, concerning festivals in honor of emperors, victories, and the like. Examples of the 3 children and Daniel. But let your work shine, saith he. But now all our shops and gates shine. You will nowadays find more doors of heathens without lamps and laurel wreaths than of Christians. What does the case seem to be with regard to that species of ceremony? Also, if it is an idol's honor, without doubt an idol's honor is idolatry. If it is for a man's sake, let us again consider that all idolatry is for man's sake. Let us again consider that all idolatry is a worship done to men, since it is generally agreed even among their worshippers that aforetime the gods themselves of the nations were men, and so it makes no difference whether that superstitious homage be rendered to men of a former age or of this. Idolatry is condemned, not on account of the persons which are set up for worship, but on account of those its observances, which pertain to demons. The things which are Khazars are to be rendered to Khazar. It is enough that he said in apposition thereto, and to God the things which are gods. What things, then, are Khazars? Those, to wit, about which the consultation was then held, whether the poll tax should be furnished to Khazar or no. Therefore, too, the Lord demanded that the money should be shown him, and inquired about the image, whose it was, and when he had heard it was Khazar's, said, Render to Khazar what her Khazars, and what her gods to God, that is, the image of Khazar, which is on the coin, to Khazar, and the image of God, which is on man, to God. so as to render ducats or indeed money, to God yourself. Otherwise, what will be God's, if all things are khazars? Then, do you say, the lamps before my doors, and the laurels on my posts are an honor to God? They are there of course, not because they are an honor to God, but to him who is honoring God's stead by ceremonial observances of that kind, so far as is manifest, saving the religious performance, which is in secret appertaining to demons. For we ought to be sure, if there are any whose notice it escapes through ignorance of this world's literature, that there are among the Romans even gods of entrances, Cardea, hinge goddess, called after hinges, and Forculus, door god, after doors, and Lamentinus, threshold god, after the threshold, and Janus himself, gate god, after the gate. And of course we know that, though names be empty and feigned, yet, when they are drawn down into superstition, demons and every unclean spirit seize them for themselves, through the bond of consecration. Otherwise demons have no name individually, but they there find a name where they find also a token. Among the Greeks likewise we read of Apollotheros, i.e. of the door, and the Antilii, or Anthelii, demons, as presiders over entrances. These things, therefore, the Holy Spirit foreseeing from the beginning, forechanted, through the most ancient prophet Enoch, that even entrances would come into superstitious use. For we see too that other entrances are adored in the baths, but if there are beings which are adored in entrances, it is to them that both the lamps and the laurels will pertain. To an idol you will have done whatever you shall have done to an entrance. In this place I call a witness on the authority also of God, because it is not safe to suppress whatever may have been shown to one. Of course, for the sake of all, I know that a brother was severely chastised, the same night, through a vision, because on the sudden announcement of public rejoicings his servants had wreathed his gates, and yet himself had not wreathed, or commanded them to be wreathed, for he had gone forth from home before, and on his return had reprehended the deed. So strictly are we appraised with God in matters of this kind, even with regard to the discipline of our family. Therefore, as to what relates to the honors due to kings or emperors, we have a prescript sufficient, that it behoves us to be in all obedience, according to the Apostles' precept, subject to magistrates, and princes, and powers, but within the limits of discipline, so long as we keep ourselves separate from idolatry. For it is for this reason, too, that example of the three brethren has forerun us, who, in other respects obedient toward King Nebuchadnezzar, rejected with all constancy the honor to his image, proving that whatever is extolled beyond the measure of human honor, unto the resemblance of divine sublimity, is idolatry. So too, Daniel, in all other points submissive to Darius, remained in his duty so long as it was free from danger to his religion, for, to avoid undergoing that danger, he feared the royal lions no more than they the royal fires. Let, therefore, them who have no light, light their lamps daily. Let them over whom the fires of hell are imminent, affix to their posts, laurels doomed presently to burn. To them the testimonies of darkness and the omens of their penalties are suitable. You are a light of the world, and a tree evergreen. If you have renounced temples, make not your own gate a temple. I have said too little. If you have renounced stews, clothe not your own house with the appearance of a new brothel. Chapter 16, concerning private festivals. Touching the ceremonies, however, of private and social solemnities, as those of the white toga, of espousals, of nuptials, of name-givings, I should think no danger need be guarded against from the breath of the idolatry which is mixed up with them, for the causes are to be considered to which the ceremony is due. Those above named I take to be clean in themselves, because neither manly garb, nor the marital ring or union, descends from honors done to any idol. In short, I find no dress cursed by God, except a woman's dress on a man, for cursed, save he is, every man who clothes himself in woman's attire. The toga, however, is a dress of manly name as well as of manly use. God no more prohibits nuptials to be celebrated than a name to be given, but there are sacrifices appropriated to these occasions. Let me be invited, and let not the title of the ceremony be assistance at a sacrifice, and the discharge of my good offices is at the service of my friends. Would that it were at their service indeed, and that we could escape seeing what is unlawful for us to do. But since the evil one has so surrounded the world with idolatry, it will be lawful for us to be present at some ceremonies which see us doing service to a man, not to an idol. Clearly, if invited unto priestly function and sacrifice, I will not go, for that is service peculiar to an idol, but neither will I furnish advice, or expense, or any other good office in a matter of that kind, if it is on account of the sacrifice that I be invited, and stand by. I shall be partaker of idolatry. If any other cause conjoins me to the sacrificer, I shall be merely a spectator of the sacrifice. Chapter 17. The cases of servants and other officials. What offices a Christian man may hold, but what shall believing servants or children do officials likewise, when attending on their lords, or patrons, or superiors, when sacrificing? Well, if anyone shall have handed the wine to a sacrificer, nay, if by any single word necessary or belonging to a sacrifice he shall have aided him, he will be held to be a minister of idolatry. Mindful of this rule, we can render service even to magistrates and powers, after the example of the patriarchs and the other forefathers, who obeyed idolatrous kings up to the confine of idolatry. Hence arose, very lately, a dispute whether a servant of God should take the administration of any dignity or power, if he be able, whether by some special grace, or by adroitness, to keep himself intact from every species of idolatry, after the example that both Joseph and Daniel, clean from idolatry, administered both dignity and power in the livery and purple of the prefecture of entire Egypt or Babylonia. And so let us grant that it is possible for anyone to succeed in moving, in whatsoever office, under the mere name of the office, neither sacrificing nor lending his authority to sacrifices, not farming out victims, not assigning to others the care of temples, not looking after the tributes, not giving spectacles at his own or the public charge, or presiding over the giving them, making proclamation or edict for no solemnity, not even taking oaths. Moreover, what comes under the head of power, neither sitting in judgment on anyone's life or character, for you might bear with his judging about money, neither condemning nor for condemning, binding no one, imprisoning or torturing no one, if it is credible that all this is possible. Chapter 18. Dress is connected with idolatry. But we must now treat of the garb only in apparatus of office. There is a dress proper to everyone, as well for daily use as for office and dignity. That famous purple, therefore, and the gold as an ornament of the neck, were, among the Egyptians and Babylonians, ensigns of dignity, in the same way as bordered, or striped, or palm-embroidered togas, and the golden wreaths of provincial priests, are now, but not on the same terms, for they used only to be conferred, under the name of honor, on such as deserved the familiar friendship of kings, whence, too, such used to be styled the purpled men of kings, just as among us, some, from the white toga, are called candidates, but not on the understanding that the garb should be tied to priesthoods also, or to any idol ceremonies, for if that were the case, of course men of such holiness and constancy would instantly have refused the defiled dresses, and it would instantly have appeared that Daniel had been no zealous slave to idols, nor worshipped Baal, nor the dragon, which long after did appear. That purple, therefore, was simple, and used not at that time to be a mark of dignity among the barbarians, but of nobility, for as both Joseph, who had been a slave, and Daniel, who through captivity had changed his state, attained the freedom of the states of Babylon and Egypt through the dress of barbaric nobility, so among us believers also, if need so be, the bordered toga will be proper to be conceded to boys, and the stole to girls, as ensigns of birth, not of power, of race, not of office, of rank, not of superstition, but the purple, or the other ensigns of dignities and powers, dedicated from the beginning to idolatry and grafted on the dignity and the powers, carry the spot of their own profanation, since, moreover, bordered and striped togas, and broad, barred ones, are put even on idols themselves, and fasces also, and rods, are borne before them, and deservedly, for demons are the magistrates of this world. They bear the fasces and the purples, the ensigns of one college. What end, then, will you advance if you use the garb indeed, but administer not the functions of it? In things unclean, none can appear clean. If you put on a tunic defiled in itself, it perhaps may not be defiled through you, but you, through it, will be unable to be clean. Now by this time, you who argue about Joseph and Daniel, know that things old and new, rude and polished, begun and developed, slavish and free, are not always comparable, for they, even by their circumstances, were slaves, but you, the slave of none, insofar as you are the slave of Christ alone, who has freed you likewise from the captivity of the world, will incur the duty of acting after your Lord's pattern. That Lord walked in humility and obscurity, with no definite home, for the Son of Man, said he, hath not where to lay his head, unadorned in dress, for else he had not said, Behold, they who are clad in soft raiment are in kings' houses, in short, inglorious in countenance and aspect, just as Isaiah withal had foreannounced, if, also, He exercised no right of power even over his own followers, to whom he discharged menial ministry. If, in short, though conscious of his own kingdom, he shrank back from being made a king, he in the fullest manner gave his own an example for turning coldly from all the pride and garb, as well of dignity as of power. For if they were to be used, who would rather have used them than the Son of God? What kind and what number of fasces would escort him? What kind of purple would bloom from his shoulders? What kind of gold would beam from his head? Had he not judged the glory of the world to be alien both to himself and to his? Therefore what he was unwilling to accept, he has rejected. What he rejected, he has condemned. What he condemned, he has counted as part of the devil's pomp. For he would not have condemned things, except such as were not his, but things which are not God's, can be no others but the devil's. If you have forsworn the devil's pomp, know that whatever there you touch is idolatry. Let even this fact help to remind you that all the powers and dignities of this world are not only alien to, but enemies of, God, that through them punishments have been determined against God's servants. Through them, too, penalties prepared for the impious are ignored. But both your birth and your substance are troublesome to you in resisting idolatry. For avoiding it, remedies cannot be lacking, since, even if they be lacking, there remains that one by which you will be made a happier magistrate, not in the earth, but in the heavens. Chapter 19, Concerning Military Service. In that last section, decision may seem to have been given likewise concerning military service, which is between dignity and power, but now inquiry is made about this point, whether a believer may turn himself unto military service, and whether the military may be admitted unto the faith, even the rank and file, or each inferior grade, to whom there is no necessity for taking part in sacrifices or capital punishments. There is no agreement between the divine and the human sacrament, the standard of Christ and the standard of the devil, the camp of light and the camp of darkness. One soul cannot be debtor to masters, God and Hazar, and yet Moses carried a rod, and Aaron wore a buckle, and John, Baptist, is girt with leather, and Joshua the son of Nun leads a line of march, and the people ward. If it pleases you to sport with the subject, but how will a Christian man war? Nay, how will he serve even in peace, without a sword, which the Lord has taken away? For albeit soldiers had come unto John, and had received the formula of their rule, albeit, likewise, a centurion had believed, still the Lord afterward, in disarming Peter, unarmed every soldier. No dress is lawful among us, if assigned to any unlawful action. Chapter 20, Concerning Idolatry in Words. But, however, since the conduct according to the divine rule is imperiled, not merely by deeds, but likewise by words, for, just as it is written, Behold the man in his deeds, so, out of thy own mouth shalt thou be justified, we ought to remember that, even in words, also the inroad of idolatry must be foreguarded against, either from the defective custom or of timidity. The law prohibits the gods of the nations from being named, not of course that we are not to pronounce their names, the speaking of which common intercourse extorts from us, for this must very frequently be said. You find him in the temple of Asclepius, and, I live in Isis Street, and, he has been made priest of Jupiter, and much else after this manner since, even on men names of this kind are bestowed. I do not honor Saturnus if I call a man so, by his own name. I honor him no more than I do Marcus, if I call a man Marcus. But it says, Make not mention of the name of other gods, neither be it heard from thy mouth. The precept it gives is this, that we do not call them gods. For in the first part of the law, 2, Thou shalt not, saith he, use the name of the Lord thy God in a vain thing, that is, in an idol. Whoever, therefore, honors an idol with the name of God, has fallen into idolatry. But if I speak of them as gods, something must be added to make it appear that I do not call them gods, for even the Scripture names gods, but adds there, viz. of the nations, just as David does when he had named gods, where he says, But the gods of the nations are demons. But this has been laid by me rather as a foundation for ensuing observations. However, it is a defective custom to say, By Hercules, so help me the God of faith, while to the custom is added the ignorance of some, who are ignorant that it is an oath by Hercules. Further, what will an oath be, in the name of gods whom you have forsworn, but a collusion of faith with idolatry? For who does not honor them in whose name he swears? Chapter 21, Of silent acquiescence in heathen formularies. But it is a mark of timidity, when some other man binds you in the name of his gods, by the making of an oath, or by some other form of attestation, and you, for fear of discovery, remain quiet. For you equally, by remaining quiet, affirm their majesty, by reason of which majesty you will seem to be bound. What matters it, whether you affirm the gods of the nations by calling them gods, or by hearing them so called, whether you swear by idols, or, when adjured by another, acquiesce? Why should we not recognize the subtleties of Satan, who makes it his aim that, what he cannot effect by our mouth, he may effect by the mouth of his servants, introducing idolatry into us through our ears? At all events, whoever the adjurer is, he binds you to himself either in friendly or unfriendly conjunction. If in unfriendly, you are now challenged unto battle, and know that you must fight. If in friendly, with how far greater security will you transfer your engagement unto the Lord, that you may dissolve the obligation of him through whose means the evil one was seeking to annex you to the honor of idols, that is, to idolatry. All sufferance of that kind is idolatry. You honor those to whom, when imposed as authorities, you have rendered respect. I know that one, whom the Lord pardon, when it had been said to him in public during a lawsuit, Jupiter be wroth with you, answered, on the contrary, with you. What else would a heathen have done who believed Jupiter to be a god? For even had he not retorted the malediction by Jupiter, or other such like, yet, by merely returning a curse, he would have confirmed the divinity of Jove, showing himself irritated by a malediction in Jove's name. For what is there to be indignant at, if cursed in the name of one whom you know to be nothing? For if you rave, you immediately affirm his existence, and the profession of your fear will be an act of idolatry. How much more, while you are returning the malediction in the name of Jupiter himself, are you doing honor to Jupiter in the same way as he who provoked you? But a believer ought to laugh in such cases, not to rave, nay, according to the precept, not to return a curse in the name of God even, but dearly to bless in the name of God, that you may both demolish idols and preach God, and fulfill discipline. Chapter 22, of accepting blessing in the name of idols. Equally, one who has been initiated into Christ will not endure to be blessed in the name of the gods of the nations, so as not always to reject the unclean benediction, and to cleanse it out for himself by converting it Godward. To be blessed in the name of the gods of the nations is to be cursed in the name of God. If I have given an alms, or shown any other kindness, and the recipient pray that his gods, or the genius of the colony, may be propitious to me, my oblation or act will immediately be an honor to idols, in whose name he returns me the favor of blessing. But why should he not know that I have done it for God's sake, that God may rather be glorified, and demons may not be honored in that which I have done for the sake of God? If God sees that I have done it for his sake, he equally sees that I have been unwilling to show that I did it for his sake, and have in a manner made his precepts a sacrifice to idols. Many say, no one ought to divulge himself, but I think neither ought he to deny himself, for whoever dissembles in any cause whatever, by being held as a heathen, does deny, and, of course, all denial is idolatry, just as all idolatry is denial, whether in deeds or in words. Chapter 23, written contracts in the name of idols. Tacit consent. But there is a certain species of that class, doubly sharpened in deed and word, and mischievous on either side, although it flatter you, as if it were free of danger in each, while it does not seem to be a deed, because it is not laid hold of as a word. In borrowing money from heathens under pledged securities, Christians give a guarantee under oath, and deny themselves to have done so. Of course, the time of the prosecution, and the place of the judgment seat, and the person of the presiding judge, decide that they knew themselves to have so done. Christ prescribes that there is to be no swearing. I wrote, says the debtor, but I said nothing. It is the tongue, not the written letter, which kills. Here I call nature and conscience as my witnesses. Nature, because even if the tongue in dictating remains motionless and quiet, the hand can write nothing which the soul has not dictated, albeit even to the tongue itself the soul may have dictated either something conceived by itself, or else something delivered by another. Now, lest it be said, another dictated, I here appeal to conscience whether what another dictated the soul entertains and transmits unto the hand whether, with the concomitance or the inaction of the tongue, enough, that the Lord has said faults are committed in the mind and the conscience. If concupiscence or malice have ascended into a man's heart, he say that is held as a deed. You therefore have given a guarantee, which clearly has ascended into your heart, which you can neither contend you were ignorant of nor unwilling, for when you gave the guarantee, you knew that you did it. When you knew, of course you were willing, you did it as well in act as in thought, nor can you by the lighter charge exclude the heavier, so as to say that it is clearly rendered false, by giving a guarantee for what you did not actually perform. Yet I have not denied, because I have not sworn, But you have sworn, since, even if you had done no such thing, you would still be said to swear, if you have even consented to so doing. Silence of voice is an unavailing plea in a case of writing, and muteness of sound in a case of letters. For Zacharias, when punished with a temporary privation of voice, holds colloquy with his mind, and, passing by his bootless tongue, with the help of his hands dictates from his heart, and without his mouth pronounces the name of his Son. Thus, in his pen there speaks a hand clearer than every sound, in his waxen tablet there is heard a letter more vocal than every mouth. Inquire whether a man hath spoken who is understood to have spoken. Pray we the Lord that no necessity for that kind of contract may ever encompass us, and if it should so fall out, may he give our brethren the means of helping us, or give us constancy to break off all such necessity, lest those denying letters, the substitutes for our mouth, be brought forward against us in the day of judgment, sealed with the seals, not now of witnesses, but of angels. Chapter 24, General Conclusion. Amid these reefs and inlets, amid these shallows and straits of idolatry, faith, her sails filled by the Spirit of God, navigates, safe if cautious, secure if intently watchful, but to such as are washed overboard as a deep whence is no outswimming, to such as are run aground as inextricable shipwreck, to such as are engulfed as a whirlpool, where there is no breathing, even in idolatry, all waves thereof whatsoever suffocate, every eddy thereof sucks down unto Hades. Let no one say, who will so safely forgird himself. We shall have to go out of the world, as if it were not as well worthwhile to go out, as to stand in the world as an idolater. Nothing can be easier than caution against idolatry, if the fear of it be our leading fear. Any necessity whatever is too trifling compared to such a peril. The reason why the Holy Spirit did, when the apostles at that time were consulting, relax the bond and yoke for us, was that we might be free to devote ourselves to the shunning of idolatry. This shall be our law, the more fully to be administered the more ready it is to hand, a law, peculiar to Christians, by means whereof we are recognized and examined by heathens. This law must be set before such as approach unto the faith, and inculcated on such as are entering it, that, in approaching, they may deliberate, observing it, may persevere, not observing it, may renounce their name. We will see to it, if, after the type of the ark, there shall be in the church raven, kite, dog, and serpent. At all events, an idolater is not found in the type of the ark. No animal has been fashioned to represent an idolater. Let not that be in the church which was not in the ark. Elucidations. I. The Second Commandment. p. 64. Tertullian's teaching agrees with that of Clement of Alexandria and with all the primitive fathers. But compare the Trent Catechism, Chapter 2, Quest 17. Nor let anyone suppose that this commandment prohibits the arts of painting, modeling or sculpture, for, in the Scriptures we are informed that God himself commanded images of cherubim, and also of the brazen serpent, to be made, etc. So far, the comparison is important, because while our author limits any inference from this instance as an exception, this catechism turns it into a rule, and so far, we are only looking at the matter with reference to art, but, the Catechism, Quest 23, 24, goes on to teach that images of the saints, etc. ought to be made and honored as a holy practice. It affirms, also, that it is a practice which has been attended with the greatest advantage to the faithful, which admits of a doubt, especially when the honor thus mentioned is everywhere turned into worship, precisely like that offered to the brazen serpent, when the people burned incense to it, and often much more. But even this is not my point, for that catechism, with what verity need not be argued, affirms, also, that this doctrine derives confirmation from the monuments of the Apostolic age, the general councils of the Church, and the writings of so many most holy and learned fathers, who are of one accord upon the subject. Doubtless they are of one accord, but all the other way too. Military service, Cap. 19, page 73. This chapter must prepare us for a much more sweeping condemnation of the military profession in the De Spectaculis and the De Corona, but Niender's judgment seems to me very just. The Corona, itself, is rather Montanistic than Montanist, in the opinion of some critics, among whom Gibbon is not to count for much, for the reasons given by K. page 52, and others hardly less obvious. Surely, if this ascetic opinion in some similar instances were enough to mark a man as a heretic, what are we to say of the 1,000 crotchets maintained by good Christians, in our day? 3, Passive Idolatry, Cap 22, pages 74, 75. Niender's opinion as to the freedom of do idolatria from Montanistic taint, is mildly questioned by BPK, chiefly on the ground of the agreement of this chapter with the extravagances of the Scorpius. He thinks the utmost pitch of such extravagance is reached in the positions here taken, but neither's judgment seems to me preferable. Lapsers usually give tokens of the bent of their minds, and unconsciously betray their inclinations before they themselves see whither they are tending. Thus they become victims of their own plausible self-deceptions, i.v. tacit consents and reservations. Cap 23, page 75. It cannot be doubted that apart from the specific case which Tertullian is here maintaining, his appeal to conscience is maintained by reason, by the morals of the Fathers and by Holy Scripture. Now compare with this the morality which has been made dogmatic, among Latins, by the elevation of Liguori to the dignities of a saint and a doctor of the Church. Even Cardinal Newman cannot accept it without reservations, so thoroughly does it commit the soul to fraud and hypocrisy. See Liguori, Up, Tom 2, pages 34-44, and Meyrick, Moral Theology of the Church of Rome, London, 1855, republished, with an introduction, by the editor of this series, Baltimore, 1857, also Newman, Apologia, p. 295 et seq. The Shows, or De Spectaculis, translated by the Reverend S. Thelwall, Chapter 1, Ye servants of God, about to draw near to God, that you may make solemn consecration of yourselves to Him, seek well to understand the condition of faith, the reasons of the truth, the laws of Christian discipline, which forbid among other sins of the world, the pleasures of the public shows. Ye who have testified and confessed that you have done so already, review the subject, that there may be no sinning whether through real or willful ignorance, for such is the power of earthly pleasures, that, to retain the opportunity of still partaking of them, it contrives to prolong a willing ignorance, and bribes knowledge into playing a dishonest part. To both things, perhaps, some among you are allured by the views of the heathens who in this matter want to press us with arguments, such as these: 1. That the exquisite enjoyments of you and I we have in things external are not in the least opposed to religion in the mind and conscience, and 2. That surely no offense is offered to God, in any human enjoyment, by any of our pleasures, which it is not sinful to partake of in its own time and place, with all the honor and reverence secured to Him. But this is precisely what we are ready to prove, that these things are not consistent with true religion and true obedience to the true God. There are some who imagine that Christians, a sort of people ever ready to die, are trained into the abstinence they practice, with no other object than that of making it less difficult to despise life, the fastenings to it being severed as it were. They regard it as an art of quenching all desire for that which, so far as they are concerned, they have emptied of all that is desirable, and so it is thought to be rather a thing of human planning and foresight, than clearly laid down by divine command. It were a grievous thing, forsooth, for Christians, while continuing in the enjoyment of pleasure so great, to die for God. It is not as they say, though, if it were, even Christian obstinacy might well give all submission to a plan so suitable, to a rule so excellent. Chapter 2. Then, again, every one is ready with the argument that all things, as we teach, were created by God, and given to man for his use, and that they must be good, as coming all from so good a source, but that among them are found the various constituent elements of the public shows, such as the horse, the lion, bodily strength, and musical voice. It cannot, then, be thought that what exists by God's own creative will is either foreign or hostile to Him, and if it is not opposed to Him, it cannot be regarded as injurious to His worshippers, as certainly it is not foreign to them, beyond all doubt. 2. The very buildings connected with the places of public amusement, composed as they are of rocks, stones, marbles, pillars, are things of God, who has given these various things for the earth's embellishment. Nay, the very scenes are enacted under God's own heaven. How skillful a pleader seems human wisdom to herself, especially if she has the fear of losing any of her delights, any of the sweet enjoyments of worldly existence. In fact, you will find not a few whom the imperiling of their pleasures rather than their life holds back from us, for even the weakling has no strong dread of death as a dead he knows is due by him, while the wise man does not look with contempt on pleasure, regarding it as a precious gift. In fact, the one blessedness of life, whether to philosopher or fool. Now nobody denies what nobody is ignorant of, for nature herself is teacher of it, that God is the maker of the universe, and that it is good, and that it is man's by free gift of its maker, but having no intimate acquaintance with the highest, knowing him only by natural revelation, and not as his friends, afar off, and not as those who have been brought nigh to him. Men cannot but be in ignorance alike of what he enjoins and what he forbids in regard to the administration of his world. They must be ignorant, too, of the hostile power which works against him, and perverts to wrong uses the things his hand has formed, for you cannot know either the will or the adversary of a God you do not know. We must not, then, consider merely by whom all things were made, but by whom they have been perverted. We shall find out for what use they were made at first, when we find for what they were not. There is a vast difference between the corrupted state and that of primal purity, just because there is a vast difference between the Creator and the corrupter. Why, all sorts of evils, which is indubitably evils even the heathens prohibit, and against which they guard themselves, come from the works of God. Take, for instance, murder, whether committed by iron, by poison, or by magical enchantments. Iron and herbs and demons are all equally creatures of God. Has the Creator, withal, provided these things for man's destruction? Nay, he puts his interdict on every sort of man-killing by that one summary precept, thou shalt not kill. Moreover, who but God, the maker of the world, put in its gold, brass, silver, ivory, wood, and all the other materials used in the manufacture of idols? Yet has he done this that men may set up a worship in opposition to himself. On the contrary, idolatry in his eyes is the crowning sin. What is there offensive to God which is not God's? But in offending him, it ceases to be his, and in ceasing to be his, it is in his eyes an offending thing. Man himself, guilty as he is of every iniquity, is not only a work of God, he is his image, and yet both in soul and body he has severed himself from his Maker. For we did not get eyes to minister to lust, and the tongue for speaking evil with, and ears to be the receptacle of evil speech, and the throat to serve the vice of gluttony, and the belly to be gluttony's alley, and the genitals for unchaste excesses, and hands for deeds of violence, and the feet for an erring life. Or was the soul placed in the body that it might become a thought manufactory of snares, and fraud, and injustice? I think not, for if God, as the righteous exactor of innocence, hates everything like malignity, if he hates utterly such plotting of evil, it is clear beyond a doubt, that, of all things that have come from his hand, he has made none to lead to works which he condemns, even though these same works may be carried on by things of his making. For, in fact, it is the one ground of condemnation, that the creature misuses the creation. We, therefore, who in our knowledge of the Lord have obtained some knowledge also of his flow, who, in our discovery of the Creator, have at the same time laid hands upon the great corrupter, ought neither to wonder nor to doubt that, as the prowess of the corrupting and God-opposing angel overthrew in the beginning the virtue of man, the work and image of God, the possessor of the world, so he has entirely changed man's nature, created, like his own, for perfect sinlessness, into his own state of wicked enmity against his Maker, that in the very thing whose gift to man, but not to him, had grieved him, he might make man guilty in God's eyes, and set up his own supremacy. Chapter 3. Fortified by this knowledge against heathen views, let us rather turn to the unworthy reasonings of our own people, for the faith of some, either too simple or too scrupulous, demands direct authority from Scripture for giving up the shows, and holds out that the matter is a doubtful one, because such abstinence is not clearly and in words imposed upon God's servants. Well, we never find it expressed with the same precision. Thou shalt not enter circus or theater, thou shalt not look on combat or show, as it is plainly laid down, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not worship an idol, thou shalt not commit adultery or fraud. But we find that first word of David bears on this very sort of thing. Blessed, he says, is the man who has not gone into the assembly of the impious, nor stood in the way of sinners, nor sat in the seat of scorners, though he seems to have predicted beforehand of that just man, that he took no part in the meetings and deliberations of the Jews, taking counsel about the slaying of our Lord. Yet divine Scripture has ever far-reaching applications, after the immediate sense has been exhausted. In all directions it fortifies the practice of the religious life, so that here also you have an utterance which is not far from a plain interdicting of the shows. If he called those few Jews an assembly of the wicked, how much more will he so designate so vast a gathering of heathens? Are the heathens less impious, less sinners, less enemies of Christ, than the Jews were then? And see, too, how other things agree, for at the shows they also stand in the way, for they call the spaces between the seats going round the amphitheater, and the passages which separate the people running down, ways. The place in the curve where the matrons sit is called a chair. Therefore, on the contrary, it holds, Unblessed is he who has entered any council of wicked men, and has stood in any way of sinners, and has sat in any chair of scorners. We may understand a thing as spoken generally, even when it requires a certain special interpretation to be given to it, for some things spoken with a special reference contain in them general truth. When God admonishes the Israelites of their duty, or sharply reproves them, he has surely a reference to all men. When he threatens destruction to Egypt and Ethiopia, he surely precondemns every sinning nation, whatever, if, reasoning from species to genus, every nation that sins against them is in Egypt and Ethiopia, so also, reasoning from genus to species, with reference to the origin of shows, every show is an assembly of the wicked. Chapter 4. Lest anyone think that we are dealing in mere argumentative subtleties, I shall turn to the highest authority of our seal itself. When entering the water, we make profession of the Christian faith in the words of its rule. We bear public testimony that we have renounced the devil, his pomp, and his angels. Well, is it not in connection with idolatry, above all, that you have the devil with his pomp and his angels, from which, to speak briefly, for I do not wish to dilate, you have every unclean and wicked spirit? If, therefore, it shall be made plain that the entire apparatus of the shows is based upon idolatry, beyond all doubt that will carry with it the conclusion that our renunciatory testimony in the laver of baptism has reference to the shows, which, through their idolatry, have been given over to the devil, and his pomp, and his angels. We shall set forth, then, their several origins, in what nursing places they have grown to manhood, next the titles of some of them, by what names they are called, then their apparatus, with what superstitions they are observed, then their places, to what patrons they are dedicated, then the arts which minister to them, to what authors they are traced. If any of these shall be found to have had no connection with an idol god, it will be held as free at once from the taint of idolatry, and as not coming within the range of our baptismal abjuration. Chapter 5. In the matter of their origins, as these are somewhat obscure and but little known to many among us, our investigations must go back to a remote antiquity, and our authorities be none other than books of heathen literature. Various authors are extant who have published works on the subject. The origin of the games as given by them is this. Timaeus tells us that immigrants from Asia, under the leadership of Tyrannus, who, in a contest about his native kingdom, had succumbed to his brother, settled down in Etruria. Well, among other superstitious observances under the name of religion, they set up in their new home public shows. The Romans, at their own request, obtained from them skilled performers, the proper seasons, the name too, for it is said they are called ludi, from ludi, and though Varro derives the name of ludi from ludus, that is, from play, as they called the luperci also ludii, because they ran about making sport, still that sporting of young men belongs, in his view, to festal days and temples, and objects of religious veneration. However, it is of little consequence the origin of the name, when it is certain that the thing springs from idolatry. The Liberalia, under the general designation of ludi, clearly declared the glory of Father Bacchus. For to Bacchus these festivities were first consecrated by grateful peasants, in return for the boon he conferred on them, as they say, making known the pleasures of wine. Then the Concheralia were called ludi, and at first were in honor of Neptune, for Neptune has the name of Consus also. Thereafter Romulus dedicated the Aquaria to Mars, though they claim the Concheralia too for Romulus, on the ground that he consecrated them to Consus, the god, as they will have it, of the council, forsooth, in which he planned the rape of the Sabine virgins for wives to his soldiers. An excellent counsel truly, and still I suppose reckoned just and righteous by the Romans themselves, I may not say by God. This goes also to taint the origin. You cannot surely hold that to be good which has sprung from sin, from shamelessness, from violence, from hatred, from a fratricidal founder, from a son of Mars. Even now, at the first turning post in the circus, there is a subterranean altar to this same Consus, with an inscription to this effect: Consus, great in council, Mars, in battle mighty tutelar deities. The priests of the state sacrifice added on the nones of July, the priest of Romulus and the Vestals on the 12th before the calends of September. In addition to this, Romulus instituted games in honor of Jupiter Feretrius on the Tarpeian hill, according to the statement Piso has handed down to us, called both Tarpeian and Capitoline. After him Numa Pompilius instituted games to Mars and Rodigo, for they have also invented a goddess of rust, then Tullus Hostilius, then Ancus Martius, and various others in succession to the like. As to the idols in whose honor these games were established, Ample information is to be found in the pages of Suetonius Tranquillus, but we need say no more to prove the accusation of idolatrous origin. Chapter 6. To the testimony of antiquity is added that of later games instituted in their turn, and betraying their origin from the titles which they bear even at the present day, in which it is imprinted as on their very face. For what idol and for what religious object games, whether of the one kind or the other, were designed. You have festivals bearing the name of the Great Mother and Apollo of Ceres too, and Neptune, and Jupiter Lacharis, and Flora, all celebrated for a common end. The others have their religious origin in the birthdays and solemnities of kings, in public successes and municipal holidays. There are also testamentary exhibitions, in which funeral honors are rendered to the memories of private persons, and this according to an institution of ancient times. For from the first the ludi were regarded as of two sons, sacred and funereal, that is in honor of the heathen deities and of the dead. But in the matter of idolatry, it makes no difference with us under what name or title it is practiced, while it has to do with the wicked spirits whom we abjure. If it is lawful to offer homage to the dead, it will be just as lawful to offer it to their gods. You have the same origin in both cases, there is the same idolatry, there is on our part the same solemn renunciation of all idolatry. Chapter 7. The two kinds of public games, then, have one origin, and they have common names, as owning the same parentage. So, too, as they are equally tainted with the sin of idolatry, their foundress, they must needs be like each other in their pomp. But the more ambitious preliminary display of the circus games to which the name procession specially belongs, is in itself the proof to whom the whole thing appertains. In the many images, the long line of statues, the chariots of all sorts, the thrones, the crowns, the dresses, what high religious rites besides, what sacrifices precede, come between, and follow, how many guilds, how many priesthoods, how many offices are set to stir, is known to the inhabitants of the great city in which the demon convention has its headquarters. If these things are done in humbler style in the provinces, in accordance with their inferior means, still all circus games must be counted as belonging to that from which they are derived. The fountain from which they spring defiles them, the tiny streamlet from its very springhead, the little twig from its very budding, contains in it the essential nature of its origin. It may be grand or mean, no matter, any circus procession whatever is offensive to God, though there be few images to grace it. There is idolatry in one, though there be no more than a single sacred car. It is a chariot of Jupiter. Anything of idolatry whatever, whether meanly arrayed or modestly rich and gorgeous, taints it in its origin. Chapter 8. To follow out my plan in regard to places, the circus is chiefly consecrated to the sun, whose temple stands in the middle of it, and whose image shines forth from its temple summit, for they have not thought it proper to pay sacred honors underneath a roof to an object they have itself in open space. Those who assert that the first spectacle was exhibited by Circe, and in honor of the sun her father, as they will have it, maintain also the name of circus was derived from her. Plainly, then, the enchantress did this in the name of the parties whose priestess she was, I mean the demons and spirits of evil. What an aggregation of idolatries you see! Accordingly, in the decoration of the place, every ornament of the circus is a temple by itself. The eggs are regarded as sacred to the casters, by men who are not ashamed to profess faith in their production from the egg of a swan, which was no other than Jupiter himself. The dolphins vomit forth in honor of Neptune. Images of Sesha, so called as the goddess of sowing, of Mesha, so called as the goddess of reaping, of Tuchulina, so called as the fruit-protecting deity, load the pillars. In front of these you have three altars to these three gods, great, mighty, victorious. They reckon these of Samothrace. The huge obelisk, as Hermodus affirms, is set up in public to the sun. Its inscription, like its origin, belongs to Egyptian superstition. Cheerless were the demon gathering without their Mater Magna, and so she presides there over the Euripus. Consus, as we have mentioned, lies hidden underground at the Mercian goals. These two sprang from an idol, for they will have it that Morcia is the goddess of love, and to her, at that spot, they have consecrated a temple. See, Christian, how many impure names have taken possession of the circus. You have nothing to do with a sacred place which is tenanted by such multitudes of diabolic spirits. And speaking of places, this is the suitable occasion for some remarks in anticipation of a point that some will raise. What, then, you say, shall I be in danger of pollution if I go to the circus when the games are not being celebrated? There is no law forbidding the mere places to us, for not only the places for show gatherings, but even the temples, may be entered without any peril of his religion by the servant of God, if he has only some honest reason for it, unconnected with their proper business and official duties. Why, even the streets and the marketplace, and the baths, and the taverns, and our very dwelling places, are not altogether free from idols. Satan and his angels have filled the whole world. It is not by merely being in the world, however, that we lapse from God, but by touching and tainting ourselves with the world's sins. I shall break with my Maker, that is, by going to the Capitol or the temple of Serapis to sacrifice or adore, as I shall also do by going as a spectator to the circus and the theater. The places in themselves do not contaminate, but what is done in them. From this even the places themselves, we maintain, become defiled. The polluted things pollute us. It is on this account that we set before you to whom places of the kind are dedicated, that we may prove the things which are done in them to belong to the idol patrons to whom the very places are sacred. Chapter 9. Now as to the kind of performances peculiar to the circus exhibitions. In former days equestrianism was practiced in a simple way on horseback, and certainly its ordinary use had nothing sinful in it. But when it was dragged into the games, it passed from the service of God into the employment of demons. Accordingly this kind of circus performances is regarded as sacred to Castor and Pollux, to whom, Stesichorus tells us, horses were given by Mercury, and Neptune, too, is an equestrian deity, by the Greeks called Hippias. In regard to the team, they have consecrated the chariot and four to the sun, the chariot and pair to the moon. But, as the poet has it, Eratosthenes first dared to yoke 4 horses to the chariot, and to ride upon its wheels with victorious swiftness. Eratosthenes, the son of Vulcan and Minerva, fruit of unworthy passion upon earth, is a demon monster, nay, the devil himself, and no mere snake. But if Trochilus the Argive is maker of the first chariot, he dedicated that work of his to Juno. If Romulus first exhibited the 4-horse chariot at Rome, he too, I think, has a place given him among idols, at least if he and Quirinus are the same. But his chariots had such inventors. The charioteers were naturally dressed, too, in the colors of idolatry, for at first these were only 2, namely white and red, the former sacred to the winter with its glistening snows, the latter sacred to the summer with its ruddy sun. But afterwards, in the progress of luxury as well as of superstition, red was dedicated by some to Mars, and white by others to the Zephyrs, while green was given to Mother Earth, or spring, and azure to the sky and sea, or autumn. But as idolatry of every kind is condemned by God, that form of it surely shares the condemnation which is offered to the elements of nature. Chapter 10. Let us pass on that of theatrical exhibitions, which we have already shown have a common origin with the circus, and bear like idolatrous designations, even as from the first they have borne the name of ludi, and equally minister to idols. They resemble each other also in their pomp, having the same procession to the scene of their display from temples and altars, and that mournful profusion of incense and blood, with music of pipes and trumpets, all under the direction of the soothsayer and the undertaker, those 2 foul masters of funeral rites and sacrifices. So as we went on from the origin of the ludi to the circus games, we shall now direct our course thence to those of the theater, beginning with the place of exhibition. At first the theater was properly a temple of Venus, and, to speak briefly, it was owing to this that stage performances were allowed to escape censure, and got a footing in the world, for oft-times the censors, in the interests of morality, put down above all the rising theaters, foreseeing, as they did, that there was great danger of their leading to a general profligacy, so that already, from this accordance of their own people with us, there is a witness to the heathen, and in the anticipatory judgment of human knowledge even a confirmation of our views. Accordingly Pompey the Great, less only than his theater, when he had erected that citadel of all impurities, fearing some time or other censorian condemnation of his memory, superposed on it a temple of Venus, and summoning by public proclamation the people to its consecration, he called it not a theater, but a temple, under which, said he, we have placed tiers of seats for viewing the shows. So he threw a veil over a structure on which condemnation had been often passed, and which is ever to be held in reprobation, by pretending that it was a sacred place, and by means of superstition he blinded the eyes of a virtuous discipline. But Venus and Bacchus are close allies. These 2 evil spirits are in sworn confederacy with each other, as the patrons of drunkenness and lust. So the theatre of Venus is as well the house of Bacchus, for they properly gave the name of Liberalia also to other theatrical amusements, which besides being consecrated to Bacchus, as were the Dionysia of the Greeks, were instituted by him, and, without doubt, the performances of the theatre have the common patronage of these two deities. That immodesty of gesture and attire which so specially and peculiarly characterizes the stage are consecrated to them, the one deity wanton by her sex, the other by his drapery, while its services of voice, and song, and lute, and pipe, belong to Apollos, and Muses, and Minervas, and Mercuries. You will hate, O Christian, the things whose authors must be the objects of your utter detestation. So we would now make a remark about the arts of the theatre, about the things also whose authors and the names we execrate. We know that the names of the dead are nothing, as are their images, but we know well enough, too, who, when images are set up, under these names carry on their wicked work, and exult in the homage rendered to them, and pretend to be divine, none other than spirits accursed, than devils. We see, therefore, that the arts also are consecrated to the service of the beings who dwell in the names of their founders, and that things cannot be held free from the taint of idolatry whose inventors have got a place among the gods for their discoveries. Nay, as regards the arts, we ought to have gone further back, and barred all further argument by the position that the demons, predetermining in their own interests from the first, among other evils of idolatry, the pollutions of the public shows, with the object of drawing man away from his Lord and binding him to their own service, carried out their purpose by bestowing on him the artistic gifts which the shows require, for none but themselves would have made provision and preparation for the objects they had in view, nor would they have given the arts to the world by any but those in whose names, and images, and histories they set up for their own end to the artifice of consecration. Chapter 11. In fulfillment of our plan, let us now go on to consider the combats. Their origin is akin to that of the games, ludi, hence they are kept as either sacred or funereal, as they have been instituted in honor of the idol gods of the nations or of the dead. Thus, too, they are called Olympian in honor of Jupiter, known at Rome as the Capitoline, Nemean, in honor of Hercules, Isthmian, in honor of Neptune, the rest mortuarii, as belonging to the dead. What wonder, then, if idolatry pollutes the combat parade with profane crowns, with sacerdotal chiefs, with attendants belonging to the various colleges, last of all with the blood of its sacrifices. To add a completing word about the place, in the common place for the college of the arts sacred to the Muses, and Apollo, and Minerva, and also for that of the arts dedicated to Mars, they with contest and sound of trumpet emulate the circus in the arena, which is a real temple, I mean of the god whose festivals it celebrates. The gymnastic arts also originated with their castors, and Herculeses, and Mercuries. Chapter 12. It remains for us to examine the spectacle most noted of all, and in highest favor. It is called a dutiful service, munus, from its being an office, for it bears the name of officium as well as munus. The ancients thought that in this solemnity they rendered offices to the dead. At a later period, with a cruelty more refined, they somewhat modified its character, for formerly, in the belief that the souls of the departed were appeased by human blood, they were in the habit of buying captives or slaves of wicked disposition, and immolating them in their funeral obsequies. Afterwards they thought good to throw the veil of pleasure over their iniquity, those, therefore, whom they had provided for the combat, and then trained in arms as best they could, only that they might learn to die. They, on the funeral day, killed at the places of sepulture. They alleviated death by murders. Such is the origin of the munus, but by degrees their refinement came up to their cruelty, for these human wild beasts could not find pleasure exquisite enough, save in the spectacle of men torn to pieces by wild beasts. Offerings to propitiate the dead then were regarded as belonging to the class of funeral sacrifices, and these are idolatry, for idolatry, in fact, is a sort of homage to the departed. The one as well as the other is a service to dead men. Moreover, demons live abode in the images of the dead, to refer also to the matter of names, though this sort of exhibition has passed from honors of the dead to honors of the living, I mean, to quaestorships and magistracies, to priestly offices of different kinds, yet, since idolatry still cleaves to the dignity's name, whatever is done in its name partakes of its impurity. The same remark will apply to the procession of the munus, as we look at that in the pomp which is connected with these honors themselves, for the purple robes, the fasces, the fillets, the crowns, the proclamations too, and edicts, the sacred feasts of the day before, are not without the pomp of the devil, without invitation of demons. What need, then, of dwelling on the place of horrors, which is too much even for the tongue of the perjurer? For the amphitheater is consecrated to names more numerous and more dire than is the Capitol itself, temple of all demons as it is. There are as many unclean spirits there as it holds men. To conclude with a single remark about the arts which have a place in it, we know that its two sorts of amusement have for their patrons Mars and Diana. Chapter 13. We have, I think, faithfully carried out our plan of showing in how many different ways the sin of idolatry clings to the shows, in respect of their origins, their titles, their equipments, their places of celebration, their arts, and we may hold it as a thing beyond all doubt, that for us who have twice renounced all idols, they are utterly unsuitable. Not that an idol is anything, as the Apostle says, but that the homage they render is to demons, who are the real occupants of these consecrated images, whether of dead men or, as they think, of gods. On this account, therefore, because they have a common source, for their dead and their deities are one, we abstain from both idolatries, nor do we dislike the temporals less than the monuments. We have nothing to do with either altar, we adore neither image, we do not offer sacrifices to the gods, and we make no funeral oblations to the departed. Nay, we do not partake of what is offered either in the one case or the other, for we cannot partake of God's feast and the feast of devils. If, then, we keep throat and belly free from such defilements, how much more do we withhold our nobler parts, our ears and eyes, from the idolatrous and funereal enjoyments, which are not passed through the body, but are digested in the very spirit and soul, whose purity, much more than that of our bodily organs, God has a right to claim from us. Chapter 14. Having sufficiently established the charge of idolatry, which alone ought to be reason enough for our giving up the shows, let us now ex abundanti look at the subject in another way, for the sake of those especially who keep themselves comfortable in the thought that the abstinence we urge is not in so many words enjoined, as if in the condemnation of the lusts of the world there was not involved a sufficient declaration against all these amusements. For as there is a lust of money, or rank, or eating, or impure enjoyment, or glory, so there is also a lust of pleasure, but the show is just a sort of pleasure. I think, then, that under the general designation of lusts, pleasures are included. In like manner, under the general idea of pleasures, you have as a specific class the shows, but we have spoken already of how it is with the places of exhibition, that they are not polluting in themselves, but owing to the things that are done in them from which they imbibe impurity, and then spread it again on others. Chapter 15. Having done enough, then, as we have said, in regard to that principal argument, that there is in them all the taint of idolatry, having sufficiently dealt with it, let us now contrast the other characteristics of the show with the things of God. God has enjoined us to deal calmly, gently, quietly, and peacefully with the Holy Spirit, because these things are alone in keeping with the goodness of his nature, with his tenderness and sensitiveness, and not to vex him with rage, ill nature, anger, or grief. Well, how shall this be made to accord with the shows? For the show always leads to spiritual agitation, since where there is pleasure, there is keenness of feeling giving pleasure its zest, and where there is keenness of feeling, there is rivalry giving in turn its zest to that. Then, too, where you have rivalry, you have rage, bitterness, wrath and grief, with all bad things which flow from them, the whole entirely out of keeping with the religion of Christ. For even suppose one should enjoy the shows in a moderate way, as befits his rank, age or nature, still he is not undisturbed in mind, without some unuttered movings of the inner man. No one partakes of pleasures such as these without their strong excitements. No one comes under their excitements without their natural lapses. These lapses, again, create passionate desire. If there is no desire, there is no pleasure, and he is chargeable with trifling who goes where nothing is gotten. In my view, even that is foreign to us. Moreover, a man pronounces his own condemnation in the very act of taking his place among those with whom, by his disinclination to be like them, he confesses he has no sympathy. It is not enough that we do know such things ourselves, unless we break all connection also with those who do. If thou sawest a thief, says the Scripture, thou consentedst with him, would that we did not even inhabit the same world with these wicked men. But though that wish cannot be realized, yet even now we are separate from them in what is of the world, for the world is God's, but the worldly is the devil's. Chapter 16. Since, then, all passionate excitement is forbidden us, we are debarred from every kind of spectacle, and especially from the circus, where such excitement presides as in its proper element. See the people coming to it already under strong emotion, already tumultuous, already passion-blind, already agitated about their bets. The prater is too slow for them, their eyes are ever rolling as though along with the lots in his urn. Then they hang all eager on the signal. There is the united shout of a common madness. Observe how out of themselves they are by their foolish speeches. He has thrown it, they exclaim, and they announce each one to his neighbor what all have seen. I have clearest evidence of their blindness. They do not see what is really thrown. They think it a signal cloth, but it is the likeness of the devil cast headlong from on high. And the result accordingly is, that they fly into rages, and passions, and discords, and all that they who are consecrated to peace ought never to indulge in. Then there are curses and reproaches, with no cause of hatred. There are cries of applause, with nothing to merit them. What are the partakers in all this? Not their own masters, to obtain of it for themselves unless, it may be, that which makes them not their own. They are saddened by another's sorrow, they are gladdened by another's joy. Whatever they desire on the one hand, or detest on the other, is entirely foreign to themselves. So love with them is a useless thing, and hatred is unjust, or is a causeless love perhaps more legitimate than a causeless hatred? God certainly forbids us to hate even with a reason for our hating, for he commands us to love our enemies. God forbids us to curse, though there be some ground for doing so. In commanding that those who curse us we are to bless. But what is more merciless than the circus, where people do not spare even their rulers and fellow citizens? If any of its madnesses are becoming elsewhere in the saints of God, they will be seemly in the circus too, but if they are nowhere right, so neither they there. Chapter 17. Are we not, in like manner, enjoined to put away from us all immodesty? On this ground, again, we are excluded from the theatre, which is immodesty's own peculiar abode, where nothing is in repute but what elsewhere is disreputable. So the best path to the highest favor of its God is the vileness which the Italian gesticulates, which the buffoon in woman's clothes exhibits, destroying all natural modesty, so that they blush more readily at home than at the play, which finally is done from his childhood on the person of the pantomime, that he may become an actor. The very harlots, too, victims of the public lust, are brought upon the stage, their misery increased as being there in the presence of their own sex, from whom alone they are wont to hide themselves. They are paraded publicly before every age and every rank. Their abode, their gains, their praises, are set forth, and that even in the hearing of those who should not hear such things. I say nothing about other matters, which it were good to hide away in their own darkness and their own gloomy caves, lest they should stain the light of day. Let the Senate, let all ranks, blush for very shame. Why, even these miserable women, who by their own gestures destroy their modesty, dreading the light of day, and the people's gaze, know something of shame at least once a year. But if we ought to abominate all that is immodest, on what ground is it right to hear what we must not speak? For all licentiousness of speech, nay, every idle word, is condemned by God. Why, in the same way, is it right to look on what it is disgraceful to do? How is it that the things which defile a man in going out of his mouth, are not regarded as doing so when they go in at his eyes and ears, when eyes and ears are the immediate attendants on the Spirit, and that can never be pure whose servants in waiting are impure? You have the theatre forbidden. Then, in the forbidding of our modesty, if, again, we despise the teaching of secular literature as being foolishness in God's eyes, our duty is plain enough in regard to those spectacles, which from this source derive the tragic or comic play. If tragedies and comedies are the bloody and wanton, the impious and licentious inventors of crimes and lusts, it is not good even that there should be any calling to remembrance the atrocious or the vile. What you reject in deed, you are not to bid welcome to in word. Chapter 18. But if you argue that the race course is mentioned in Scripture, I grant it at once. But you will not refuse to admit that the things which are done there are not for you to look upon, the blows, and kicks, and cuffs, and all the recklessness of hand, and everything like that disfiguration of the human countenance, which is nothing less than the disfiguration of God's own image. You will never give your approval to those foolish racing and throwing feats, and yet more foolish leapings. You will never find pleasure in injurious or useless exhibitions of strength. Certainly you will not regard with approval those efforts after an artificial body which aim at surpassing the Creator's work, and you will have the very opposite of complacency in the athlete's grease, in the inactivity of peace, feeds up, and the wrestler's art is a devil's thing. The devil wrestled with, and crushed to death, the first human beings. Its very attitude has power in it of the serpent kind, firm to hold, tortuous to clasp, slippery to glide away. You have no need of crowns. Why do you strive to get pleasures from crowns? Chapter 19. We shall now see how the Scriptures condemn the amphitheater. If we can maintain that it is right to indulge in the cruel, and the impious, and the fierce, let us go there. If we are what we are said to be, let us regale ourselves there with human blood. It is good, no doubt, to have the guilty punished, who but the criminal himself will deny that. And yet the innocent can find no pleasure in another's sufferings. He rather mourns that a brother has sinned so heinously as to need a punishment so dreadful. But who is my guarantee that it is always the guilty who are judged to the wild beasts, or to some other doom, and that the guiltless never suffer from the revenge of the judge, or the weakness of the defense, or the pressure of the rack? How much better, then, is it for me to remain ignorant of the punishment inflicted on the wicked, lest I am obliged to know also of the good coming to untimely ends, if I may speak of goodness in the case at all. At any rate, gladiators not chargeable with crime are offered in sale for the games, that they may become the victims of the public pleasure. Even in the case of those who are judicially condemned to the amphitheater, what a monstrous thing it is, that, in undergoing their punishment, they, from some less serious delinquency, advance to the criminality of manslayers. But I mean these remarks for heathen. As to Christians, I shall not insult them by adding another word as to the aversion with which they should regard this sort of exhibition, though no one is more able than myself to set forth fully the whole subject, unless it be one who is still in the habit of going to the shows. I would rather with all being complete than set memory a-working. Chapter 20. How vain, then, nay, how desperate, is the reasoning of persons, who, just because they decline to lose a pleasure, hold out that we cannot point to the specific words or the very place where this abstinence is mentioned, and where the servants of God are directly forbidden to have anything to do with such assemblies. I heard lately an awful defense of himself by a certain play lover. The Son, said he, nay, God himself, looks down from heaven on the show, and no pollution is contracted. Yes, and the Son, too, pours down his rays into the common sewer without being defiled. As for God, would that all crimes were hid from his eye, that we might all escape judgment. But he looks on robberies too, he looks on falsehoods, adulteries, frauds, idolatries, and these same shows, and precisely on that account we will not look on them, lest the all-seeing see us. You are putting on the same level, O man, the criminal and the judge, the criminal who is a criminal because he is seen, and the judge who is a judge because he sees. Are we set, then, on playing the madman outside the circus boundaries, outside the gates of the theatre we bent on lewdness, outside the course on arrogance, and outside the amphitheatre on cruelty, because outside the porticos, the tiers and the curtains, too, God has eyes? Never and nowhere is that free from blame which God ever condemns, never and nowhere is it right to do what you may not do at all times and in all places. It is the freedom of the truth from change of opinion and varying judgments which constitutes its perfection, and gives it its claims to full mastery, unchanging reverence, and faithful obedience. That which is really good or really evil cannot be aught else, but in all things the truth of God is immutable. Chapter 21. The heathen, who have not a full revelation of the truth, for they are not taught of God, hold a thing evil and good as it suits self-will and passion, making that which is good in one place evil in another, and that which is evil in one place in another good. So it strangely happens, that the same man who can scarcely in public lift up his tunic, even when necessity of nature presses him, takes it off in the circus, as if bent on exposing himself before everybody. The father who carefully protects and guards his virgin daughter's ears from every polluting word, takes her to the theatre himself, exposing her to all its vile words and attitudes. He, again, who in the streets lays hands on or covers with reproaches the brawling pugilist, in the arena gives all encouragement to combats of a much more serious kind, and he who looks with horror on the corpse of one who has died under the common law of nature, in the amphitheatre gazes down with most patient eyes on bodies all mangled and torn and smeared with their own blood. Nay, the very man who comes to the show, because he thinks murderers ought to suffer for their crime, drives the unwilling gladiator to the murderous deed with rods and scourges, and one who demands the lion for every man's layer of deeper dye, will have the staff for the savage swordsman, and rewards him with the cap of liberty. Yes, and he must have the poor victim back again, that he may get a sight of his face, with zest inspecting near at hand the man whom he wished torn in pieces at safe distance from him, so much the more cruel he if that was not his wish. Chapter 22. What wonder is there in it? Such inconsistencies as these are just such as we might expect from men, who confuse and change the nature of good and evil in their inconstancy of feeling and fickleness in judgment. Why, the authors and managers of the spectacles, in that very respect with reference to which they highly laud the charioteers, and actors, and wrestlers, and those most loving gladiators, to whom men prostitute their souls, women to their bodies, slight and trample on them, though for their sakes they are guilty of the deeds they reprobate, Nay, they doom them to ignominy and the loss of their rights as citizens, excluding them from the curia, and the rostra, from senatorial and equestrian rank, and from all other honors as well as certain distinctions. What perversity! They have pleasure in those whom yet they punish. They put all slights on those to whom, at the same time, they award their approbation. They magnify the art and brand the artist. What an outrageous thing it is, to blacken a man on account of the very things which make him meritorious in their eyes. Nay, what a confession that the things are evil, when their authors, even in highest favor, are not without a mark of disgrace upon them. Chapter 23. Seeing, then, man's own reflections, even in spite of the sweetness of pleasure, lead him to think that people such as these should be condemned to a hapless lot of infamy, losing all the advantages connected with the possession of the dignities of life, how much more does the divine righteousness inflict punishment on those who give themselves to these arts? Will God have any pleasure in the charioteer who disquiets so many souls, rouses up so many furious passions, and creates so many various moods, either crowned like a priest or wearing the colors of a pimp, decked out by the devil that he may be whirled away in his chariot, as though with the object of taking off Elijah? Will he be pleased with him who applies the razor to himself, and completely changes his features, who, with no respect for his face, is not content with making it as like as possible to Saturn and Isis and Bacchus, but gives it quietly over to contumelious blows, as if in mockery of our Lord? The devil, forsooth, makes it part, too, of his teaching, that the cheek is to be meekly offered to the smiter. In the same way, with their high shoes, he has made the tragic actors taller, because none can add a cubit to his stature. His desire is to make Christ a liar. And in regard to the wearing of masks, I ask, is that according to the mind of God, who forbids the making of every likeness, and especially then the likeness of man who is his own image? The author of truth hates all the false, he regards as adultery all that is unreal, condemning, therefore, as he does hypocrisy in every form. He never will approve any putting on of voice, or sex, or age. He never will approve pretended loves, and wraths, and groans, and tears. Then, too, as in his law it is declared that the man is cursed who attires himself in female garments, what must be his judgment of the pantomime, who is even brought up to play the woman? And will the boxer go unpunished? I suppose he received these casta scars, and the thick skin of his fists, and these growths upon his ears, at his creation. God, too, gave him eyes for no other end than that they might be knocked out in fighting. I say nothing of him who, to save himself, thrusts another in the lion's way, that he may not be too little of a murderer when he puts to death that very same man on the arena. Chapter 24. In how many other ways shall we yet further show that nothing which is peculiar to the shows has God's approval, or without that approval is becoming in God's servants? If we have succeeded in making it plain that they were instituted entirely for the devil's sake, and have been got up entirely with the devil's things, for all that is not God's, or is not pleasing in his eyes, belongs to his wicked rival, this simply means that in them you have the pomp of the devil, which in the seal of our faith we abjure. We should have no connection with the things which we abjure, whether in deed or word, whether by looking on them or looking forward to them. But do we not abjure and rescind the baptismal pledge, when we cease to bear its testimony? Does it then remain for us to apply to the heathen themselves? Let them tell us, then, whether it is right in Christians to frequent the show. Why, the rejection of these amusements is the chief sign to them that a man has adopted the Christian faith. If anyone, then, puts away the faith's distinctive badge, he is plainly guilty of denying it. What hope can you possibly retain in regard to a man who does that? When you go over to the enemy's camp, you throw down your arms, desert the standards and the oath of allegiance to your chief. You cast in your lot for life or death with your new friends. Chapter 25. Seated where there is nothing of God, will one be thinking of his Maker? Will there be peace in his soul when there is eager strife there for a charioteer, wrought up into a frenzied excitement? Will he learn to be modest? Nay, in the whole thing he will meet with no greater temptation than that gay attiring of the men and women, the very intermingling of emotions, the very agreements and disagreements with each other in the bestowment of their favors. Where you have such close communion, blow up the sparks of passion, and then there is scarce any other object in going to the show, but to see him to be seen. When a tragic actor is declaiming, will one be giving thought to prophetic appeals? Amid the measures of the effeminate player, will he call up to himself a psalm? And when the athletes are hard at struggle, will he be ready to proclaim that there must be no striking again? And with his eye fixed on the bites of bears, and the sponge nets of the net fighters, can he be moved by compassion? May God avert from his people any such passionate eagerness after a cruel enjoyment, for how monstrous it is to go from God's church to the devil's, from the sky to the sty, as they say, to raise your hands to God, and then to weary them in the applause of a nectar, out of the mouth, from which you uttered amen over the holy thing, to give witness in a gladiator's favor, to cry forever to anyone else but God in Christ. Chapter 26. Why may not those who go into the temptations of the show become accessible also to evil spirits? We have the case of the woman, the Lord himself is witness, who went to the theater, and came back possessed, in the outcasting. Accordingly, when the unclean creature was upbraided with having dared to attack a believer, he firmly replied, "And in truth I did it most righteously, for I found her in my domain." Another case, too, is well known, in which a woman had been hearing a tragedian, and on the very night she saw in her sleep a linen cloth, the actor's name being mentioned at the same time with strong disapproval, and 5 days after that woman was no more. How many other undoubted proofs we have had in the case of persons who, by keeping company with the devil in the shows, have fallen from the Lord, for no one can serve two masters. What fellowship is light with darkness, life with death? Chapter 27. We ought to detest these heathen meetings and assemblies, if on no other account than that their God's name is blasphemed, that there the cry to the lions is daily raised against us, that from thence persecuting decrees are wont to emanate, and temptations are sent forth. What will you do if you are caught in that heaving tide of impious judgments? Not that there any harm is likely to come to you from men, nobody knows that you are a Christian, but think how it fares with you in heaven, for at the very time the devil is working havoc in the church, do you doubt that the angels are looking down from above, and marking every man, who speaks and who listens to the blaspheming word, who lends his tongue and who lends his ears to the service of Satan against God? Shall you not then shun those tears where the enemies of Christ assemble, that seat of all that is pestilential, and the very superincumbent atmosphere all impure with wicked cries? Grant that you have there things that are pleasant, things both agreeable and innocent in themselves, even some things that are excellent. Nobody dilutes poison with gall and hellebore. The accursed thing is put into condiments well seasoned and of sweetest taste. So, too, the devil puts into the deadly draught which he prepares, things of God most pleasant and most acceptable. Everything there, then, that is either brave, noble, loud-sounding, melodious, or exquisite in taste, hold it but is the honey drop of a poison cake, nor make so much of your taste for its pleasures, as of the danger you run from its attractions. Chapter 28. With such dainties as these let the devil's guests be feasted. The places and the times, the inviter to, are theirs, our banquets, our nuptial joys, are yet to come. We cannot sit down in fellowship with them, as neither can they with us. Things in this matter go by their turns. Now they have gladness and we are troubled. The world, says Jesus, shall rejoice, ye shall be sorrowful, let us mourn. Then, while the heathen are merry, that in the day of their sorrow we may rejoice, lest, sharing now in their gladness, we share then also in their grief. Thou art too dainty, Christian, if thou wouldst have pleasure in this life as well as in the next. Nay, a fool thou art, if thou thinkest this life's pleasures to be really pleasures. The philosophers, for instance, give the name of pleasure to quietness and repose, in that they have their bliss, in that they find entertainment, they even glory in it. You long for the goal, and the stage, and the dust, and the place of combat. I would have you answer me this question: can we not live without pleasure, who cannot but with pleasure die? For what is our wish but the apostles, to leave the world, and be taken up into the fellowship of our Lord? You have your joys where you have your longings. Chapter 29. Even as things are, if your thought is to spend this period of existence in enjoyments, how are you so ungrateful as to reckon insufficient, as not thankfully to recognize the many and exquisite pleasures God has bestowed upon you? For what more delightful than to have God the Father and our Lord at peace with us, than revelation of the truth and confession of our errors, than pardon of the innumerable sins of our past life? What greater pleasure than distaste of pleasure itself, contempt of all that the world can give, true liberty, a pure conscience, a contented life, and freedom from all fear of death? What nobler than to tread underfoot the gods of the nations, to exorcise evil spirits, to perform cures, to seek divine revealings, to live to God? These are the pleasures, these the spectacles that befit Christian men, holy, everlasting, free. Count of these as your circus games, fix your eyes on the courses of the world, the gliding seasons, reckon up the periods of time, long for the goal of the final consummation, defend the societies of the churches, be startled at God's signal, be roused up at the angel's trump, glory in the palms of martyrdom. If the literature of the stage delights you, we have literature in abundance of our own, plenty of verses, sentences, songs, proverbs, and these not fabulous, but true, not tricks of art, but plain realities. Would you have also fightings and wrestlings? Well, of these there is no lacking, and they are not of slight account. Behold, unchastity overcome by chastity, perfidy slain by faithfulness, cruelty stricken by compassion, impudence thrown into the shade by modesty. These are the contests we have among us, and in these we win our crowns. Would you have something of blood too? You have Christ's. Chapter 30. But what a spectacle is that fast approaching advent of our Lord, now owned by all, now highly exalted, now a triumphant one. What that exaltation of the angelic hosts, what the glory of the rising saints, what the kingdom of the just thereafter, what the city New Jerusalem. Yes, and there are other sights, that last day of judgment, with its everlasting issues, that day unlooked for by the nations, the theme of their derision, when the world hoary with age, and all its many products, shall be consumed in one great flame. How vast a spectacle then bursts upon the eye, what there excites my admiration, what my derision, which sight gives me joy, which rouses me to exultation, as I see so many illustrious monarchs, whose reception into the heavens was publicly announced, groaning now in the lowest darkness with great Jove himself, and those, too, who bore witness of their exultation, governors of provinces, too, who persecuted the Christian name, in fires more fierce than those with which in the days of their pride they raged against the followers of Christ. What world's wise men besides, the very philosophers, in fact, who taught their followers that God had no concern in aught that is sublunary, and were wont to assure them that either they had no souls, or that they would never return to the bodies which at death they had left, now covered with shame before the poor deluded ones, as one fire consumes them. Poets also, trembling not before the judgment seat of Rhadamanthus or Minos, but of the unexpected Christ, I shall have a better opportunity than of hearing the tragedians, louder voiced in their own calamity, of viewing the play actors, much more dissolute in the dissolving flame, of looking upon the charioteer, all glowing in his chariot of fire, of beholding the wrestlers, not in their gymnasia, but tossing in the fiery billows, unless even then I shall not care to attend to such ministers of sin, in my eager wish rather to fix a gaze insatiable on those whose fury vented itself against the Lord. This, I shall say, this is the carpenter's or hireling's son, that Sabbath breaker, that Samaritan and devil-possessed. This is he whom you purchased from Judas, this is he whom you struck with reed and fist, whom you contemptuously spat upon, to whom you gave gall and vinegar to drink. This is he whom his disciples secretly stole away, that it might be said he had risen again, or the gardener abstracted, that his lettuces might come to no harm from the crowds of visitants. What quaestor or priest in his munificence will bestow on you the favor of seeing and exulting in such things as these? And yet even now we in a measure have them by faith in the picturings of imagination. But what are the things which eye has not seen, ear has not heard, and which have not so much as dimly dawned upon the human heart? Whatever they are nobler, I believe, than circus, and both theaters, and every race course, the chaplet, or the corona. Chapter 1. Very lately it happened thus, while the bounty of our most excellent emperors was dispensed in the camp, the soldiers, laurel-crowned, were approaching. One of them, more soldier of God, more steadfast than the rest of his brethren, who had imagined that they could serve two masters, his head alone uncovered, the useless crown in his hand, already even by that peculiarity known to everyone as a Christian, was nobly conspicuous. Accordingly, all began to mark him out, jeering him at a distance, gnashing on him near at hand. The murmur is wafted to the tribune. When the person had just left the ranks, the tribune at once puts the question to him, "Why are you so different in your attire?" He declared that he had no liberty to wear the crown with the rest. Being urgently asked for his reasons, he answered, "I am a Christian, O soldier, boasting thyself in God." Then the case was considered and voted on. The matter was remitted to a higher tribunal. The offender was conducted to the prefects. At once he put away the heavy cloak, his disburdening commenced, he loosed from his foot the military shoe, beginning to stand upon holy ground, he gave up the sword, which was not necessary either for the protection of our Lord, from his hand likewise dropped the laurel crown, and now, purple-clad with the hope of his own blood, shod with the preparation of the gospel, girt with the sharper word of God, completely equipped in the apostle's armor, and crowned more worthily with the white crown of martyrdom, he awaits in prison the largesse of Christ. Thereafter adverse judgments began to be passed upon his conduct, whether on the part of Christians I do not know, for those of the heathen are not different, as if he were headstrong and rash, and too eager to die, because, in being taken to task about a mere matter of dress, he brought trouble on the bearers of the name. He, forsooth, alone brave among so many soldier brethren, he alone a Christian. It is plain that as they have rejected the prophecies of the Holy Spirit, they are also purposing the refusal of martyrdom. So they murmur that a peace so good and long is endangered for them. Nor do I doubt that some are already turning their back on the Scriptures, are making ready their luggage, are equipped for flight from city to city, for that is all of the gospel they care to remember. I know, too, their pastors are lions in peace, deer in the fight. As to the questions asked for extorting confessions from us, we shall teach elsewhere. Now, as they put forth also the objection, but where are we forbidden to be crowned, I shall take this point up, as more suitable to be treated of here, being the essence, in fact, of the present contention, so that, on the one hand, the inquirers who are ignorant, but anxious, may be instructed, and on the other, those may be refuted who try to vindicate the sin, especially the laurel-crowned Christians themselves, to whom it is merely a question of debate, as if it might be regarded as either no trespass at all, or at least a doubtful one, because it may be made the subject of investigation, that it is neither sinless nor doubtful. I shall now, however, show. Chapter 2. I affirm that not one of the faithful has ever a crown upon his head, except at a time of trial. That is the case with all, from catechumens to confessors and martyrs, or, as the case may be, deniers. Consider, then, whence the custom about which we are now chiefly inquiring got its authority. But when the question is raised why it is observed, it is meanwhile evident that it is observed, therefore that can neither be regarded as no offense, or an uncertain one, which is perpetrated against a practice which is capable of defense, on the ground even of its repute, and is sufficiently ratified by the support of general acceptance. It is undoubted, so that we ought to inquire into the reason of the thing, but without prejudice to the practice, not for the purpose of overthrowing it, but rather of building it up, that you may all the more carefully observe it, when you are also satisfied as to its reason. But what sort of procedure is it, for one to be bringing into debate a practice, when he has fallen from it, and to be seeking the explanation of his having ever had it, when he has left it off, since, although he may wish to seem on this account desirous to investigate it, that he may show that he has not done wrong in giving it up, it is evident that he nevertheless transgressed previously in its presumptuous observance. If he has done no wrong today in accepting the crown he offended before in refusing it, this treatise, therefore, will not be for those who not in a proper condition for inquiry, but for those who, with the real desire of getting instruction, bring forward, not a question for debate, but a request for advice. For it is from this desire that a true inquiry always proceeds, and I praise the faith which has believed in the duty of complying with the rule, before it has learned the reason of it. An easy thing it is at once to demand where it is written that we should not be crowned, but is it written that we should be crowned? Indeed, in urgently demanding the warrant of Scripture in a different side from their own, men prejudge that the support of Scripture ought no less to appear on their part, for if it shall be said that it is lawful to be crowned on this ground, that Scripture does not forbid it, it will as validly be retorted that just on this ground is the crown unlawful, because the Scripture does not enjoin it. What shall discipline do? Shall it accept both things, as if neither were forbidden, or shall it refuse both, as if neither were enjoined? But the thing which is not forbidden is freely permitted. I should rather say that what has not been freely allowed is forbidden. Chapter 3. And how long shall we draw this all to and fro through this line, when we have an ancient practice, which by anticipation has made for us the state, i.e., of the question? If no passage of Scripture has prescribed it, assuredly custom, which without doubt flowed from tradition, has confirmed it. For how can anything come into use, if it has not first been handed down? Even in pleading tradition, written authority, you say, must be demanded. Let us inquire, therefore, whether tradition, unless it be written, should not be admitted. Certainly we shall say that it ought not to be admitted, if no cases of other practices which, without any written instrument, we maintain on the ground of tradition alone, and the countenance thereafter of custom, affords us any precedent. To deal with this matter briefly, I shall begin with baptism. When we are going to enter the water, but a little before, in the presence of the congregation and under the hand of the president, we solemnly profess that we disown the devil, and his pomp, and his angels. Hereupon we are thrice immersed, making a somewhat ampler pledge than the Lord has appointed in the gospel. Then when we are taken up, as newborn children, we taste first of all a mixture of milk and honey, and from the day we refrain from the daily bath for a whole week, we take also, in congregations before daybreak, and from the hand of none but the presidents, the sacrament of the Eucharist, which the Lord both commanded to be eaten at meal times, and enjoined to be taken by all alike. As often as the anniversary comes round, we make offerings for the dead as birthday honors. We count fasting or kneeling in worship on the Lord's Day to be unlawful. We rejoice in the same privilege also from Easter to Whitsunday. We feel pain should any wine or bread, even though our own, be cast upon the ground, at every forward step and movement, at every going in and out, when we put on our clothes and shoes, when we bathe, when we sit at table, when we light the lamps, on couch, on seat, in all the ordinary actions of daily life. We trace upon the forward the sign, chapter 4, if, for these and other such rules, you insist upon having positive scripture injunction, you will find none. Tradition will be held forth to you as the originator of them, custom as their strengthener, and faith as their observer. That reason will support tradition, and custom, and faith, you will either yourself perceive, or learn from someone who has. Meanwhile you will believe that there is some reason to which submission is due. I add still one case more, as it will be proper to show you how it was among the ancients also. Among the Jews, so usual is it for their women to have the head veiled, that they may thereby be recognized. I ask in this instance for the law. I put the apostle aside. If Rebecca at once drew down her veil, when in the distance she saw her betrothed, this modesty of a mere private individual could not have made a law, or it will have made it only for those who have the reason which she had. Let virgins alone be veiled, and this when they are coming to be married, and not till they have recognized their destined husband. If Susanna also, who was subjected to unveiling on her trial, furnishes an argument for the veiling of women, I can say here also, the veil was a voluntary thing. She had come accused, ashamed of the disgrace she had brought on herself, properly concealing her beauty, even because now she feared to please. But I should not suppose that, when it was her aim to please, she took walks with a veil on in her husband's avenue. Grant, now, that she was always veiled, in this particular case, too, or, in fact, in that of any other, I demand the dress law. If I nowhere find a law, it follows that tradition has given the fashion in question to custom, to find subsequently, its authorization in, the apostles' sanction, from the true interpretation of reason. This instances, therefore, will make it sufficiently plain that you can vindicate the keeping of even unwritten tradition established by custom, the proper witness for tradition when demonstrated by long-continued observance. But even in civil matters custom is accepted as law, when positive legal enactment is wanting, and it is the same thing whether it depends on writing or on reason, since reason is, in fact, the basis of law. But, you say, if reason is the ground of law, all will now henceforth have to be counted law, whoever brings it forward, which shall have reason as its ground. Or do you think that every believer is entitled to originate and establish a law, if only it be such as is agreeable to God, as is helpful to discipline, as promotes salvation, when the Lord says, "But why do you not even of your own selves judge what is right," and not merely in regard to a judicial sentence, but in regard to every decision in matters we are called on to consider? The Apostle also says, "If of anything you are ignorant, God shall reveal it unto you." He himself, too, being accustomed to afford counsel though he had not the command of the Lord, and to dictate of himself as possessing the Spirit of God who guides into all truth. Therefore his advice has, by the warrant of divine reason, become equivalent to nothing less than a divine command. Earnestly now inquire of this teacher, keeping intact your regard for tradition, from whomsoever it originally sprang, nor have regard to the author, but to the authority, and especially that of custom itself, which on this very account we should revere, that we may not want an interpreter, so that if reason too is God's gift, you may then learn, not whether custom has to be followed by you, but why. Chapter 5. The argument for Christian practices becomes all the stronger, when also nature, which is the first rule of all, supports them. Well, she is the first who lays it down that a crown does not become the head. But I think ours is the God of nature, who fashioned man, and, that he might desire, appreciate, become partaker of, the pleasures afforded by his creatures, endowed him with certain senses, acting, through members, which, so to speak, are their peculiar instruments. The sense of hearing he has planted in the ears, that of sight, lighted up in the eyes, that of taste, shut up in the mouth, that of smell, wafted into the nose, that of touch, fixed in the tips of the fingers. By means of these organs of the outer man doing duty to the inner man, the enjoyments of the divine gifts are conveyed by the senses to the soul. What, then, in flowers affords you enjoyment? For it is the flowers of the field which are the peculiar, at least the chief, material of crowns. Either smell, you say, or color, or both together. What will be the senses of color and smell? Those of seeing and smelling, I suppose. What members have had these senses allotted to them? The eyes and the nose, if I am not mistaken, with sight and smell. Then, make use of flowers, for these are the senses by which they are meant to be enjoyed. Use them by means of the eyes and nose, which are the members to which these senses belong. You have got the thing from God, the mode of it from the world, but an extraordinary mode does not prevent the use of the thing in the common way. Let flowers, then, both when fastened into each other and tied together in thread and rush, be what they are when free, when loose, things to be looked at and smelt. You count it a crown, let us say, when you have a bunch of them bound together in a series, that you may carry many at one time, that you may enjoy them all at once. Well, lay them in your bosom if they are so singularly pure, and strew them on your couch if they are so exquisitely soft, and consign them to your cup if they are so perfectly harmless. Have the pleasure of them in as many ways as they appeal to your senses. But what taste for a flower, what sense for anything belonging to a crown but its band, have you in the head, which is able neither to distinguish color, nor to inhale sweet perfumes, nor to appreciate softness? It is as much against nature to long after a flower with the head, as it is to crave food with the ear, or sound with the nostril. But everything which is against nature deserves to be branded as monstrous among all men, but with us it is to be condemned also as sacrilege against God, the Lord and Creator of nature. Chapter 6. Demanding then a law of God, you have that common one prevailing all over the world, engraven on the natural tables, to which the Apostle too is wont to appeal, as when in respect of the woman's veil he says, does not even nature teach you, as when to the Romans, affirming that the heathen do by nature those things which the law requires, he suggests both natural law and a law revealing nature. Yes, and also in the first chapter of the epistle he authenticates nature, when he asserts that males and females changed among themselves the natural use of the creature into that which is unnatural, by way of penal retribution for their error. We first of all indeed know God himself by the teaching of nature, calling him God of gods, taking for granted that he is good, and invoking him as judge. Is it a question with you whether for the enjoyment of his creatures, nature should be our guide, that we may not be carried away in the direction in which the rival of God is corrupted, along with man himself, the entire creation which had been made over to our race for certain uses, whence the Apostle says that it too unwillingly became subject to vanity, completely bereft of its original character, first by vain, then by base, unrighteous, and ungodly uses. It is thus, accordingly, in the pleasures of the shows, that the creature is dishonored by those who by nature indeed perceive that all the materials of which shows are got up belong to God, but lack the knowledge to perceive as well that they have all been changed by the devil. But with this topic we have, for the sake of our own play lovers, sufficiently dealt, and that, too, in a work in Greek. Chapter 7. Let these dealers in crowns then recognize in the meantime the authority of nature, on the ground of a common sense as human beings, and the certifications of their peculiar religion, as, according to the last chapter, worshippers of the God of nature, and, as it were, thus over and above what is required, let them consider those other reasons too which forbid us wearing crowns, especially on the head, and indeed crowns of every sort, for we are obliged to turn from the rule of nature, which we share with mankind in general, that we may maintain the whole peculiarity of our Christian discipline, in relation also to other kinds of crowns which seem to have been provided for different uses, as being composed of different substances, lest, because they do not consist of flowers, the use of which nature has indicated, as it does in the case of this military laurel one itself, they may be thought not to come under the prohibition of our sect, since they have escaped any objections of nature. I see, then, that we must go into the matter both with more research, and more fully, from its beginnings on through its successive stages of growth to its more erratic developments. For this we need to turn to heathen literature, for things belonging to the heathen must be proved from their own documents. The little of this I have acquired, will, I believe, be enough. If there really was a Pandora, whom Hesiod mentions as the first of women, hers was the first had the graces crowned, for she received gifts from all the gods whence she got her name Pandora. But Moses, a prophet, not a poet shepherd, shows us the first woman Eve having her loins more naturally girt about with leaves than her temples with flowers. Pandora, then, is a myth, and so we have to blush for the origin of the crown, even on the ground of the falsehood connected with it, and, as will soon appear, on the ground no less of its realities, for it is an undoubted fact that certain persons either originated the thing, or shed luster on it. Pherecydes relates that Saturn was the first who wore a crown. Diodorus, that Jupiter, after conquering the Titans, was honored with this gift by the rest of the gods. To Priapus also the same author assigns fillets, and to Ariadne a garland of gold and of Indian gems, the gift of Vulcan, afterwards of Bacchus, and subsequently turned into a constellation. Callimachus has put a vine crown upon Juno, so too at Argos, her statue, vine wreath, with a lion's skin placed beneath her feet, exhibits the stepmother exulting over the spoils of her two stepsons. Hercules displays upon his head sometimes poplar, sometimes wild olive, sometimes parsley. You have the tragedy of Cerberus, you have Pindar, and besides Callimachus, who mentions that Apollo, too when he had killed the Delphic serpent, as a suppliant, put on a laurel garland, for among the ancient suppliants were wont to be crowned. Harpocration argues that Bacchus, the same as Osiris among the Egyptians, was designedly crowned with ivy, because it is the nature of ivy to protect the brain against drowsiness, but that in another way also Bacchus was the originator of the laurel crown, the crown, in which he celebrated his triumph over the Indians. Even the rabble acknowledge, when they call the days dedicated to him the Great Crown. If you open, again, the writings of the Egyptian Leo, you learn that Isis was the first who discovered in warriors of corn upon her head, a thing more suited to the belly. Those who want additional information will find an ample exposition of the subject in Claudius Saturninus, a writer of distinguished talent who treats this question also, for he has a book on crowns, so explaining their beginnings as well as causes, and kinds, and writes, that you find all that is charming in the flower, all that is beautiful in the leafy branch, and every sod or vine shoot has been dedicated to some head or other, making it abundantly clear how foreign to us we should judge the custom of the crowned head, introduced as it was by, and thereafter constantly managed for the honor of, those whom the world has believed to be gods. If the devil, a liar from the beginning, is even in this matter working for his false system of godhead, idolatry, he had himself also without doubt provided for his godlie being carried out. What sort of thing, then, must that be counted among the people of the true God, which was brought in by the nations in honor of the devil's candidates, and was set apart from the beginning to no other than these, and which even then received its consecration to idolatry by idols and in idols yet alive? Not as if an idol were anything, but since the things which others offer up to idols belong to demons. But if the things which others offer to them belong to demons, how much more what idols offered to themselves, when they were in life? The demons themselves, doubtless, had made provision for themselves by means of those whom they had possessed, while in a state of desire and craving, before provision had been actually made. Chapter 8. Hold fast in the meantime this persuasion, while I examine a question which comes in our way, for I already hear it is said, that many other things as well as crowns have been invented by those whom the world believes to be gods, and that they are notwithstanding to be met with both in our present usages and in those of early saints, and in the service of God, and in Christ himself, who did his work as man by no other than these ordinary instrumentalities of human life. Well, let it be so, nor shall I inquire any further back into the origin of his things. Let Mercury have been the first who taught the knowledge of letters. I will own that they are requisite both for the business and commerce of life, and for performing our devotion to God. Nay, if he also first strung the chord to give forth melody, I will not deny, when listening to David, that this invention has been in use with the saints, and has ministered to God. Let Aesculapius have been the first who sought and discovered cures. Esaias mentions that he ordered Hezekiah medicine when he was sick. Paul, too, knows that a little wine does the stomach good. Let Minerva have been the first to build a ship. I shall see Jonah and the apostles sailing. Nay, there is more than this, for even Christ, we shall find, has ordinary raiment. Paul, too, has his cloak. If at once, of every article of furniture in each household vessel, you name some god of the world as the originator, well, I must recognize Christ, both as he reclines on a couch, and when he presents a basin for the feet of his disciples, and when he pours water into it from a ewer, and when he is girt about with a linen towel, a garment specially sacred to Osiris. It is thus in general I reply upon the point, admitting indeed that we use along with others these articles, but challenging that this be judged in the light of the distinction between things agreeable and things opposed to reason, because the promiscuous employment of them is deceptive, concealing the corruption of the creature, by which it has been made subject to vanity. For we affirm that those things only are proper to be used, whether by ourselves or by those who live before us, and alone befit the service of God in Christ Himself, which to meet the necessities of human life supply what is simply useful and affords real assistance and honorable comfort, so that they may be well believed to have come from God's own inspiration, who first of all no doubt provided for and taught and ministered to the enjoyment, I should suppose, of His own man. As for the things which are out of this class, they are not fit to be used among us, especially those which on that account indeed are not to be found either with the world, or in the ways of Christ. Chapter 9. In short, what patriarch, what prophet, what Levite, or priest, or ruler, or at a later period what apostle, or preacher of the gospel, or bishop, do you ever find the wearer of a crown? I think not even the temple of God itself was crowned, as neither was the ark of the testament, nor the tabernacle of witness, nor the altar, nor the candlestick crowned, though certainly, both on that first solemnity of the dedication, and in that second rejoicing for the restoration, crowning would have been most suitable if it were worthy of God. But if these things were figures of us, for we are temples of God, and altars, and lights, and sacred vessels, this too they in figures set forth, that the people of God ought not to be crowned. The reality must always correspond with the image. If, perhaps, you object that Christ Himself was crowned, to that you will get the brief reply, be too crowned, as He was, you have full permission. Yet even that crown of insolent ungodliness was not of any decree of the Jewish people, it was a device of the Roman soldiers, taken from the practice of the world, a practice which the people of God never allowed either on the occasion of public rejoicing or to gratify innate luxury, so they returned from the Babylonish captivity with timbrels, and flutes, and psalteries, more suitably than with crowns, and after eating and drinking, uncrowned, they rose up to play. Neither would the account of the rejoicing nor the exposure of the luxury have been silent touching the honor or dishonor of the crown. Thus to Isaiah, as he says, with timbrels, and psalteries, and flutes they drink wine, would have added with crowns, if this practice had ever had place in the things of God. Chapter 10. So, when you allege that the ornaments of the heathen deities are found no less with God, with the object of claiming among these for general use the head crown, you already lay it down for yourself, that we must not have among us, as a thing whose use we are to share with others, what is not to be found in the service of God. Well, what is so unworthy of God indeed is that which is worthy of an idol, but what is so worthy of an idol is that which is also worthy of a dead man, for it is the privilege of the dead also to be thus crowned, as they too straightway become idols, both by their dress and the service of deification, which, deification, is with us a second idolatry. Wanting, then, the sense, it will be theirs to use the thing for which the sense is wanting, just as if in full possession of the sense they wish to abuse it. When there ceases to be any reality in the use, there is no distinction between using and abusing. Who can abuse a thing, when the precipient nature with which he wishes to carry out his purpose is not as to use it? The Apostle, moreover, forbids us to abuse, while he would more naturally have taught us not to use, unless on the ground that, where there is no sense for things, there is no wrong use of them, but the whole affair is meaningless, and is, in fact, a dead work so far as concerns the idols, though, without doubt, a living one as respects the demons to whom the religious right belongs. The idols of the heathen, says David, are silver and gold, they have eyes, and see not, a nose, and smell not, hands, and they will not handle. By means of these organs, indeed, we are to enjoy flowers, but if he declares that those who make idols will be like them, they already are so who use anything after the style of idol adornings. To the pure all things are pure, so, likewise, all things to the impure are impure, but nothing is more impure than idols. The substances are themselves as creatures of God without impurity, and in this their native state are free to the use of all, but the ministries to which in their use they are devoted, makes all the difference. For I, too, kill a cock for myself, just as Socrates did for Aesculapius, and if the smell of some place or other offends me, I burn the Arabian product myself, but not with the same ceremony, nor in the same dress, nor with the same pomp, with which it is done to idols, if the creature is defiled by a mere word, as the Apostle teaches. But if anyone say, this is offered in sacrifice to idols, you must not touch it, much more when it is polluted by the dress, and rites, and pomp of what is offered to the gods. Thus the crown also is made out to be an offering to idols, for with this ceremony, and dress, and pomp, it is presented in sacrifice to idols, its originators, to whom its use is specially given over, and chiefly on this account, that what has no place among the things of God may not be admitted into use with us as with others. Wherefore the Apostle exclaims, "Flee idolatry." Certainly idolatry whole and entire he means. Reflect on what a thicket it is, and how many thorns lie hid in it. Nothing must be given to an idol, and so nothing must be taken from one. If it is inconsistent with faith to recline in an idol temple, what is it to appear in an idol dress? What communion have Christ and Belial? Therefore flee from it, for he enjoins us to keep at a distance from idolatry, to have no close dealings with it of any kind. Even an earthly serpent sucks in man at some distance with its breath. Going still further, John says, "My little children, keep yourselves from idols, not now from idolatry, as if from the service of it, but from idols, that is, from any resemblance to them. For it is an unworthy thing that you, the image of the living God, should become the likeness of an idol and a dead man." Thus far we assert, that this attire belongs to idols, both from the history of its origin, and from its use by false religion. On this ground, besides, that while it is not mentioned as connected with the worship of God, it is more and more given over to those in whose antiquities, as well as festivals and services, it is found, in a word, the very doors, the very victims and altars, the very servants and priests, are crowned. You have, in Claudius, the crowns of all the various colleges of priests. We have added also that distinction between things altogether different from each other, things, namely, agreeable, and things contrary to reason, in answer to those who, because there happens to be the use of some things in common, maintain the right of participation in all things. With reference to this part of the subject, therefore, it now remains that the special grounds for wearing crowns should be examined, that while we show these to be foreign, nay, even opposed to our Christian discipline, we may demonstrate that none of them have any plea of reason to support it, on the basis of which this article of dress might be vindicated as one in whose use we can participate, as even some others may whose instances are cast up to us. Chapter 11. To begin with the real ground of the military crown, I think we must first inquire whether warfare is proper at all for Christians. What sense is there in discussing the merely accidental, when that on which it rests is to be condemned? Do we believe it lawful for a human oath to be superadded to one divine, for a man to come under a promise to another master after Christ, and to abjure father, mother, and all nearest kinsfolk, whom even the law has commanded us to honor and love next to God himself, to whom the gospel, too, holding them only of less account than Christ, has in like manner rendered honor? Shall it be held lawful to make an occupation of the sword, when the Lord proclaims that he who uses the sword shall perish by the sword? And shall the Son of Peace take part in the battle when it does not become him even to sue at law? And shall he apply the chain, and the prison, and the torture, and the punishment, who is not the avenger even of his own wrongs? Shall he, forsooth, either keep watch service for others more than for Christ, or shall he do it on the Lord's day, when he does not even do it for Christ himself? And shall he keep guard before the temples which he has renounced? And shall he take a meal where the apostle has forbidden him? And shall he diligently protect by night those whom in the daytime he has put to flight by his exorcisms, leaning and resting on the spear the while with which Christ's side was pierced? Shall he carry a flag, too, hostile to Christ? And shall he ask a watchword from the emperor who has already received one from God? Shall he be disturbed in death by the trumpet of the trumpeter, who expects to be aroused by the angel's trump? And shall the Christian be burned according to camp rule, when he was not permitted to burn incense to an idol, when to him Christ remitted the punishment of fire? Then how many other offenses there are involved in the performances of camp offices, which we must hold to involve a transgression of God's law? You may see by a slight survey, the very carrying of the name over from the camp of light to the camp of darkness is a violation of it. Of course, if faith comes later, and finds any preoccupied with military service, their case is different, as in the instance of those whom John used to receive for baptism, and of those most faithful centurions. I mean the centurion whom Christ approves, and the centurion whom Peter instructs. Yet, at the same time, when a man has become a believer, and faith has been sealed, there must be either an immediate abandonment of it, which has been the course with many, or all sorts of quibbling will have to be resorted to in order to avoid offending God, and that is not allowed even outside of military service, or, last of all, for God the fate must be endured which a citizen, faith has been no less ready to accept. Neither does military service hold out escape from punishment of sins, or exemption from martyrdom. Nowhere does the Christian change his character. There is one gospel, and the same Jesus, who will one day deny everyone who denies, and acknowledge everyone who acknowledges God, who will save, too, the life which has been lost for his sake, but, on the other hand, destroy that which for gain has been saved to his dishonor. With him the faithful citizen is a soldier, just as the faithful soldier is a citizen. A state of faith admits no plea of necessity. They are under no necessity to sin, whose one necessity is, that they do not sin. For if one is pressed to the offering of sacrifice and the shared denial of Christ by the necessity of torture or of punishment, yet discipline does not connive even at that necessity, because there is a higher necessity to dread denying and to undergo martyrdom, than to escape from suffering, and to render the homage required. In fact, an excuse of this sort overturns the entire essence of our sacrament, removing even the obstacle to voluntary sins, for it will be possible also to maintain that inclination as a necessity, as involving in it, forsooth, a sort of compulsion. I have, in fact, disposed of this very allegation of necessity with reference to the pleas by which crowns connected with official position are vindicated, in support of which it is in common use, since for this very reason offices must be either refused, that we may not fall into acts of sin, or martyrdoms end, or that we may get quit of offices. Touching this primary aspect of the question, as to the unlawfulness even of a military life itself, I shall not add more, that the secondary question may be restored to its place. Indeed, if, putting my strength to the question, I banish from us the military life, I should not to no purpose issue a challenge on the matter of the military crown. Suppose, then, that the military service is lawful, as far as the plea for the crown is concerned. Chapter 12. But I first say a word also about the crown itself. This laurel one is sacred to Apollo or Bacchus, to the former as the god of archery, to the latter as the god of triumphs. In like manner Claudius teaches, when he tells us that soldiers are wont to be wreathed in myrtle, for the myrtle belongs to Venus, the mother of the Anida, the mistress also of the god of war, who, through Ilia and the Romuli is Roman. But I do not believe that Venus is Roman as well as Mars, because of the vexation the concubine gave her. When military service again is crowned with olive, the idolatry has respect to Minerva, who is equally the goddess of arms, but got a crown of the tree referred to, because of the peace she made with Neptune. In these respects, the superstition of the military garland will be everywhere defiled and all defiling, and it is further defiled, I should think, also in the grounds of it. Lo, the yearly public pronouncing of vows, what does that bear on its face to be? It takes place first in the part of the camp where the general's tent is, and then in the temples. In addition to the places, observe the words also, we vow that you, O Jupiter, will then have an ox with gold decorated horns. What does the utterance mean? Without a doubt the denial of Christ. Albeit the Christian says nothing in these places with the mouth, he makes his response by having the crown on his head. The laurel is likewise commanded to be used at the distribution of the largesse. So you see idolatry is not without its gain, selling, as it does, Christ for pieces of gold, as Judas did for pieces of silver. Will it be ye cannot serve God and mammon to devote your energies to mammon, and to depart from God? Will it be render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things which are God's? Not only not to render the human being to God, but even to take the denarius from Caesar? Is the laurel of the triumph made of leaves, or of corpses? Is it adorned with ribbons, or with tombs? Is it bedewed with ointments, or with the tears of wives and mothers? It may be of some Christians too, for Christ is also among the barbarians. Has not he who has carried a crown for this cause on his head, fought even against himself? Another son of service belongs to the royal guards, and indeed crowns are called castrances, as belonging to the camp. Munifica likewise, from the Caesarian functions they perform. But even then you are still the soldier and the servant of another, and if of two masters, of God and Caesar, but assuredly then not of Caesar, when you owe yourself to God, as having higher claims, I should think, even in matters in which both have an interest. Chapter 13. For state reasons, the various orders of the citizens also are crowned with laurel crowns, but the magistrates besides with golden ones, as at Athens, and at Rome. Even to those are preferred the Etruscan. This appellation is given to the crowns which, distinguished by their gems and oak leaves of gold, they put on, with mantles having an embroidery of palm branches, to conduct the chariots containing the images of the gods to the circus. There are also provincial crowns of gold, needing now the larger heads of images instead of those of men. But your orders, and your magistracies, and your very place of meeting, the church, are Christ's. You belong to him, for you have been enrolled in the books of life. There the blood of the Lord serves for your purple robe, and your broad stripe is his own cross. There the axe is already laid to the trunk of the tree. There is the branch out of the root of Jesse. Never mind the state horses with their crown. Your Lord, when, according to the scripture, he would enter Jerusalem in triumph, had not even an ass of his own. These put their trust in chariots, and these in horses. But we will seek our help in the name of the Lord our God. From so much as a dwelling in the Babylon of John's revelation we are called away, much more than from its pomp. The rabble, too, are crowned, at one time because of some great rejoicing for the success of the emperors, at another, on account of some custom belonging to municipal festivals, for luxury strives to make her own every occasion of public gladness. But as for you, you are a foreigner in this world, a citizen of Jerusalem, the city above. Our citizenship, the apostle says, is in heaven. You have your own registers, your own calendar. You have nothing to do with the joys of the world. Nay, you are called to the very opposite, for the world shall rejoice, but ye shall mourn. And I think the Lord affirms, that those who mourn are happy, not those who are crowned. Marriage, too, decks the bridegroom with its crown, and therefore we will not have heathen brides, lest they seduce us even to the idolatry with which among them marriage is initiated. You have the law from the patriarchs indeed. You have the apostle enjoining people to marry in the Lord. You have a crowning also on the making of a freeman, but you have been already ransomed by Christ, and that at a great price. How shall the world manumit the servant of another? Though it seems to be liberty, yet it will come to be found bondage. In the world everything is nominal, and nothing real, for even then, as ransomed by Christ, you were under no bondage to man, and now, though man has given you liberty, you are the servant of Christ. If you think freedom of the world to be real, so that you even seal it with a crown, you have returned to the slavery of man, imagining it to be freedom. You have lost the freedom of Christ, fancying it is slavery. Will there be any dispute as to the cause of crown-wearing, which contests in the games in their turn supply, and which, both is sacred to the gods and in honor of the dead, their own reason at once condemns? It only remains, that the Olympian Jupiter, and the Nemean Hercules, and the wretched little Archemorus, and the hapless Antinous, should be crowned in a Christian, that he himself may become a spectacle disgusting to behold. We have recounted, as I think, all the various causes of the wearing of the crown, and there is not one which has any place with us. All are foreign to us, unholy, unlawful, having been abjured already once for all in the solemn declaration of the sacrament, for they were of the pomp of the devil and his angels, offices of the world, honors, festivals, popularity huntings, false vows, exhibitions of human servility, empty praises, base glories, and in them all idolatry, even in respect of the origin of the crowns alone, with which they are all wreathed. Claudius will tell us in his preface, indeed, that in the poems of Homer the heaven also is crowned with constellations, and that no doubt by God, no doubt for man, therefore man himself, too, should be crowned by God. But the world crowns brothels, and baths, and bakehouses, and prisons, and schools, and the very amphitheaters, and the chambers where the clothes are stripped from dead gladiators, and the very biers of the dead. How sacred and holy, how venerable and pure is this article of dress, determined not from the heaven of poetry alone, but from the traffickings of the whole world. But indeed a Christian will not even dishonor his own gate with laurel crowns, if so be he knows how many gods the devil has attached to doors. Janus so called from gate, Lamentinus from threshold, Phorcus and Carna from leaves and hinges. Among the Greeks, too, the Thera and Apollo, and the evil spirits, the Antilii. Chapter 14. Much less may the Christian put the service of idolatry on his own head, nay, I might have said, upon Christ, since Christ is the head of the Christian man, for his head is as free as even Christ is, under no obligation to wear a covering, not to say a band, but even the head which is bound to have the veil, I mean woman's, has already taken possession of by this very thing, is not open also to a band. She has the burden of her own humility to bear. If she ought not to appear with her head uncovered on account of the angels, much more with a crown on it will she offend those elders, who perhaps are then wearing crowns above. For what is a crown on the head of a woman, but beauty made seductive, but mark of utter wantonness? a notable casting away of modesty, a setting temptation on fire. Therefore a woman, taking counsel from the apostles' foresight, will not too elaborately adorn herself, that she may not either be crowned with any exquisite arrangement of her hair, what sort of garland, however, I pray you, did he who is the head of the man and the glory of the woman, Christ Jesus, the husband of the church, submit to in behalf of both sexes, of thorns, I think, and thistles, a figure of the sins which the soil of the flesh brought forth for us, but which the power of the cross removed, blunting, in its endurance by the head of our Lord, death's every sting. Yes, and besides the figure, there is contumely with ready lip, and dishonor, and infamy, and the ferocity involved in the cruel things which then disfigured and lacerated the temples of the Lord, that you may now be crowned with laurel, and myrtle, and olive, and any famous branch, and which is of more use, with 100-leaved roses too, culled from the garden of Midas, and with both kinds of lily, and with violets of all sorts, perhaps also with gems and gold, so as even to rival that crown of Christ which he afterwards obtained, for it was after the gall he tasted the honeycomb, and he was not greeted as King of glory in heavenly places till he had been condemned to the cross as King of the Jews, having first been made by the Father for a time a little less than the angels, and so crowned with glory and honor. If for these things, you owe your own head to him, repay it if you can, such as he presented his friars, or be not crowned with flowers at all, if you cannot be with thorns, because you may not be with flowers. Chapter 15. Keep for God his own property untainted, he will crown it if he choose, nay, then, he does even choose, he calls us to it. To him who conquers he says, I will give a crown of life, be you, too, faithful unto death, and fight you, too, the good fight, whose crown the apostle feels so justly confident has been laid up for him. The angel also, as he goes forth on a white horse, conquering and to conquer, receives the crown of victory, and another is adorned with an encircling rainbow, as it were in its fair colors, a celestial meadow. In like manner, the elders sit crowned around, crowned too with a crown of gold, and the Son of Man himself flashes out above the clouds. If such are the appearances in the vision of the seer, of what sort will be the realities in the actual manifestation? Look at those crowns, inhale those odors. Why condemn you to a little chaplet, or a twisted headband, the brow which has been destined for a diadem? For Christ Jesus has made us even kings to God and his Father. What have you in common with the flower which is to die? You have a flower in the branch of Jesse, upon which the grace of the divine Spirit in all its fullness rested, a flower undefiled, unfading, everlasting, by choosing which the good soldier, too, has got promotion in the heavenly ranks. Blush, ye fellow soldiers of his, henceforth not to be condemned even by him, but by some soldier of Mithras, who, at his initiation in the gloomy cavern, in the camp, it may well be said, of darkness, when at the sword's point a crown is presented to him, as though in mimicry of martyrdom, and thereupon put upon his head, is admonished to resist and cast it off, and, if you like, transfer it to his shoulder, saying that Mithras is his crown, and thenceforth he is never crowned, and he has that for a mark to show who he is, if anywhere he be subjected to trial in respect of his religion, and he is at once believed to be a soldier of Mithras if he throws the crown away. If you say that in his God he has his crown, let us take note of the devices of the devil, who is wont to ape some of God's things with no other design than, by the faithfulness of his servants, to put us to shame, and to condemn us. Elucidations, Usages, page 94, here a reference to Bunson's Hippolytus, volume 3, so often referred to in the former volume, will be useful. A slight metaphrase will bring out the sense, perhaps, of this most interesting portrait of early Christian usages. In baptism, we use trine immersion, in honor of the trinal name, after renouncing the devil and his angels in the pomps and vanities of his kingdom. But this trinal rite is a ceremonial amplification of what is actually commanded. It was heretofore tolerated in some places that communicants should take each one his portion, with his own hand, but now we suffer none to receive this sacrament except at the hand of the minister. By our Lord's own precepts and example, it may be received at the hour of ordinary meals, and alike by all the faithful whether men or women, yet we usually do this in our gatherings before daybreak. Offerings are made in honor of our departed friends, on the anniversaries of their deaths, which we esteem their true birthdays, as they are born to a better life. We kneel at other times, but on the Lord's Day, and from the Paschal Feast to Pentecost we stand in prayer, nor do we count it lawful to fast on Sundays. We are concerned if even a particle of the wine or bread, made ours, in the Lord's Supper, falls to the ground, by our carelessness. In all the ordinary occasions of life we furrow our foreheads with the sign of the cross, in which we glory none the less because it is regarded as our shame by the heathen in presence of whom it is a profession of our faith. He owns there is no scripture for any of these usages, in which there was an amplifying of the precepts of Christ. Let us note there was yet no superstitious usage even of the sign of the cross. It was an act by which, in suffering shame for Jesus' name, they fortified themselves against betraying the Master. It took the place, be it remembered, of innumerable heathen practices, and was a protest against them. It meant, God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross. I express no personal opinion as to this observance, but give the explanation which the early Christians would have given. Tertullian, touched with Montanism, but not yet withdrawn from Catholic communion, pleads the common cause of believers too. Traditions, Cap. 5, page 95. The traditions here argued for respect things in their nature indifferent, and as our author asserts a long continuance of such usages to be their chief justification, it is evident that he supposed them common from the sub-apostolic age. There is nothing here to justify amplifications and traditions which, subsequently, came in like a flood to change principles of the faith once delivered to the saints. Even in his little plea for Montanistic revelations of some possible novelties, he presupposes that reason must be subject to Scripture and apostolic law. In a word, his own principle of prescription must be honored even in things indifferent, if novel they are not Catholic. To Scapula, translated by the Reverend S. Thelwall, Chapter 1. We are not in any great perturbation or alarm about the persecutions we suffer from the ignorance of men, for we have attached ourselves to this sect, fully accepting the terms of its covenant, so that, as men whose very lives are not their own, we engage in these conflicts, our desire being to obtain God's promised rewards, and our dread lest the woes with which he threatens an unchristian life should overtake us. Hence we shrink not from the grapple with your utmost rage, coming even forth of our own accord to the contest, and condemnation gives us more pleasure than acquittal. We have sent, therefore, this tract to you in no alarm about ourselves, but in much concern for you and for all our enemies, to say nothing of our friends. For our religion commands us to love even our enemies, and to pray for those who persecute us, aiming at a perfection all its own, and seeking in its disciples something of a higher type than the commonplace goodness of the world. For all love those who love them. It is peculiar to Christians alone to love those that hate them. Therefore, mourning over your ignorance, and compassionating human error, and looking on to that future of which every day shows threatening signs, necessity is laid on us to come forth in this way also, that we may set before you the truths you will not listen to openly. Chapter 2. We are worshippers of one God, of whose existence and character nature teaches all men, at whose lightnings and thunders you tremble, whose benefits minister to your happiness. You think that others, too, are gods, whom we know to be devils. However, it is a fundamental human right, a privilege of nature, that every man should worship according to his own convictions. One man's religion neither harms nor helps another man. It is assuredly no part of religion to compel religion, to which free will and not force should lead us, the sacrificial victims even being required of a willing mind. You will render no real service to your gods by compelling us to sacrifice, for they can have no desire of offerings from the unwilling, unless they are animated by a spirit of contention, which is a thing altogether undivine. Accordingly the true God bestows his blessings alike on wicked men and on his own elect, upon which account he is appointed in eternal judgment, when both thankful and unthankful will have to stand before his bar. Yet you have never detected us, sacrilegious wretches though you reckon us to be, in any theft, far less in any sacrilege, but the robbers of your temples. All of them swear by your gods, and worship them. They are not Christians, and yet it is they who are found guilty of sacrilegious deeds. We have not time to unfold in how many other ways your gods are mocked and despised by their own votaries. So, too, treason is falsely laid to our charge, though no one has ever been able to find followers of Albinus, or Nicaea, or Cassius, among Christians, while the very men who had sworn by the genii of the emperors, who had offered and vowed sacrifices for their safety, who had often pronounced condemnation on Christ's disciples, are till this day found traitors to the imperial throne. A Christian is enemy to none, least of all to the Emperor of Rome, whom he knows to be appointed by his God, and so cannot but love and honor, and whose well-being moreover, he must needs desire, with that of the empire over which he reigns so long as the world shall stand, for so long as that shall Rome continue. to the emperor. Therefore, we render such reverential homage as is lawful for us and good for him, regarding him as the human being next to God who from God has received all his power, and is less than God alone, and this will be according to his own desires. For thus, as less only than the true God, he is greater than all besides. Thus he is greater than the very gods themselves, even they, too, being subject to him. We therefore sacrifice for the emperor's safety, but to our God and his, and after the manner God has enjoined, in simple prayer. For God, creator of the universe, has no need of odors or of blood. These things are the food of devils, but we not only reject those wicked spirits, we overcome them, we daily hold them up to contempt, we exorcise them from their victims, as multitudes can testify. So all the more we pray for the imperial well-being, as those who seek it at the hands of him who is able to bestow it, and one would think it must be abundantly clear to you that the religious system under whose rules we act is one inculcating a divine patience, since, though our numbers are so great, constituting all but the majority in every city, we conduct ourselves so quietly and modestly, I might perhaps say, no rather as individuals than as organized communities, and remarkable only for the reformation of our former vices. For far be it from us to take it ill that we have laid on us the very things we wish, or in any way plot the vengeance at our own hands, which we expect to come from God. Chapter 3. However, as we have already remarked, it cannot but distress us that no state shall bear unpunished the guilt of shedding Christian blood, as you see, indeed, in what took place during the presidency of Hilarion. For when there had been some agitation about places of sepulture for our dead, and the cry arose, no airy, no burial grounds for the Christians, it came that their own airy, their threshing floors, were wanting, for they gathered in no harvests. As to the rains of the bygone year, it is abundantly plain of what they were intended to remind men, of the deluge, no doubt, which in ancient times overtook human unbelief and wickedness. And as to the fires which lately hung all night over the walls of Carthage, they who saw them know what they threatened, and what the preceding thunders pealed, they who were hardened by them can tell. All these things are signs of God's impending wrath, which we must needs publish and proclaim in every possible way, and in the meanwhile we must pray it may be only local, sure they to experience it one day in its universal and final form, who interpret otherwise the samples of it, that sun, too, in the metropolis of Utica, with light all but extinguished, was a portent which could not have occurred from an ordinary eclipse, situated as the Lord of Day was in his heightened house. You have the astrologers, consult them about it. We can point you also to the deaths of some provincial rulers, who in their last hours had painful memories of their sin in persecuting the followers of Christ. Vigilius Saturninus, who first here used the sword against us, lost his eyesight. Claudius Lucius Herminianus in Cappadocia, enraged that his wife had become a Christian, had treated the Christians with great cruelty. Well, left alone in his palace, suffering under a contagious malady, he boiled out in living worms, and was heard exclaiming, "Let nobody know of it, lest the Christians rejoice." And Christian wives take encouragement afterwards. He came to see his error in having tempted so many from their steadfastness by the tortures he inflicted, and died almost a Christian himself. In that doom which overtook Byzantium, Caecilius Capella could not help crying out, "Christians, rejoice!" Yes, and the persecutors who seem to themselves to have acted with impunity shall not escape the day of judgment. For we sincerely wish it may prove to have been a warning only, that, immediately after you had condemned Mavillus of Adrumidum to the wild beasts, you were overtaken by those troubles, and that even now for the same reason you are called to a blood reckoning. But do not forget the future. Chapter 4. We who are without fear ourselves are not seeking to frighten you, but we would save all men if possible by warning them not to fight with God. You may perform the duties of your charge, and yet remember the claims of humanity. If on no other ground than that you are liable to punishment yourself, you ought to do so, for is not your commission simply to condemn those who confess their guilt, and to give over to the torture those who deny? You see, then, how you trespass yourselves against your instructions to wring from the confessing a denial. It is, in fact, an acknowledgment of our innocence that you refuse to condemn us at once when we confess, in doing your utmost to extirpate us. If that is your object, it is innocence you assail. But how many rulers, men more resolute and more cruel than you are, have contrived to get quit of such causes altogether, as Cincius Severus, who himself suggested the remedy at this address, pointing out how the Christians should answer that they might secure an acquittal, as Vespronius Candidus, who dismissed from his bar a Christian, on the ground that to satisfy his fellow citizens would break the peace of the community, as Asper, who, in the case of a man who gave up his faith under slight infliction of the torture, did not compel the offering of sacrifice, having owned before, among the advocates and assessors of court, that he was annoyed at having had to meddle with such a case. Pudens, too, at once dismissed a Christian who was brought before him, perceiving from the indictment that it was a case of vexatious accusation. Tearing the document in pieces, he refused so much as to hear him without the presence of his accuser, as not being consistent with the imperial commands. All this might be officially brought under your notice, and by the very advocates, who are themselves also under obligations to us, although in court they give their voice as it suits them. The clerk of one of them who was liable to be thrown upon the ground by an evil spirit, was set free from his affliction, as was also the relative of another, and the little boy of a third. How many men of rank, to say nothing of common people, have been delivered from devils, and healed of diseases? Even Severus himself, the father of Antonine, was graciously mindful of the Christians, for he sought out the Christian Proculus, surnamed Torpatian, the steward of Euodius, and in gratitude for his having once cured him by anointing, he kept him in his palace till the day of his death. Antonine, too, brought up as he was on Christian milk, was intimately acquainted with this man. Both women and men of highest rank, whom Severus knew well to be Christians, were not merely permitted by him to remain uninjured, but he even bore distinguished testimony in their favor, and gave them publicly back to us from the hands of a raging populace. Marcus Aurelius also, in his expedition to Germany, by the prayers his Christian soldiers offered to God, got rain in that well-known thirst, when, indeed, have not droughts been put away by our kneelings and our fastings? At times like these, moreover, the people crying to the God of gods, the alone omnipotent, under the name of Jupiter, have borne witness to our God. Then we never deny the deposit placed in our hands, we never pollute the marriage bed, we deal faithfully with our wards, we give aid to the needy, we render an evil for evil. As for those who falsely pretend to belong to us, and whom we, too, repudiate, let them answer for themselves. In a word, who has complaint to make against us on other grounds? To what else does the Christian devote himself, save the affairs of his own community, which during all the long period of its existence no one has ever proved guilty of the incest or the cruelty charged against it? It is for freedom from crime so singular, for a probity so great, for righteousness, for purity, for faithfulness, for truth, for the living God, that we are consigned to the flames. For this is a punishment you are not wont to inflict either on the sacrilegious, or on undoubted public enemies, or on the treason-tainted, of whom you have so many. Nay, even now our people are enduring persecution from the governors of Legio in Mauritania, but it is only with the sword, as from the first it was ordained that we should suffer. But the greater our conflicts, the greater our rewards. Chapter 5. Your cruelty is our glory. Only see to it, that in having such things as these to endure, we do not feel ourselves constrained to rush forth to the combat, if only to prove that we have no dread of them, but on the contrary, even invite their infliction. When Arius Antoninus was driving things hard in Asia, the whole Christians of the province, in one united band, presented themselves before his judgment seat, on which, ordering a few to be led forth to execution, he said to the rest, O miserable men, if you wish to die, you have precipices or halters. If we should take it into our heads to do the same thing here, what will you make of so many thousands, of such a multitude of men and women, persons of every sex and every age and every rank, when they present themselves before you? How many fires, how many swords will be required? What will be the anguish of Carthage itself, which you will have to decimate, as each one recognizes there his relatives and companions, as he sees there it may be men of your own order, and noble ladies, and all the leading persons of the city, and either kinsmen or friends of those of your own circle. Spare thyself, if not us poor Christians. Spare Carthage, if not thyself. Spare the province, which the indication of your purpose has subjected to the threats and extortions at once of the soldiers and of private enemies. We have no master but God. He is before you, and cannot be hidden from you, but to him you can do no injury. But those whom you regard as masters are only men, and one day they themselves must die, yet still this community will be undying, for be assured that just in the time of its seeming overthrow it is built up into greater power, for all who witness the noble patience of its martyrs, as struck with misgivings, are inflamed with desire to examine into the matter in question, and as soon as they come to know the truth, they straightway enroll themselves its disciples. Elucidations, Scapula, cap I, page 105. Scapula was proconsul of Carthage, and though its date is conjectural, AD 217, this work gives valuable indices of its time and circumstances. It was composed after the death of Severus, to whom there is an allusion in chapter 4, after the destruction of Byzantium, AD 196, to which there is a reference in chapter 3, and Dr. Alex suggests, after the dark day of Utica, AD 210, which he supposes to be referred to in the same chapter, since Severus, who is mentioned in chapter 4, was put to death by Severus, AD 198, 2, Caractacus, cap 2, note 2, page 105, Mr. Lewin, St. Paul, 2, 397, building on the fascinating theory of Archdeacon Williams, thinks St. Paul's Claudia, Gladys, may very well have been the daughter of Caradoc, with whose noble character we are made acquainted by Tacitus. Annals 12, 36, and Archdeacon Williams gives us very strong reason to believe he was a Christian. He may very well have lived to behold the Colosseum completed. What more natural then, in view of the cruelty against Christians there exercised, for the expressions with which he is credited. In this case his words contain an eloquent ambiguity, which Christians would appreciate, and which may have been in our author's mind when he says, Quausque saculum stabit, to those who looked for the second advent, daily. This did not mean what the heathen might suppose. Bede's version of the speech, see de Cange, 2, 407, is this, Quandius stabit Calisius, stabit et Roma, quando cadet Colossus, cadet et Roma, quando cadet Roma, cadet et Mundus, ad nations, book I translated by Dr. Holmes. Chapter 1. The hatred felt by the heathen against the Christians is unjust, because based on culpable ignorance. One proof of that ignorance of yours, which condemns whilst it excuses your injustice, is at once apparent in the fact, that all who once shared in your ignorance and hatred, of the Christian religion, as soon as they have come to know it, leave off their hatred when they cease to be ignorant, nay more, they actually themselves become what they had hated, and take to hating what they had once been, day after day. Indeed, you groan over the increasing number of the Christians. Your constant cries, that the state is beset by us, that Christians are in your fields, in your camps, in your islands. You grieve over it as a calamity, that each sex, every age, in short, every rank, is passing over from you to us, yet you do not even after this set your minds upon reflecting whether there be not here some latent good. You do not allow yourselves in suspicions which may prove too true, nor do you like ventures which may be too near the mark. This is the only instance in which human curiosity grows torpid. You love to be ignorant of what other men rejoice to have discovered. You would rather not know it, because you now cherish your hatred as if you were aware that, with the knowledge, your hatred would certainly come to an end. Still, if there shall be no just ground for hatred, it will surely be found to be the best course to cease from the past injustice. Should, however, a cause have really existed, there will be no diminution of the hatred, which will indeed accumulate so much the more in the consciousness of its justice, unless it be, forsooth, that you are ashamed to cast off your faults, or sorry to free yourselves from blame. I know very well with what answer you usually meet the argument from our rapid increase. That indeed must not, you say, be hastily accounted a good thing which converts a great number of persons, and gains them over to its side. I am aware how the mind is apt to take to evil courses. How many there are which forsake virtuous living, how many seek refuge in the opposite? Many, no doubt, nay, very many, as the last days approach. But such a comparison as this fails in fairness of application, for all are agreed in thinking thus of the evildoer, so that not even the guilty themselves, who take the wrong side, and turn away from the pursuit of good to perverse ways, are bold enough to defend evil as good. Base things excite their fear, impious ones their shame. In short, they are eager for concealment, they shrink from publicity, they tremble when caught, when accused, they deny, even when tortured, they do not readily or invariably confess their crime. At all events, they grieve when they are condemned, they reproach themselves for their past life, their change from innocence to an evil disposition they even attribute to fate. They cannot say that it is not a wrong thing, therefore they will not admit it to be their own act. As for the Christians, however, in what does their case resemble this? No one is ashamed, no one is sorry, except for his former sins. If he is pointed at, for his religion, he glories in it. If dragged to trial, he does not resist. If accused, he makes no defense. When questioned, he confesses. when condemned, he rejoices. What sort of evil is this, in which the nature of evil comes to a standstill? Chapter 2, The Heathen Perverted Judgment in the Trial of Christians. They would be more consistent if they dispensed with all form of trial. Tertullian urges this with much indignation. In this case you actually conduct trials contrary to the usual form of judicial process against criminals, for when culprits are brought up for trial, should they deny the charge, you press them for a confession by tortures. When Christians, however, confess without compulsion, you apply the torture to induce them to deny. What great perverseness is this, when you stand out against confession, and change the use of the torture, compelling the man who frankly acknowledges the charge to evade it, and him who is unwilling, to deny it. You, who preside for the purpose of extorting truth, demand falsehood from us alone that we may declare ourselves not to be what we are. I suppose you do not want us to be bad men, and therefore you earnestly wish to exclude us from that character. To be sure, you put others on the rack and the gibbet, to get them to deny what they have the reputation of being. Now, when they deny the charge against them, you do not believe them, but on our denial, you instantly believe us. If you feel sure that we are the most injurious of men, why, even in processes against us, are we dealt with by you differently from other offenders? I do not mean that you make no account of either an accusation or a denial, for your practice is not hastily to condemn men without an indictment and a defense, but, to take an instance in the trial of a murderer, the case is not at once ended, or the inquiry satisfied, on a man's confessing himself the murderer. However complete his confession, you do not readily believe him, but over and above this, you inquire into accessory circumstances. How often had he committed murder, with what weapons, in what place, with what plunder, accomplices, and abettors after the fact, was the crime perpetrated, to the end that nothing whatever respecting the criminal might escape detection, and that every means should be at hand for arriving at a true verdict. In our case, on the contrary, whom you believe to be guilty of more atrocious and numerous crimes, you frame your indictments in briefer and lighter terms. I suppose you do not care to load with accusations men whom you earnestly wish to get rid of, or else you do not think it necessary to inquire into matters which are known to you already. It is, however, all the more perverse that you compel us to deny charges about which you have the clearest evidence. But, indeed, how much more consistent were it with your hatred of us to dispense with all forms of judicial process, and to strive with all your might not to adjust to say no, and so have to acquit the objects of your hatred, but to confess all and singular the crimes laid to our charge, that your resentments might be the better glutted with an accumulation of our punishments, when it becomes known how many of those feasts each one of us may have celebrated, and how many incests we may have committed under cover of the night. What am I saying? Since your researches for rooting out our society must needs be made on a wide scale, you ought to extend your inquiry against our friends and companions. Let our infanticides and the dressers of our horrible repasts be brought out, aye, and the very dogs which minister to our incestuous nuptials. Then the business of our trial would be without a fault. Even to the crowds which throng the spectacles a zest would be given, for with how much greater eagerness would they resort to the theater, when one had to fight in the lists who had devoured 100 babies. For since such horrid and monstrous crimes are reported of us, they ought, of course, to be brought to light, lest they should seem to be incredible, and the public detestation of us should begin to cool, for most persons are slow to believe such things, feeling a horrible disgust at supposing that our nature could have an appetite for the food of wild beasts, when it has precluded these from all concubinage with the race of man. Chapter 3. The great offense in the Christians lies in their very name, the name vindicated. Since, therefore, you who are in other cases most scrupulous and persevering in investigating charges of far less serious import, relinquish your care in cases like ours, which are so horrible, and of such surpassing sin that impiety is too mild a word for them, by declining to hear confession, which should always be an important process for those who conduct judicial proceedings, and failing to make a full inquiry, which should be gone into by such as sue for a condemnation, it becomes evident that the crime laid to our charge consists not of any sinful conduct, but lies wholly in our name. If, indeed, any real crimes were clearly adducible against us, their very names would condemn us, if found applicable, so that distinct sentences would be pronounced against us in this wise: let the murderer, or that incestuous criminal, or whatever it be that we are charged with, be led to execution, be crucified, or be thrown to the beasts. Your sentences, however, import only that one has confessed himself a Christian, no name of a crime stands against us, but only the crime of a name. Now this in very deed is neither more nor less than the entire odium which is felt against us. The name is the cause. Some mysterious force intensified by your ignorance assails it, so that you do not wish to know for certain that which for certain you are sure you know nothing of, and therefore, further, you do not believe things which are not submitted to proof, and, lest they should be easily refuted, you refuse to make inquiry, so that the odious name is punished under the presumption of real crimes. In order, therefore, that the issue may be withdrawn from the offensive name, we are compelled to deny it. Then upon our denial we are acquitted, with an entire absolution for the past. We are no longer murderers, no longer incestuous, because we have lost that name. But since this point is dealt with in a place of its own, do you tell us plainly why you are pursuing this name even to extirpation? What crime, what offense, what fault is there in a name? For you are barred by the rule which puts it out of your power to allege crimes, of any man, which no legal action moots, no indictment specifies, no sentence enumerates. In any case which is submitted to the judge, inquired into against the defendant, responded to by him or denied, and cited from the bench, I acknowledge a legal charge, concerning, then, the merit of a name, whatever offense names may be charged with, whatever impeachment words may be amenable to. I for my part think, that not even a complaint is due to a word or a name, unless indeed it has a barbarous sound, or smacks of a luck, or is immodest, or is indecorous for the speaker, or unpleasant to the hearer. These crimes in mere words and names are just like barbarous words and phrases, which have their fault, and their solecism, and their absurdity of figure. The name Christian, however, so far as its meaning goes, bears the sense of anointing, even when by a faulty pronunciation you call us Christians, for you are not certain about even the sound of this noted name. You in fact lisp out the sense of pleasantness and goodness. You are therefore vilifying in harmless men even the harmless name we bear, which is not inconvenient for the tongue, nor harsh to the ear, nor injurious to a single being, nor rude for our country, being a good Greek word, as many others also are, and pleasant in sound and sense. Surely, names are not things which deserve punishment by the sword, or the cross, or the beasts. Chapter 4. The truth hated in the Christians. So in measure was it, of old, in Socrates, the virtues of the Christians, but the sect, you say, is punished in the name of its founder. Now in the first place it is, no doubt, a fair and usual custom that a sect should be marked out by the name of its founder, since philosophers are called Pythagoreans and Platonists after their masters, in the same way physicians are called after Erasistratus, and grammarians after Aristarchus. If, therefore, a sect has a bad character because its founder was bad, it is punished as the traditional bearer of a bad name. But this would be indulging in a rash assumption. The first step was to find out what the founder was, that his sect might be understood, instead of hindering inquiry into the founder's character from the sect, but in our case, by being necessarily ignorant of the sect, through your ignorance of its founder, or else by not taking a fair survey of the founder, because you make no inquiry into his sect, you fasten merely on the name, just as if you vilified in it both sect and founder, whom you know nothing of whatever. And yet you openly allow your philosophers the right of attaching themselves to any school, and bearing its founder's name as their own, and nobody stirs up any hatred against them, although both in public and in private they bark out their bitterest eloquence against your customs, rites, ceremonies, and manner of life, with so much contempt for the laws, and so little respect for persons, that they even flaunt their licentious words against the emperors themselves with impunity. And yet it is the truth, which is so troublesome to the world, that these philosophers affect, but which Christians possess. They therefore who have it in possession afford the greater displeasure, because he who affects a thing plays with it, he who possesses it maintains it. For example, Socrates was condemned on that side of his wisdom, in which he came nearest in his search to the truth, by destroying your gods. Although the name of Christian was not at that time in the world, yet truth was always suffering condemnation. Now you will not deny that he was a wise man, to whom your own Pythian, God, had borne witness. Socrates, he said, was the wisest of men. Truth overbore Apollo, and made him pronounce even against himself, since he acknowledged that he was no god, when he affirmed that that was the wisest man who was denying the gods. However, on your principle he was the less wise because he denied the gods, although, in truth, he was all the wiser by reason of this denial. It is just in the same way that you are in the habit of saying of us, Lucius Titius is a good man, only he is a Christian, while another says, I wonder that so worthy a man as Cuseius has become a Christian. According to the blindness of their folly men praise what they know, and blame what they are ignorant of, and that which they know, they vitiate by that which they do not know. It occurs to none, to consider, whether a man is not good and wise because he is a Christian, or therefore a Christian because he is wise and good, although it is more usual in human conduct to determine obscurities by what is manifest, than to prejudice what is manifest by what is obscure. Some persons wonder that those whom they had known to be unsteady, worthless, or wicked before they bore this name, have been suddenly converted to virtuous courses, and yet they better know how to wonder at the change, than to attain to it. Others are so obstinate in their strife as to do battle with their own best interests, which they have it in their power to secure by intercourse with that hated name. I know more than one husband, formerly anxious about their wife's conduct, and unable to bear even mice to creep into their bedroom without a groan of suspicion, who have, upon discovering the cause of their new assiduity, and their unwonted attention to the duties of home, offered the entire loan of their wives to others, disclaimed all jealousy, and preferred to be the husbands of she-wolves than of Christian women. They could commit themselves to a perverse abuse of nature, but they could not permit their wives to be reformed for the better. A father disinherited his son, with whom he had ceased to find fault. A master sent his slave to Bridewell, whom he had even found to be indispensable to him. As soon as they discovered them to be Christians, they wished they were criminals again, for our discipline carries its own evidence in itself, nor are we betrayed by anything else than our own goodness. Just as bad men also become conspicuous by their own evil, else how is it that we alone are, contrary to the lessons of nature, branded as very evil because of our good? For what mark do we exhibit except the prime wisdom, which teaches us not to worship the frivolous works of the human hand, the temperance, by which we abstain from other men's goods, the chastity, which we pollute not even with a look, the compassion, which prompts us to help the needy, the truth itself, which makes us give offense, and liberty, for which we have even learned to die? Whoever wishes to understand who the Christians are, must needs employ these marks for their discovery. Chapter 5. The inconsistent life of any false Christian no more condemns true disciples of Christ, than a passing cloud obscures a summer sky. As to your saying of us that we are a most shameful set, and utterly steeped in luxury, avarice, and depravity, we will not deny that this is true of some. It is, however, a sufficient testimonial for our name, that this cannot be said of all, not even of the greater part of us. It must happen even in the healthiest and purest body, that a mole should grow, or a wart arise on it, or freckles disfigure it. Not even the sky itself is clear with so perfect a serenity as not to be flecked with some filmy cloud. A slight spot on the face, because it is obvious and so conspicuous a part, only serves to show purity of the entire complexion. The goodness of the larger portion is well attested by the slender flaw. But although you prove that some of our people are evil, you do not hereby prove that they are Christians. Search and see whether there is any sect to which a partial shortcoming is imputed as a general stain. You are accustomed in conversation yourselves to say, in disparagement of us, why is so and so deceitful? When the Christians are so self-denying, why merciless? When they are so merciful, you thus bear your testimony to the fact that this is not the character of Christians. When you ask, in the way of a retort, how men who are reputed to be Christians can be of such and such a disposition, there is a good deal of difference between an imputation and a name, between an opinion and the truth. For names were appointed for the express purpose of setting their proper limits between mere designation and actual condition. How many indeed are said to be philosophers, who for all that do not fulfill the law of philosophy? All bear the name in respect of their profession, but they hold the designation without the excellence of the profession, and they disgrace the real thing under the shallow pretense of its name. Men are not straightway of such and such a character, because they are said to be so, but when they are not, it is vain to say so of them. They only deceive people who attach reality to a name, when it is its consistency with fact which decides the condition implied in the name. And yet persons of this doubtful stamp do not assemble with us, neither do they belong to our communion. By their delinquency they become yours once more, since we should be unwilling to mix even with them whom your violence and cruelty compelled to recount. Yet we should, of course, be more ready to have included amongst us those who have unwillingly forsaken our discipline than willful apostates. However, you have no right to call them Christians, to whom the Christians themselves deny that name, and who have not learned to deny themselves. Chapter 6. the innocence of the Christians not compromised by the iniquitous laws which were made against them. Whenever these statements and answers of ours, which truth suggests of its own accord, press and restrain your conscience, which is the witness of its own ignorance, you betake yourselves in hot haste to that poor altar of refuge, the authority of the laws, because these, of course, would never punish the offensive sect, if their deserts had not been fully considered by those who made the laws. Then what is it which has prevented a like consideration on the part of those who put the laws in force, when, in the case of all other crimes which are similarly forbidden and punished by the laws, the penalty is not inflicted until it is sought by regular process? Take, for instance, the case of a murderer or an adulterer. An examination is ordered touching the particulars of the crime, even though it is patent to all what its nature is. Whatever wrong has been done by the Christian ought to be brought to light. No law forbids inquiry to be made. On the contrary, inquiry is made in the interest of the laws. For how are you to keep the law by precautions against that which the law forbids, if you neutralize the carefulness of the precaution by your failing to perceive what it is you have to keep? No law must keep to itself the knowledge of its own righteousness, but it owes it to those from whom it claims obedience. The law, however, becomes an object of suspicion when it declines to approve itself. Naturally enough, then, are the laws against the Christians supposed to be just and deserving of respect and observance, just as long as men remain ignorant of their aim and purport. But when this is perceived, their extreme injustice is discovered, and they are deservedly rejected with abhorrence, along with their instruments of torture, the swords, the crosses, and the lions. An unjust law secures no respect. In my opinion, however, there is a suspicion among you that some of these laws are unjust, since not a day passes without your modifying their severity and iniquity by fresh deliberations and decisions. Chapter 7, The Christians Defamed. A sarcastic description of fame, its deception and atrocious slanders of the Christians lengthily described. Whence comes it to pass, you will say to us, that such a character could have been attributed to you, as to have justified the lawmakers perhaps by its imputation? Let me ask on my side, what voucher they had then, or you now, for the truth of the imputation? You answer, fame. Well, now, is not this, fama malum, quo non aliud velociusulum? Now, why a plague, if it be always true, it never ceases from lying, nor even at the moment when it reports the truth is it so free from the wish to lie, as not to interweave the false with the true, by processes of addition, diminution, or confusion of various facts. Indeed, such is its condition, that it can only continue to exist while it lies. For it lives only just so long as it fails to prove anything. As soon as it proves itself true, it falls, and, as if its office of reporting news were at an end, it quits its post. Thenceforward the thing is held to be a fact, and it passes under that name. No one, then, says, to take an instance, the report is that this happened at Rome, or, the rumor goes that he has got a province, but he has got a province and, this happened, at Rome. Nobody mentions a rumor except at an uncertainty, because nobody can be sure of a rumor, but only of certain knowledge, and none but a fool believes a rumor, because no wise man puts faith in an uncertainty. In however wide a circuit a report has been circulated, it must needs have originated some time or other from one mouth. Afterwards it creeps on somehow to ears and tongues which pass it on, and so obscures the humble error in which it began, that no one considers whether the mouth which first said it going disseminated a falsehood, a circumstance which often happens either from a temper of rivalry, or a suspicious turn, or even the pleasure of feigning news. It is, however, well that time reveals all things, as your own sayings and proverbs testify, yea, as nature herself attests, which has so ordered it that nothing lies hid, not even that which fame has not reported. See, now, what a witness you have suborned against us. It has not been able up to this time to prove the report it set in motion, although it has had so long a time to recommend it to our acceptance. This name of ours took its rise in the reign of Augustus. Under Tiberius it was taught with all clearness and publicity. Under Nero it was ruthlessly condemned, and you may weigh its worth and character even from the person of its persecutor. If that prince was a pious man, then the Christians are impious. If he was just, if he was pure, then the Christians are unjust and impure. If he was not a public enemy, we are enemies of our country. What sort of men we are, our persecutor himself shows, since he of course punished what produced hostility to himself. Now, although every other institution which existed under Nero has been destroyed, yet this of ours has firmly remained, righteous, it would seem, as being unlike the author of its persecution. 250 years, then, have not yet passed since our life began. During the interval there have been so many criminals, so many crosses have obtained immortality, so many infants have been slain, so many loaves steeped in blood, so many extinctions of candles, so many dissolute marriages, and up to the present time it is mere report which fights against the Christians. No doubt it has a strong support in the wickedness of the human mind, and utters its falsehoods with more success among cruel and savage men, for the more inclined you are to maliciousness, the more ready are you to believe evil. In short, men more easily believe the evil that is false, than the good which is true. Now, if injustice has left any place within you for the exercise of prudence in investigating the truth of reports, justice of course demanded that you should examine by whom the report could have been spread among the multitude, and thus circulated through the world, for it could not have been by the Christians themselves, I suppose, since by the very constitution and law of all mysteries the obligation of silence is imposed. How much more would this be the case in such mysteries as are ascribed to us, which, if divulged, could not fail to bring down instant punishment from the prompt resentment of men. Since, therefore, the Christians are not their own betrayers, it follows that it must be strangers. Now I ask, how could strangers obtain knowledge of us, when even true and lawful mysteries exclude every stranger from witnessing them, unless illicit ones are less exclusive? Well, then, it is more in keeping with the character of strangers both to be ignorant of the true state of a case, and to invent a false account. Our domestic servants, perhaps listened, and peeped through crevices and holes, and stealthily got information of our ways. What, then, shall we say when our servants betray them to you? It is better, to be sure, for us all not to be betrayed by any, but still, if our practices be so atrocious, how much more proper is it when a righteous indignation bursts asunder even all ties of domestic fidelity? How is it possible for it to endure what horrified the mind and affrighted the eye? This is also a wonderful thing, both that he who was so overcome with impatient excitement as to turn informer, did not likewise desire to prove what he reported, and that he who heard the informer's story did not care to see for himself, since no doubt the reward is equal both for the informer who proves what he reports, and for the hearer who convinces himself of the credibility of what he hears. But then you say that, this is precisely what has taken place. First came the rumor, then the exhibition of the proof, first the hearsay, then the inspection, and after this, fame received its commission. Now this, I must say, surpasses all admiration, that was once for all detected and divulged which is being forever repeated, unless, forsooth, we have by this time ceased from the reiteration of such things, as are alleged of us, but we are called still by the same, offensive, name, and we are supposed to be still engaged in the same practices, and we multiply from day to day. The more we are, to the more become we objects of hatred. Hatred increases as the material for it increases. Now, seeing that the multitude of offenders is ever advancing, how is it that the crowd of informers does not keep equal pace therewith? To the best of my belief, even our manner of life has become better known. You know the very days of our assemblies, therefore we are both besieged, and attacked, and kept prisoners actually in our secret congregations. Yet whoever came upon a half-consumed corpse, amongst us, who has detected the traces of a bite in our blood-steeped loaf, who has discovered, by a sudden light invading our darkness, any marks of impurity, I will not say of incest, in our feasts, if we save ourselves by a bribe from being dragged out before the public gaze with such a character, how is it that we are still oppressed? We have it indeed in our own power not to be thus apprehended at all, for who either sells or buys information about a crime, if the crime itself has no existence? But why need I disparagingly refer to strange spies and informers, when you allege against us such charges as we certainly do not ourselves divulge with very much noise, either as soon as you hear of them, if we previously show them to you, or after you have yourselves discovered them, if they are for the time concealed from you? For no doubt, when any desire initiation in the mysteries, their custom is first to go to the master or father of the sacred rites. Then he will say, to the applicant, you must bring an infant, as a guarantee for our rites, to be sacrificed, as well as some bread to be broken and dipped in his blood. You also want candles, and dogs tied together to upset them, and bits of meat to rouse the dogs. Moreover, a mother too, or a sister, is necessary for you. What, however, is to be said if you have neither? I suppose in that case you could not be a genuine Christian. Now, do let me ask you, will such things, when reported by strangers, bear to be spread about, as charges against us, it is impossible for such persons to understand proceedings in which they take no part. The first step of the process is perpetrated with artifice. Our feasts and our marriages are invented and detailed by ignorant persons, who had never before heard about Christian mysteries, and though they afterwards cannot help acquiring some knowledge of them, it is even then as having to be administered by others whom they bring on the scene. Besides, how absurd is it that the profane know mysteries which the priest knows not. They keep them all to themselves, then, and take them for granted, and so these tragedies, worse than those of Thyestes or Oedipus, do not at all come forth to light, nor find their way to the public. Even more voracious bites take nothing away from the credit of such as are initiated, whether servants or masters. If, however, none of these allegations can be proved to be true, how incalculable must be esteemed the grandeur of the religion, which is manifestly not overbalanced even by the burden of these vast atrocities. O ye heathen, who heaven deserve our pity, behold, we set before you the promise which our sacred system offers. It guarantees eternal life to such as follow and observe it. On the other hand, it threatens with the eternal punishment of an unending fire those who are profane and hostile, while to both classes alike is preached a resurrection from the dead. We are not now concerned about the doctrine of these verities, which are discussed in their proper place. Meanwhile, however, believe them, even as we do ourselves, for I want to know whether you are ready to reach them, as we do, through such crimes. Come, whosoever you are, plunge your sword into an infant, or if that is another's office, then simply gaze at the breathing creature dying before it has lived. At any rate, catch its fresh blood in which to steep your bread, then feed yourself without stint, and whilst this is going on, recline, carefully distinguish the places where your mother or your sister may have made their bed, mark them well, in order that, when the shades of night have fallen upon them, putting of course to the test the care of every one of you, you may not make the awkward mistake of alighting on somebody else. You would have to make an atonement, if you failed of the incest. When you have effected all this, eternal life will be in store for you. I want you to tell me whether you think eternal life worth such a price. No, indeed, you do not believe it. Even if you did believe it, I maintain that you would be unwilling to give the fee, or if willing, would be unable. But why should others be able if you are unable? Why should you be able if others are unable? What would you wish impunity and eternity to stand you in? Do you suppose that these blessings can be bought by us at any price? Have Christians teeth of a different sort from others? Have they more ample jaws? Are they of different nerve for incestuous lust? I trow not. It is enough for us to differ from you in condition by truth alone. Chapter 8. The calumny against the Christians illustrated in the discovery of Ignatius. Refutation of the story. We are indeed said to be the third race of men. What, a dog-faced race, or broadly shadow-footed, or some subterranean antipodes? If you attach any meaning to these names, pray tell us what are the first and the second race, that so we may know something of this third. Ignatius thought that he had hit upon the ingenious discovery of the primeval man. He is said to have removed certain newborn infants from all human intercourse, and to have entrusted them to a nurse, whom he had previously deprived of her tongue, in order that, being completely exiled from all sound of the human voice, they might form their speech without hearing it, and thus, deriving it from themselves alone, might indicate what that first nation was whose speech was dictated by nature. Their first utterance was Becus, a word which means bread in the language of Phrygia. The Phrygians, therefore, are supposed to be the first of the human race. But it will not be out of place if we make one observation, with a view to show how your faith abandons itself more to vanities than to verities. Can it be, then, at all credible that the nurse retained her life, after the loss of so important a member, the very organ of the breath of life, cut out, too, from the very root, with her throat mutilated, which cannot be wounded even on the outside without danger, and the putrid gore flowing back to the chest, and deprived for so long a time of her food? Come, even suppose that by the remedies of a Philomela she retained her life, in the way supposed by wisest persons, who account for the dumbness not by cutting out the tongue, but from the blush of shame. If on such a supposition she lived, she would still be able to blurt out some dull sound, and a shrill inarticulate noise from opening the mouth only, without any modulation of the lips, might be forced from the mere throat, though there were no tongue to help. This, it is probable, the infants readily imitated, and the more so because it was the only sound, only they did it a little more neatly, as they had tongues, and then they attached to it a definite signification. Granted, then, that the Phrygians were the earliest race, it does not follow that the Christians are the third. For how many other nations come regularly after the Phrygians? Take care, however, lest those whom you call the third race should obtain the first rank, since there is no nation indeed which is not Christian. Whatever nation, therefore, was the first, is nevertheless Christian now. It is ridiculous folly which makes you say we are the latest race, and then specifically call us the third. But it is in respect of our religion, not of our nation, that we are supposed to be the third, the series being the Romans, the Jews, and the Christians after them. Where, then, are the Greeks, or if they are reckoned amongst the Romans in regard to their superstition, since it was from Greece that Rome borrowed even her gods, where at least with the Egyptians, since these have, so far as I know, a mysterious religion peculiar to themselves. Now, if they who belong to the third race are so monstrous, what must they be supposed to be who preceded them in the first and the second place? Chapter 9. The Christians are not the cause of public calamities. There were such troubles before Christianity. But why should I be astonished at your vain imputations? Under the same natural form, malice and folly have always been associated in one body in growth, and have ever opposed us under the one instigator of error. Indeed, I feel no astonishment, and therefore, as it is necessary for my subject, I will enumerate some instances, that you may feel the astonishment by the enumeration of the folly into which you fall, when you insist on our being the causes of every public calamity or injury. If the Tiber has overflowed its banks, if the Nile has remained in its bed, if the sky has been still, or the earth's been in commotion, if death has made its devastations, or famine its afflictions, your cry immediately is, this is the fault of the Christians, as if they who fear the true God could have to fear a light thing, or at least anything else, than an earthquake or famine, or such visitations. I suppose it is as despisers of your gods that we call down on us the strokes of theirs. As we have remarked already, 300 years have not yet passed in our existence, but what vast scourges before that time fell on all the world, on its various cities and provinces, what terrible wars, both foreign and domestic, what pestilences, famines, conflagrations, yawnings, and quakings of the earth has history recorded. Where were the Christians, then, when the Roman state furnished so many chronicles of its disasters? Where were the Christians when the islands Hero, Anaph, and Delos, and Rhodes, and sea were desolated with multitudes of men? Or, again, when the land mentioned by Plato as larger than Asia or Africa was sunk in the Atlantic Sea, or when fire from heaven overwhelmed Volsinii, and flames from their own mountain consumed Pompeii? When the Sea of Corinth was engulfed by an earthquake, when the whole world was destroyed by the deluge, where then were, I will not say the Christians, who despise your gods, but, your gods themselves, who are proved to be of later origin than that great ruin by the very places and cities in which they were born, sojourned, and were buried, and even those which they founded, for else they would not have remained to the present day, unless they had been more recent than the catastrophe. If you do not care to peruse and reflect upon these testimonies of history, the record of which affects you differently from us, in order especially that you may not have to tax your gods with extreme injustice, since they injure even their worshippers on account of their despisers, do you not then prove yourselves to be also in the wrong, when you hold them to be gods, who make no distinction between the deserts of yourselves and profane persons? If, however, as it is now and then very vainly said, you incur the chastisement of your gods because you are too slack in our extirpation, you then have settled the question of their weakness and insignificance, for they would not be angry with you for loitering over our punishment, if they could do anything themselves, although you admit the same thing indeed in another way, whenever by inflicting punishment on us you seem to be avenging them. If one interest is maintained by another party, that which defends is the greater of the two. What a shame, then, must it be for gods to be defended by a human being. Chapter 10. The Christians are not the only contemners of the gods, contempt of them often displayed by heathen official persons. Homer made the gods contemptible. Pour out now all your venom, fling against this name of ours all your shafts of calumny. I shall stay no longer to refute them, but they shall by and by be blunted, when we come to explain our entire discipline. I shall content myself now indeed with plucking these shafts out of our own body, and hurling them back on yourselves. The same wounds which you have inflicted on us by your charges I shall show to be imprinted on yourselves, that you may fall by your own swords and javelins. Now, first, when you direct against us the general charge of divorcing ourselves from the institutions of our forefathers, consider again and again whether you are not yourselves open to that accusation in common with us. For when I look through your life and customs, lo, what do I discover but the old order of things corrupted, nay, destroyed by you? Of the laws I have already said, that you are daily supplanting them with novel decrees and statutes. As to everything else in your manner of life, how great are the changes you have made from your ancestors, in your style, your dress, your equipage, your very food, and even in your speech, for the old-fashioned you banish, as if it were offensive to you. Everywhere, in your public pursuits and private duties, antiquity is repealed, all the authority of your forefathers your own authority is superseded. To be sure, you are forever praising old customs, but this is only to your greater discredit, for you nevertheless persistently reject them. How great must your perverseness have been, to have bestowed approbation on your ancestors' institutions, which were too inefficient to be lasting, all the while that you were rejecting the very objects of your approbation. But even that very heirloom of your forefathers, which you seem to guard and defend with greatest fidelity, in which you actually find your strongest grounds for impeaching us as violators of the law, and from which your hatred of the Christian name derives all its life, I mean the worship of the gods, I shall prove to be undergoing ruin and contempt from yourselves no less than from us, unless it be that there is no reason for our being regarded as despisers of the gods like yourselves, on the ground that nobody despises what he knows has absolutely no existence. What certainly exists can be despised, that which is nothing, suffers nothing. From those, therefore, to whom it is an existing thing, must necessarily proceed the suffering which affects it. All the heavier, then, is the accusation which burdens you who believe that there are gods and, at the same time, despise them, who worship and also reject them, who honor and also assail them. One may also gather the same conclusion from this consideration. Above all, since you worship various gods, some one and some another, you of course despise those which you do not worship. A preference for the one is not possible without slighting the other, and no choice can be made without a rejection. He who selects someone out of many, has already slighted the other which he does not select. But it is impossible that so many and so great gods can be worshipped by all. Then you must have exercised your contempt, in this matter, even at the beginning, since indeed you were not then afraid of so ordering things, that all the gods could not become objects of worship to all. For those very wise and prudent ancestors of yours, whose institutions you know not how to repeal, especially in respect of your gods, are themselves found to have been impious. I am much mistaken, if they did not sometimes decree that no general should dedicate a temple, which he may have vowed in battle, before the Senate gave its sanction, as in the case of Marcus Aemilius, who had made of Ator the god Albernus. Now is it not confessedly the greatest impiety, nay, the greatest insult, to place the honor of the deity at the will and pleasure of human judgment, so that there cannot be a god except the Senate permit him? Many times have the censors destroyed a god, without consulting the people. Father Bacchus, with all his ritual, was certainly by the consuls, on the Senate's authority, cast not only out of the city, but out of all Italy, whilst Varro informs us that Serapis also, and Isis, and Arpocrates, and Anubis, were excluded from the capital, and that their altars which the Senate had thrown down were only restored by the popular violence. The consul Gabinius, however, on the first day of the ensuing January, although he gave a tardy consent to some sacrifices, in deference to the crowd which assembled, because he had failed to decide about Serapis and Isis, yet held the judgment of the Senate to be more potent than the clamor of the multitude, and forbade the altars to be built. Here, then, you have amongst your own forefathers, if not the name, at all events the procedure, of the Christians, which despises the gods. If, however, you are even innocent of the charge of treason against them in the honor you pay them, I still find that you have made a consistent advance in superstition as well as impiety, for how much more irreligious are you found to be? They are your household gods, the Lares and the Penates, which you possess by a family consecration. You even tread them profanely underfoot, you and your domestics, by hawking and pawning them for your wants or your whims. Such insolent sacrilege might be excusable, if it were not practiced against your humbler deities. As it is, the case is only the more insolent. There is, however, some consolation for your private household gods under these affronts, that you treat your public deities with still greater indignity and insolence. First of all, you advertise them for auction, submit them to public sale, knock them down to the highest bidder, when you every 5 years bring them to the hammer among your revenues. For this purpose you frequent the temple of Serapis or the Capitol, hold your sales there, conclude your contracts, as if they were markets, with the well-known voice of the crier, and, the selfsame levy of the quaestor. Now lands become cheaper when burdened with tribute, and men by the capitation tax diminish in value. These are the well-known marks of slavery. But the gods, the more tribute they pay, become more holy, or rather, the more holy they are, the more tribute they pay. Their majesty is converted into an article of traffic. Men drive a business with a religion. The sanctity of the gods is beggared with sales and contracts. You make merchandise of the ground of your temples, of the approach to your altars, of your offerings, of your sacrifices. You sell the whole divinity of your gods. You will not permit their gratuitous worship. The auctioneers necessitate more repairs than the priests. It was not enough that you had insolently made a profit of your gods. If we would test the amount of your contempt, and you are not content to have withheld honor from them, you must also depreciate the little you do render to them by some indignity or other. What, indeed, do you do by way of honoring your gods, which you do not equally offer to your dead? You build temples for the gods. You erect temples also to the dead. You build altars for the gods. You build them also for the dead. You inscribe the same superscription over both. You sketch out the same lineaments for their statues, as best suits their genius, or profession, or age. You make an old man of Saturn, a beardless youth of Apollo. You form a virgin from Diana. In Mars you consecrate a soldier, a blacksmith in Vulcan. No wonder, therefore, if you slay the same victims and burn the same odors for your dead as you do for your gods. What excuse can be found for that insolence which classes the dead of whatever sort as equal with their gods? Even to your princes there are assigned the services of priests and sacred ceremonies, and chariots, and cars, and the honors of the Solersternia and the Lectisternia, holidays and games. Rightly enough, since heaven is open to them, still it is none the less contumelious to the gods. In the first place, because it could not possibly be decent that other beings should be numbered with them, even if it has been given to them to become divine after their birth. In the second place, because the witness who beheld the man caught up into heaven would not forswear himself so freely and palpably before the people, if it were not for the contempt felt about the objects sworn to both by himself and those who allow the perjury. For these feel of themselves, that what is sworn to is nothing, and more than that, they go so far as to feed the witness, because he had the courage to publicly despise the avengers of perjury. Now, as to that, who among you is pure of the charge of perjury? By this time, indeed, there is an end to all danger in swearing by the gods, since the oath by Kaiser carries with it more influential scruples, which very circumstance indeed tends to the degradation of your gods. For those who perjure themselves when swearing by Kaiser are more readily punished than those who violate an oath to a Jupiter. But, of the two kindred feelings of contempt and derision, contempt is the more honorable, having a certain glory in its arrogance, for it sometimes proceeds from confidence, or the security of consciousness, or a natural loftiness of mind. Derision, however, is a more wanton feeling, and so far it points more directly to a carping insolence. Now only consider what great deriders of your gods you show yourselves to be. I say nothing of your indulgence of this feeling during your sacrificial acts, how you offer for your victims the poorest and most emaciated creatures, or else of the sound and healthy animals only the portions which are useless for food, such as the heads and hoofs, or the plucked feathers and hair, and whatever at home you would have thrown away. I pass over whatever may seem to the taste of the vulgar and profane to have constituted the religion of your forefathers, but then the most learned and serious classes, for seriousness and wisdom to some extent profess to be derived from learning, are always, in fact, the most irreverent towards your gods, and if their learning ever halts, it is only to make up for the remissness by a more shameful invention of follies and falsehoods about their gods. I will begin with that enthusiastic fondness which you show for him from whom every depraved writer gets his dreams, to whom you ascribe as much honor as you derogate from your gods, by magnifying him who has made such sport of them. I mean Homer by this description. He it is, in my opinion, who has treated the majesty of the divine being on the low level of human condition, imbuing the gods with the falls and the passions of men, who has pitted them against each other with varying success. Like pairs of gladiators, he wounds Venus with an arrow from a human hand, he keeps Mars a prisoner in chains for 13 months, with the prospect of perishing, he parades Jupiter as suffering a like indignity from a crowd of celestial rebels, or he draws from him tears for Sarpedon, or he represents him wantoning with Juno in the most disgraceful way, advocating his incestuous passion for her by a description and enumeration of his various amours. Since then, which of the poets has not, on the authority of their great prince, calumniated the gods, by either betraying truth or feigning falsehood? Have the dramatists also, whether in tragedy or comedy, refrained from making the gods the authors of the calamities and retributions of their plays? I say nothing of your philosophers, whom a certain inspiration of truth itself elevates against the gods, and secures from all fear in their proud severity and stern discipline. Take, for example, Socrates. In contempt of your gods, he swears by an oak, and a dog, and a goat. Now, although he was condemned to die for this very reason, the Athenians afterwards repented of that condemnation, and even put to death his accusers. By this conduct of theirs the testimony of Socrates is replaced at its full value, and I am enabled to meet you with this retort, that in his case you have approbation bestowed on that which is nowadays reprobated in us. But besides this instance there is Diogenes, who, I know not to what extent, made sport of Hercules, whilst Varro, that Diogenes of the Roman cut, introduces to our view some 300 Joves, or, as they ought to be called, Jupiters, and all, without heads. Your other wanton wits likewise minister to your pleasures by disgracing the gods. Examine carefully the sacrilegious beauties of your Lentullian Hostiae. Now, is it the players or your gods who become the objects of your mirth in their tricks and jokes? Then, again, with what pleasure do you take up the literature of the stage, which describes all the foul conduct of the gods? Their majesty is defiled in your presence in some unchaste body, the mask of some deity, at your will, covers some infamous paltry head. The sun mourns for the death of his son by a lightning flash amid your rude rejoicing. Cybele sighs for a shepherd who disdains her, without raising a blush on your cheek, and you quietly endure songs which celebrate the gallantries of Jove. You are, of course, possessed of a more religious spirit in the show of your gladiators, when your gods dance, with equal zest, over the spilling of human blood, and over those filthy penalties which are at once their proof and plot for executing your criminals, or else, when your criminals are punished personating the gods themselves. We have often witnessed in a mutilated criminal your god of Pessinum, Attis, a wretch burnt alive has personated Hercules. We have laughed at the sport of your midday game of the gods, when Father Pluto, Jove's own brother, drags away, hammer in hand, the remains of the gladiators, when Mercury, with his winged cap and heated wand, tests with his cautery whether the bodies were really lifeless, or only feigning death. Who now can investigate every particular of this sort, although so destructive of the honor of the divine being, and so humiliating to his majesty? They all, indeed, have their origin in a contempt of the gods, on the part both of those who practice these personations, as well as of those who are susceptible of being so represented. I hardly know, therefore, whether your gods have more reason to complain of yourselves or of us. After despising them on the one hand, you flatter them on the other. If you fail in any duty towards them, you appease them with a fee. In short, you allow yourselves to act towards them in any way you please. We, however, live in a consistent and entire aversion to them. Chapter 11, The absurd cavil of the ass's head disposed of. In this matter we are said to be guilty not merely of forsaking the religion of the community, but of introducing a monstrous superstition, for some among you have dreamed that our God is an ass's head, an absurdity which Cornelius Tacitus first suggested. In the 4th book of his Histories, where he is treating of the Jewish war, he begins his description with the origin of their nation, and gives his own views respecting both the origin and the name of their religion. He relates that the Jews, in their migration in the desert, when suffering for want of water, escaped by following for guides some wild asses, which they supposed to be going in quest of water after pasture, and that on this account the image of one of these animals was worshipped by the Jews. From this, I suppose, it was presumed that we, too, from our close connection with the Jewish religion, have ours consecrated under the same emblematic form. The same Cornelius Tacitus, however, who, to say the truth, is most loquacious in falsehood, forgetting his later statement, relates how Pompey the Great, after conquering the Jews and capturing Jerusalem, entered the temple, but found nothing in the shape of an image, though he examined the place carefully. Where, then, should their God have been found? Nowhere else, of course, than in so memorable a temple which was carefully shut to all but the priests, and into which there could be no fear of a stranger entering. But what apology must I here offer for what I am going to say, when I have no other object at the moment than to make a passing remark or two in a general way which shall be equally applicable to yourselves. Suppose that our God, then, be an asinine person, will you at all events deny that you possess the same characteristics with ourselves in that matter? Not their heads only, but entire asses, are, to be sure, objects of adoration to you, along with their tutelar epona, and all herds, and cattle, and beasts you consecrate, and their stables into the bargain. This, perhaps, is your grievance against us, that, when surrounded by cattle worshippers of every kind, we are simply devoted to asses. Chapter 12, The Charge of Worshipping a Cross. The heathens themselves made much of crosses and sacred things, nay, their very idols were formed on a crucial frame. As for him who affirms that we are the priesthood of a cross, we shall claim him as our co-religionist. A cross is, in its material, a sign of wood. Amongst yourselves also the object of worship is a wooden figure, only, whilst with you the figure is a human one, with us a wood is its own figure. Never mind for the present what is the shape, provided the material is the same. The form, too, is of no importance, if so be it be the actual body of a god. If, however, there arises a question of difference on this point, what, let me ask, is the difference between the Athenian palace, or the Pharian Ceres, and wood formed into a cross, when each is represented by a rough stock, without form, and by the merest rudiment of a statue of unformed wood? Every piece of timber which is fixed in the ground in an erect position is a part of a cross, and indeed the greater portion of its mass, but an entire cross is attributed to us, with its transverse beam, of course, and its projecting seat. Now you have the less to excuse you, for you dedicate to religion only a mutilated imperfect piece of wood, while others consecrate to the sacred purpose a complete structure. The truth, however, after all is, that your religion is all cross, as I shall show. You are indeed unaware that your gods in their origin have proceeded from this hated cross. Now, every image, whether carved out of wood or stone, or molten in metal, or produced out of any other richer material, must needs have had plastic hands engaged in its formation. Well, then, this modeler, before he did anything else, hit upon the form of a wooden cross, because even our own body assumes as its natural position the latent and concealed outline of a cross, since the head rises upwards, and the back takes a straight direction, and the shoulders project laterally. If you simply place a man with his arms and hands outstretched, you will make the general outline of a cross. Starting, then, from this rudimental form and prop, as it were, he applies a covering of clay, and so gradually completes the limbs, and forms the body, and covers the cross within with the shape which he meant to impress upon the clay. Then from this design, with the help of compasses and leaden molds, he has got all ready for his image, which is to be brought out into marble, or clay, or whatever the material be of which he has determined to make his god. This, then, is the process. After the cross-shaped frame, the clay; after the clay, the god. In a well-understood routine, the cross passes into a god through the clayey medium. The cross then you consecrate, and from it the consecrated deity begins to derive his origin. By way of example, let us take the case of a tree which grows up into a system of branches and foliage, and is a reproduction of its own kind, whether it springs from the kernel of an olive, or the stone of a peach, or a grain of pepper which has been duly tempered underground. Now, if you transplant it, or take a cutting off its branches for another plant, to what will you attribute what is produced by the propagation? Will it not be to the grain, or the stone, or the kernel? Because, as the third stage is attributable to the second, and the second in like manner to the first, so the third will have to be referred to the first, through the second as the mean. We need not stay any longer in the discussion of this point, since by a natural law every kind of produce throughout nature refers back its growth to its original source, and just as the product is comprised in its primal cause, so does that cause agree in character with the thing produced. Since, then, in the production of your gods, you worship the cross which originates them, here will be the original kernel and grain, from which are propagated the wooden materials of your idolatrous images. Examples are not far to seek. Your victories you celebrate with religious ceremony as deities, and they are the more august in proportion to the joy they bring you. The frames on which you hang up your trophies must be crosses. These are, as it were, the very core of your pageants. Thus, in your victories, the religion of your camp makes even crosses objects of worship. Your standards it adores, your standards are the sanction of its oaths, your standards it prefers before Jupiter himself. But all that parade of images, and that display of pure gold, are, as so many necklaces of the crosses. In like manner also, in the banners and ensigns, which your soldiers guard with no less sacred care, you have the streamers, and vestments of your crosses. You are ashamed, I suppose, to worship unadorned and simple crosses. Chapter 13, The Charge of Worshipping the Sun met by a retort. Others, with greater regard to good manners, It must be confessed, suppose that the sun is the God of the Christians, because it is a well-known fact that we pray towards the east, or because we make Sunday a day of festivity. What then? Do you do less than this? Do not many among you, with an affectation of sometimes worshipping the heavenly bodies likewise, move your lips in the direction of the sunrise? It is you, at all events, who have even admitted the sun into the calendar of the week, and you have selected its day, in preference to the preceding day as the most suitable in the week for either an entire abstinence from the bath, or for its postponement until the evening, or for taking rest and for banqueting. By resorting to these customs, you deliberately deviate from your own religious rites to those of strangers, for the Jewish feasts on the Sabbath and the purification, and Jewish also are the ceremonies of the lamps and the fasts of unleavened bread and the literal prayers, all which institutions and practices are of course foreign from your gods. Wherefore, that I may return from this digression, you who reproach us with the sun and Sunday should consider your proximity to us. We are not far off from your Saturn and your days of rest. Chapter 14. The vile calumny about Ante-Nicene retorted on the heathen by Tertullian. Report has introduced a new calumny respecting our God. Not so long ago, a most abandoned wretch in that city of yours, a man who had deserted indeed his own religion, a Jew, in fact, who had only lost his skin, flayed of course by wild beasts, against which he enters the lists for hire day after day with a sound body, and so in a condition to lose his skin, carried about in public a caricature of us with this label, Ante-Nicene. This figure had his ears, and was dressed in a toga with a book, having a hoof on one of his feet, and the crowd believed this infamous Jew, for what other set of men is the seed plot of all the calumny against us, throughout the city. Therefore, Ante-Nicene is all the talk, as, however, it is less than a 9 days' wonder, and so destitute of all authority from time, and weak enough from the character of its author, I shall gratify myself by using it simply in the way of a retort. Let us then see whether you are not here also found in our company. Now it matters not what their form may be, when our concern is about deformed images. You have amongst you gods with a dog's head, and a lion's head, with the horns of a cow, and a ram, and a goat, goat-shaped or serpent-shaped, and winged in foot, head, and back. Why therefore brand our one God so conspicuously? Many an Ante-Nicene is found amongst yourselves. Chapter 15. The charge of infanticide retorted on the heathen. Since we are on a par in respect of the gods, it follows that there is no difference between us on the point of sacrifice, or even of worship. If I may be allowed to make good our comparison from another sort of evidence, we begin our religious service, or initiate our mysteries, with slaying an infant. As for you, since your